Good morning. Just waiting for the last people to take their seats, and I think we can start. Yeah, I think that we are more or less ready to start. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Paloma Bagarrote, and I'm the director of CINEA, the European Climate, Infrastructure and Environment Executive Agency. And on behalf of the agency and also on behalf of the European Commission, the Director General of Energy, which co-organized this event with us, I would like to welcome you all, both those in the room and also those who are online, to the 26th edition of the Clean Energy Transition Investment Forum. With a budget of around 67 billion euros for the period 21-27, CINEA plays a key role in advancing low-carbon transition, enhancing competitiveness, and protecting nature through the implementation of 7 funding programs. This event is the flagship initiative of our clean energy transition activities. And today's forum features pioneering initiatives and smart solutions that accelerate investments to advance on the clean energy transition and decarbonization on the ground. Many of them are supported by the programs managed by CINEA, such as Live Clean Energy Transition Program and Horizon Europe. And today's event comes at a very timely moment, as Europe is increasing its efforts to ensure energy security, independence, and affordability for its citizens. And just a couple of weeks ago, the Commission launched the Accelerate EU communication, which strengthens EU energy resilience by boosting investments and protecting consumers and business, amongst other measures. And this goes in addition to the key legislation that the European Union adopted to bring energy efficiency and clean energy solutions to every region, every business, and every citizen. In particular, the Energy Efficiency Directive and the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive. And our future requires massive investment in energy efficiency and renewable energy sources at all levels of the European economy. The European Union is dedicating a significant amount of funding to this, but we all know that it will not be enough, and we need to mobilize private finance. This is why we organized this event in cooperation with the European Energy Efficiency Financing Coalition, which held its General Assembly yesterday. What financial institutions in the coalition tell us is that increasing the supply of finance is not sufficient. We also need to ensure that there is a strong demand for that finance on the ground. Indeed, mobilizing finance for the clean energy transition starts with municipalities and regions, which are key to developing large-scale investment pipelines as they work closely with business, industries, and households. This is why our partnership with the European Union Covenant of Mayors is highly valuable. And today, you will also hear from many more initiatives addressing the whole investment value chain. Let me recall CINEA's wide portfolio of projects helps accelerate energy efficiency measures for citizens, the private sector, and cities, and promotes the use of renewable technologies across all sectors of economy. Since its first call in 2021, the Life Clean Energy Transition Subprogram has supported over 200 projects contributing to these goals. Looking ahead, we have just published a call for proposals that we close in September 2026. So I warmly invite you to take a look and see what's in it for you. I am sure that my fellow panelists, representatives from the European Commission, national and local level, and from the banking sector will echo this important message. And a warm welcome to all of you. So I will have with me today Alejandro Urzurum, Deputy Director, Directorate B, Just Transition, Consumers, Energy Efficiency and Innovation from DG Energy in the European Commission. Please join me to the stage. Also, Robert Dijksterhuis, Special Envoy for Sustainable Building at the Ministry of Housing and Spatial Planning of the Netherlands. Please join me to the stage. Claire Roumet, representing the European Union Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy. Please join me also on the stage. And also, finally, although she could not be here with us today, but she will join us remotely, Christine Warfel, Head of Group ESG and Sustainable Management of Raiffeisen Bank International. I see that the room is full, so I can say that I'm very glad to see that there is a continued interest in this forum and that there are so many of you who have joined us today to learn in person all about many successful examples. And I think that this event is also an opportunity to learn from the peers about inspiring projects and initiatives and engage with each other with many networking opportunities, including also various stands that we have in the foyer. So I'm sure that you will enjoy this, but now let me go back to the panel, and I would like to welcome all of them, and I would like to say that I have the pleasure to have with me Alejandro. We know each other already for a long time, and Alejandro will share with all of us more details on how the European Union is responding to the current challenges of the energy crisis in order to support its citizens and the business. So Alejandro, the floor is yours.
So, thanks so much, Paloma, and good morning to everyone in this meeting room and online. It's really amazing to see all of you, this very nice group of people here, and I'm sure online, to work on this very important meeting and session today. So, it's great to be here. Before I start, I would really like to thank Sinea, Paloma, and her amazing team who are organizing this together with the European Energy Efficiency Financing Coalition and the Covenant of Mayors, and of course, all the partners who are made it possible. And of course, thanks a lot to you for being there as well. Now, I have just a simple message for today. Let's make it happen. That's what we need to work on today. And in order to make it happen, let's look at three things: about investments, about what local actors can do, and what the European Union can do. So, before I go there, let me remind something which I think all of you agree with. The clean energy transition is not just only a policy priority, It is a shared responsibility. It cannot happen if all of us don't work together. That is in the spirit of working together that we have the Clean Energy Transition Investment Forum today, bringing together citizen islands, local authorities, financial institutions, industry and policymakers to turn concrete investment projects into reality, to make it happen. And we do need it happen. We are living rather complex times. I don't need to recall to everyone here in the room or listening how the geopolitical context is complicated. And even before the current geopolitical situation started, we really had, at the beginning of this Commission mandate, a really strong push to make sure that affordability of energy really happened. Because it is important for citizens, but it's also important for enterprises. The current situation shows us that we are vulnerable, that fossil fuel price volatility has a real impact on our day-to-day and the competitiveness of our industries, and we really need to work on that. We really need to accelerate the clean transition. It's not only a climate imperative, it is essential for our security, for the competitiveness of Europe, and for our society in Europe. And it is in this context that the Commission has adopted, as Paloma just mentioned a moment ago, the Accelerate EU communication, which sets out a coordinated response to the current situation. Paloma already said it, Accelerate EU is a roadmap of concrete measures to deliver immediate, targeted and temporary relief to consumers and markets, while accelerating the transition towards a more resilient, electrified and homegrown clean energy system. This Accelerate EU proposal didn't come from scratch. We already had the Clean Energy Investment Strategy. We had the support package for energy efficiency financing adopted in March as well. So everything is part of a broader political push towards the transition in the current context. One element is clear here. We need to use public funding more effectively and, above all, leverage it to crowd in private investment. This means doubling down on the clean energy transition, including through accelerated investments in energy efficiency and renewables. And as I have just said, mobilizing private investment in energy efficiency and renewables must be at the center of our approach. Because the challenge is huge. The scale of the investment challenge is enormous. And we all know that. To meet our 2030 targets, energy efficiency investments alone need to reach around 370 billion euros per year, with an investment gap of around 170 billion annually. At the same time, public money, public funding at EU or national level represents around 53 billion euro per year, or roughly 15% of the total investment needs. 15%. In other words, public funding alone will not be sufficient. So we need private money, and in order to achieve that, we need dismantling of barriers, we need to standardize and de-risk investments, and we need to stimulate demand for clean energy projects to mobilize private capital at scale. How could this happen? That's my second point, in the spirit of making it happen. Who are important players here? The transition happens in the round, and our regions, cities, islands, communities have a key role here. They are at the forefront of the transformation, of the transition. They plan, they implement, and they engage citizens and business. So obviously, our colleagues, many of whom are here today, they really have an ambition, but sometimes they are lacking something. They are, for instance, lacking bankable projects at scale. We need to move from individual projects to scalable investment pipelines. Too often, the projects that happen at local level remain too small, too fragmented, or too complex to attract private investors. That is why, to unlock private financing, we must aggregate projects, reduce transaction costs, and create predictable, investable frameworks. This applies in particular to energy efficiency and renewable energy investments, in particular at local level. And here, the role of cities and initiatives such as the EU Covenant of Mayors, for instance, is absolutely critical. We need to equip local actors with the right tools, with the right capacities, and the right support so that they drive the transition forward, that they make it happen. And here, obviously, it is also where the European Energy Efficiency Financing Coalition plays a fundamental role. How? By bringing together EU member states, financial institutions, industry, the European Commission, and thus offering a unique cooperation framework to turn policy ambitions into concrete, bankable investment projects. The coalition helps building investment pipelines, develop standardized tools, and deploy solutions adapted to national contexts, such as through the national hubs. And, as Paloma said a moment ago, the General Assembly held yesterday clearly demonstrated the strong commitment of all partners in the coalition to further accelerate these efforts. So, last but not least, what is the EU framework here? What is the role of the EU? How does the EU contribute to making this happen? We are at a key moment now. The future budget of the European Union, what is called the multi-annual financial framework, offers a unique opportunity to rethink how public funding supports the clean energy transition. We, European Commission, we have proposed an ambitious framework, including what is called the European Competitiveness Fund, which is designed to make the EU more strategic, more efficient, and more impactful. The objective of this proposal is to better combine grants, financial instruments, and advisory services to support investments across the entire project life cycle. Why? Because we need to make sure that every euro counts. If public, to reduce risks, to build pipelines, and to attract private investors into clean energy projects. Making every euro count is what is key here. And in this context, EU programs and instruments, as well as cooperation with the European Investment Bank, will be essential to scale up investments and support delivery on the ground. So I finish. Scaling up, delivery. We have a policy framework, we have financial instruments, we have strong partnership in place. Now, how do we make it happen, and how do we scale up? Well, we have several ways of doing that. First of all, by accelerating the implementation of the EU legislation, in particular the Energy Efficiency Directive, the Energy Performance of Buildings Directives, and the Renewables Energy Directive. Secondly, by strengthening cooperation between public and private actors. And thirdly, by fully mobilizing platforms like the European Energy Efficiency Financing Coalition. The message is simple. The clean energy transition needs private capital. Without that, it cannot happen at the scale and speed that is needed. And our role, the role of us at the European Commission, is to create the right conditions and to work on that with you. And your role as practitioners, as investors, as local actors, is to turn the conditions and to use the tools to create real investments on the ground. So, it is not a European Commission effort, it's not a Commission effort, it's a collective effort. That is why it is really so nice that we are all here together. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you an excellent day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Alejandro, for these words, for having given us, the European Union context, for reminding us of not only the immediate measures, but also long-term measures from a regulatory perspective, but also from the financial perspective about what the Commission is planning for the next 7 years after 2028. And for reminding us also that this is a collective effort that is not only, individual, but we will have to work together. So thank you very much for those words. I'm also now pleased to give the floor to Robert Dijkstar-Huis, hope I have pronounced it correctly, who will present also the point of view from the government, the Dutch government, on how to mobilize national shareholders to accelerate investments in the clean energy transition. Thank you, Robert.
I'll move it up a bit. So I'm Dutch, so I'm tall. That's how it works. So thank you very much for having me here today. And actually, I was here on February the 3rd as well, a little bit down the road, at the second roundtable of the European Energy Efficiency Financing Coalition. And I had the honor to talk about leveraging private investments for energy efficiency, especially in buildings in the Netherlands. And that was all under the umbrella of the agreement we made in the EU about 2 years ago on the EPBD, that by 2050, all buildings should be zero emission buildings. That's what we agreed upon 2 years ago. And what is a zero emissions building? That is a building that has a very low energy demand, that has efficient installations, that is not using any fossil fuels on the premises, and finally is using sustainable energy that is preferably generated on site or close by. So that's a zero emission building, and by 2050 all buildings should be like that. And I then said we need to be clear that it is an investment that generally pays for itself. So depending on the renovation measure and on the energy prices, you can recoup most investments in energy efficiency of a building within 5 to 15 years. So, as they say in the Netherlands, you would be a thief of your own wallet if you would not invest in sustainability, and yet it happens too little. So yesterday we had the General Assembly of the Energy Efficiency Financing Coalition, and one key takeaway there was that we need to activate the demand side. We need a demand revolution, was said yesterday. So let us look at the demand side. And let's be very specific. We are the demand side over here. I have a question for you. Are you here in the room living in a building that is a zero emission building? Please raise your hand if you're living in a zero emission building. I see 3, 4, 5 people. So what's wrong? You're a thief of your wallet. Come on. So that's the demand side problem we have. So what has kept you so far from investing in improving the energy efficiency of your home? So that's the discussion. So in the Netherlands we have done some research and okay, what's hampering people, and concluded that there are actually 3 categories of explanations. First of all, uncertainty. People are uncertain, so what are the right measures for my home? What can reliable independent advice, can it be found? I need reliable advice. So people fear to make the wrong decision. What are the broader benefits, people wonder? You get unclear, inconsistent advice from professionals. And also unstable policy leads to inertia. That was mentioned yesterday as well. So unstable policies going up and down. And so I decide not to do something unless policy is more stable. Okay. Then the second category was there's a very high threshold for action. So people dread the hassle. It's people come in your building and move things and stuff like that. Unburdening is not available to everybody. We should make better use of natural moments, is said. So when people are already taking actions, for instance, when they move to another home, but also, for instance, you're a tenant and you've failed to convince your landlord to invest, or you're living in an apartment block in a multifamily home, and you have failed to convince the other members of the Association of Homeowners to invest. That's another category. And then the third category was there's a lack of social proof. So relatively few people have a fully sustainable home. Like in this room, 5 people out of 300-400 have a ZEP building. So yes, you do not really see the example around you. And also sustainability is often not really visible. It's installation, you don't see it. And of course there's a lack of a social tipping point. So okay, I've mentioned 3 categories, And now the question, of course, is to you, okay, what is your excuse for not investing? Because you're a thief of your own wallet. And personally, I don't live in a ZEP building myself either. So yes, I'm guilty as well. So as I said, then on the 3rd of January pays for itself. And then on the 28th of February, the United States and Israel attacked Iran, and the Strait of Hormuz was closed. So since then, oil and gas prices have plummeted again, risen by approximately 50%. So nowadays, the European gas price went up from about $40 to $45, $50 per kilowatt hour. And the expectation is that this will be the case for some time to come. So when we're talking about energy efficiency and investing in energy efficiency, actually the business case has only improved dramatically in the last 3-4 months. So as national government in the Netherlands, we have seen that also we've seen a direct response from the demand side. So the number of subsidy applications for energy efficiency renovations increased by more than 20% in March. And also we saw that the demand for sustainability mortgages has also increased significantly recently, partly also due to more favorable lending conditions and extra support from financial institutions. So, and we saw this 4 years ago as well. So when Russia attacked Ukraine in late February 2022, back then also fossil fuel prices rose rapidly and enormous investments were made by private consumers in making their buildings more sustainable in a very short period of time. If you look at the Netherlands, approximately the same amount of emission reduction was achieved in 1 year than in the decade before. So it was really promising. So this all shows that people need an incentive to take action. And because we know that most property owners, at least in the Netherlands, they are able to cover the cost of sustainability improvements. It pays for themselves. And in the Netherlands, 95% of homeowners, either with their own money or through a loan, can invest in improving their home. So it's not, financing is not the real issue there. But some of households actually cannot. So 5% of the 100% cannot, and that's what we as a government should focus on. So that's also why the Dutch cabinet last month announced to allocate another 300 million euros to accelerate the installation of homes through a national installation offensive, as we call it. This is being done through a specific approach to energy poverty combat, via subsidies for homeowners associations, and through the so-called National Heat Fund. And this is also all in addition to the policies that were already out there. So policies that we have outlined in a National Building Renovation Plan that we have submitted to the European Commission last March, which is part of the EPBD requirements. So actually we are not, as a government, doubling down right now. So we are not saying, okay, lower the bar, because as it's said time and again by people, by businesses, by financial institutions, you want stable policies, predictable policies. So yes, we use this new momentum of the energy crisis to do more, not less. To use the momentum to reach the targets as set out in the EPBD and in the EED. So when it comes to the EPBD, so where are we proceeding with this? This month marks 2 years since we've made the agreement. So we've been very active in implementing the EPBD in Dutch national legislation and policies. Actually we have split the implementation into multiple tranches, because not everything should be done at once, and not everybody can be done at once. So, but a number of changes will come into force actually this month, and I'll just name 2. So we will formally start with the so-called Energy House, which is the one-stop shop for building owners, users, residents, where they can go for information and support regarding making their home or building more sustainable. And we're also going to introduce the renovation passport. So you know what the current situation of your building is, you know what the ZEP is, so what is the renovation passport, what do you need to do to become ZEP by 2050? That's the renovation passport. We're far from finished, so we will introduce later this year, next year, a uniform requirement for all non-residential buildings to be covered for the MEPS, so the minimum energy performance standards. And there, to better align with the building owner's perspective, we opt for the introduction of a dual system. So the system offers building owners the flexibility to demonstrate the compliance with the maps in various ways, either via a valid energy label or through the insight into actual energy consumption. Um, we will modernize the energy performance assessment method. We will introduce subsequently an improved and more reliable energy label, which financial parties really want us to do. And of course, we work on the norm for the whole life cycle global warming potential by 2028. So just to name a few things to conclude. So this is what we do as a national government, and we implement the EPBD and we implement the EED and use the momentum provided by the new energy crisis. So I'm eager to learn today what you are doing as other national governments, as businesses, financial institutions, local governments. And my suggestion to you is to think today, okay, well, would this example have helped me in making my house more sustainable? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert, for sharing with us, your experience from the Dutch government. I think that is a model where we can inspire, and maybe, we will invest ourselves in our homes as well for energy efficiency measures. Wish you also good luck with the new measures that you are going to implement, and I hope, they will be successful in the Netherlands. I think that now maybe it's a good opportunity to move now into the private sector and particularly to financial institutions and how they approach investments in the clean energy transitions. Banks and financial institutions play a very important role in financing this kind of investments, and they are increasingly investing more in energy efficiency and renewables. And therefore, I think we are now ready to connect and listen to Christine Worfel, uh, who will highlight, how each bank is and the role of financial institutions in accelerating the necessary changes. So hopefully she is connected. Yes, she is. I can see her now. So good morning, and thank you for joining us even online. That's a pleasure on my side to see you there. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Perfect. Thank you very much. So warm welcome from Vienna, and actually thank you very much for the invite to the Clean Energy Transition Investment Forum, and actually also the possibility now to participate in here online, although it was not possible for me to travel this time to Brussels. So perhaps before I tell you a bit about my bank's approach and work, which fits here to the topic of the conference, Investments for a Clean Energy Transition. Let me shortly inform you about my bank, RBI, and my person in this respect, what we are doing. So Raiffeisen Bank International is a Vienna-based universal bank acting as a bridge between Eastern and Western Europe. We have quite a long experience now, 33 years ago. We are already in the Central and Eastern European countries, and actually we are a regional player there, serving 18 million customers and actually also employing 43,000 people. The bank has a long-standing expertise across retail, corporate, and investment banking, so the whole range. And we are in 11 countries in the CE market, 5 of which are EU member states. And actually, in present, overall, globally, we are in 25 markets present. So we are a stock-listed company, a stock-listed banking group, and actually but owned by the majority of shares are within a cooperative banking group, so very much in the regional area in the cooperative field. My name is Christine Würfel. I'm head of group sustainability management, and I'm driving the sustainable pathway, which is already kind in our roots through this cooperative banking aims we have already. And actually also with our pathway, we are signed, for example, in 21 as one of the first Austrian banking group, the UNEP I principles for responsible banking, which helped us a lot to frame our work towards this sustainable pathway, and actually go into a direction where climate risk, energy efficiency, etc., are in our core strategy of the business now. Also with this, we set already in 22 science-based targets and developed it further for CO2 targets now towards a 1.5 pathway to align our portfolio progressively. And of course, for all these energy efficiency measures, business is key to drive it at the end. So my position here supports very much the business lines. We guarantee a sustainable strategy via holistic sustainable governance across the group and active stakeholder dialogue. And actually, this brings me this active stakeholder dialogue also to the very the honor and the pleasure to be a member of the European Energy Efficiency Financing Coalition since last year. So all with this, we try to drive our sustainable path and also to contribute here from a banking perspective to a sustainable pathway in Europe. Now to some words, especially now for how we try to mobilize, or we intended already private finance for investment into energy efficiency and renewables. Perhaps let me start with a core role of the retail green loans, and then also, of course, renewable energy products are here key for our climate and environmental business strategy. So the retail green loan portfolio includes green mortgages for energy efficiency buildings and renovation, as well as unsecured green purpose loans for private customers and small and medium-sized enterprises. And actually, what possible, these products are then also aligned with the EU taxonomy and the green loan principles. And if you have a figure, for example, only in 25, the new volume reached around 625 million euros, and is underlining, of course, the relevance and scalability of this business. Geographically, we rolled it out in all our network banks, and had here a kind of also very nice scale up and a success story, which clearly shows that it matters. But also, of course, here we see sometimes the limits, because some network banks in the CE area, for example, their work green products were supported by government programs. And when those programs ended because of different reasons, customer demand often declined as well. So sales are still predominantly driven by pricing, which clearly shows that incentives, short-term incentives, clearly matter. This brings me to our renewable energy business, which is also a foundational pillar of the climate strategy we have. So we provide tailored financing along the full renewable energy value chain, from equipment and development to manufacturing and installation of solar, wind, and heat pump technologies. And so it's not treated as a standalone product. It's embedded across corporate project, capital markets, and retail activities. And actually also here in 25 volumes in renewable energy financing reached at around 2 billion only in our banking group. Actually, here closely linked is also our green bond program. And over the past decade, RBI has established here itself as a leading sustainable bond issuer in Central and Eastern Europe. We issued the first benchmark green bond by an Austrian bank in 2018. Since then, the program has grown into a multi-market and also multi-currency platform spanning the entire RBI group. So, and here also a figure by end of year 25, RBI Group has issued 5.05 billion euros across 25 bonds in 3 currencies. So it is a foundation and a good start. But now perhaps the more interesting question, what could be done to accelerate investments in energy efficiency even more? And here, perhaps to start quite simple. So banks scale when demand is predictable. So we heard it already. We need a demand revolution. I like this this wording quite a lot because this is really the key driver. Um, and what is also very important, it's long-term regulatory certainty in the single most important precondition for scalable investments. This is no news. It's known, and what we heard also, uncertainty is really something which hinders progress. So regulatory harmonization is here key, and it's very much appreciated what is done also from the EU side to go into this direction. In this respect, I perhaps I may mention here 3 major points on real estate and energy efficiency measures. So what is really necessary, what we see when we talk with our clients, with all stakeholders around. So we clearly need simple, scalable, and comparable KPIs. So at present, there is still lack of clarity, consistency, relevant data. For example, the very known energy performance certificates is generally a very, very good idea, but it's oft fragmented. Not centrally accessible, not comparable between countries. So this is really something which also especially in our region, it's sometimes quite hard to get these data. Secondly, to sustainably ensure and scale energy efficiency in the real estate sector, efficient buildings alone are not sufficient. You know, all a secure, clean, and high performance energy supply in cities is also required. And this is again a matter of public actions and regulations, and actually then guarantees the security to invest also in this. And third, from a banking perspective, ensuring a stable and affordable residential construction environment is a key prerequisite for scaling investments in energy efficiency housing, limiting risk, and effectively financing the sustainable transformation. So the supply must be guaranteed. And actually, then I would really like to highlight, which is really, from my point of view, key, and therefore I'm so proud that I'm also part of the energy coalition now. The public and private sector, the actors need to support each other more strongly. It must be really a common cooperation. Without this public risk sharing mechanisms, for example, de-risking, blended finance, scale, funding support, it's quite hard often also for banks to remain high to generate broad impact across the economy and the society. Of course, energy efficiency investments have strong mid and long-term benefits by nature, but in times of high energy prices, geopolitical uncertainty, they also need short-term incentives. I mean, sustainability is per se mid and long-term goals, but actually to make it happen, what we heard, we also need short-term incentives on both sides. Quite simply, we need a carrot to start to kick it off. And actually here, this public risk guarantees together with the private investments is really key. And also what I see very necessary, that all these instruments from the public side as well should be closely linked as possible, as close as possible with existing subsidies or expanded national support schemes. what is really needed from a banking, but also from a customer client perspective, is this so-called, we already heard it, the one-stop shop. I mean, it's a simple word, but actually from a usability or also from a practicability side, if I have one platform where I can really find all the informations and it's accessible, that everybody, clients, banks, whatever, can get the sources they need, then everybody can play its role, and then perhaps it's better and it's faster that things happen. What I also saw in the exchange with colleagues from my bank, but also from others, and also with the industries across Europe, I think we should not. We should also avoid to reinventing the wheel in every country. Therefore, it's great what is also happening in the Netherlands, and I'm impressed always how fast and you go here forward in your country. And here, linking national and European tools and platforms perhaps more effectively would significantly improve efficiency and scale. So shortly, wrap it up. We already have strong banking products in place. Every bank, I'm sure, also my peers have all success story to tell. We have proven renewable energy expertise. The capital markets instruments are in place to unlock their full potential for energy efficiency. Now we need better data, better, clearer KPIs, short-term incentives also from the funds, from the public sector, and at the end, really a strong public-private cooperation, which is now perhaps here the basis where we are speaking. And thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Werfel, for your words. You have said many things I will keep in my head. Two is that there is a need of full cooperation between the private and the public bodies. The public I mean, or the national authorities could help to de-risk some of the investments, and that there is also a need of, one-stop shop, which I also is something that we sometimes think in the Commission also for ourselves, by which, also customers, they don't have to shop around, but they can find particular solutions just in one place. So you have said many other things. I'm sure that the audience have kept them. And I would like again to thank you for joining us from Vienna. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now, last but not least, I would like to give the floor to Claire Roumet from the European Union Covenant of Mayors, who will share with us good examples of local actions. Thank you, Claire.
Thank you very much. And I will indeed try to share only examples, and but just maybe by starting to put a kind of a magnitude or scale of what we are speaking about. First, it's like almost 2 months now that we have a big, huge new energy crisis, as we call an energy price crisis. The European Union lost already only because of price difference, only because of the instability of price, 27 billion euro. So it's like EU altogether. This is what we lost only because of the price difference. It's more or less, it's actually a little bit less of what the European Commission has proposed into the MFF 2028-2030. So for 7 years, we lost with price instability the same amount that what we can be into the clean transition window in the future. I mean, it depends on what we count and so on, but the magnitude is massive. It's 7 years, 2 months. We have to do it, and indeed, this is why it's time for probably a revolution. What has been done during this period now. And it's really thanks to a lot of calls that CINEA has managed, is to accelerate a lot of this innovation, to make sure that indeed we do much more investment into energy efficiency, much more investment into our energy independence locally. So you have mentioned that there is a need for enterprise to be more partners, and this is the Smart Cities Marketplace, where 1.4 billion euro have been unlocked in a way because of that initiative. You have mentioned the fact that there is a need to help really cities to put their investment concepts all together. This is more than 1.7 billion euro that have been already not only unlocked but invested, already secured in terms of investment for only 100 cities, and through the EU city facilities that you can hear later on today. This is really, it costs nothing in terms of public money, and the real investment that is done after is really massive. For citizens, you have the one-stop shop, as it has been said, with a very big now community of practice of those one-stop shops, and a lot of good instruments if for any cities who wants to develop a one-stop shops with through the EU peers. I think they will have also another workshop this afternoon on that. But all this is what the Covenant of Mayors is currently using. And those tools that have been built up and now have some years of experience, and then there is a community of practice. This is exactly what the Covenant of Mayors signatories, all the cities part of the Covenant of Mayors, they are using those tools, and it helps accelerate. So the Accelerate EU that has been proposed a few weeks ago is very good. I think it's really good. But this is what we can do with the current rules. Actually, if we want a demand-side revolution, and I am not Dutch, so I'm not tall, but I'm French, so on revolution, we are supposed to know a little bit about it. We need to change the rules. I'm very sorry to say that you accelerate with the same rules, but, and I like it very much, and it's the Spanish Minister of Energy, she's calling for an Empower EU. And what she calls in the Empower EU, she says we cannot only accelerate. Accelerate is what we have. We need to completely change the way we do the policies and the way we do the financing. I only have 2 minutes left, so I will go very fast. But with two examples from Covenant signatories. And indeed, it was supposed to be a mayor coming to tell you those stories, because it's always much better. One is, actually both are Belgium. One is about an initiative that is in different cities in Wallonia, and it's how to help people to auto-renovate their house. Because we always say there is not skills. There is not enough people to do the renovation. And then we have really lacking workforce. Well, then the idea was to say, okay, people don't have the money, they don't have the workforce, why are we not changing and asking the construction companies to teach people and their neighbors to renovate in community their house? So this is happening, and this is something that is, this worked very well. So the construction company, they are super happy, because they are so tired of having delays of 2 years to try to start a renovation, because they don't have the people, because they don't have the time, and there is so massive number of works to do that they cannot do it. So they are super happy to just transfer their know-how to people. But where are the problems? But the problems are with the bank and with the insurance, because the bank needs to have a guarantee that the energy efficiency renovation has been done well, so that they can give the loans. The insurance, they don't want to insure a house that has been self-renovated, because we don't know exactly why. Well, what I want to tell is that here you have a solution, you have a possibility, everything is possible if you empower people to do it, but you need to change rules. And those rules are the ones of the banking sector and on the insurance sector. Another example that is I like very much, because it's It's the one that is also financed by the European Commission, because indeed there is so many innovation that are financed by the European Commission, but it's by DG Regio. It's Urban Innovative Action. It's just next door, actually. It's in the Quartier Nord in Brussels, where they will do geothermal energy and a micro district grid. What is their so it's great. It's great. What is their problem? Is that they will use the heat of the water that is owned by Vivaqua. Vivaqua is a water company, and but the Vivaqua cannot sell heat because the EU rules says if you are a water company, you are not a heat company, and so on and so on. And then who will do actually the bill to the people? Because it's not only heat, it will be also electricity generated. So it's water, heat, electricity, everything not in the same pipe, but that can be in the same company or 3 different companies, but that needs to share the risk, and that needs also to share the benefit, and that needs to say who is responsible for delivering what. I'm putting it short. It's extremely complex, but what makes it impossible, or what makes it innovative, it's that the rules of who has the ownership of the flow in that case. So I think this is where we need to go now, and it's just also to say that I don't think that this revolution can happen with DG Energy only, because DG Energy, I mean, the energy policy in general, not DG Energy, but the energy policy in general, they have done what they can. Now, what if we really want to have the demand side revolution, or most importantly, to have an independence revolution for EU, we need to get onto the fiscal rules, and for that, I think that the Covenant of Mayors is a perfect community that can just have this dialogue, because at local level we know now what's going on and where are the obstacles. And the obstacles, it's not about a lack of money, it's not about a lack of innovation, it's not about a lack of a will, it's about real legal, fiscal, public rules, and they just need to be adapted. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. I think that I have heard many times revolution, and I think that with revolution, we will have to head in a few minutes to the coffee break. But it has been very inspiring what you have said, and I think that you know, both the European Commission, but also, you know, local authorities can help also to build a world with, you know, energy efficiency is put at the heart. So I was told that I have to give you some additional practical information for the sessions to follow. So as I said, we have now a coffee break at 10. And then the event will move on to showcases examples of projects and initiatives supported by the European Commission, but also from other initiatives such as the European Investment Bank ELENA initiative, which contributes to accelerating investments on sustainable energy on the ground. This will be presented to you under 4 parallel thematic strands. So you can also consult the agenda online, but I think there are also some paper printed copies for any updates, you know, concerning the rooms. You will also have the possibility now then to participate through question and answers in each of the different sessions. And the 4 strands that we have are: the first one is unlocking investment, promoting aggregation and investment pipelines. Then we have a second one with examples on facilitation services, supporting the renovation of residential and public buildings. The third strand will present cases for attracting private finance, access to finance and energy services. And finally, the 4th strand will feature initiatives on empowering citizens and communities, planning and mobilizing investments. After this, there will be a lunch break and also an afternoon coffee break. That, of course, this is also your opportunities to keep, discussions and networking. There are also a number of stands set up in the welcome area displaying several relevant initiatives such as the Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy Europe and our own CINEA information stand that you are also, very welcome to visit. At the very end of the session in this evening, my colleague Hans Rein will be closing here. It's around 5, together with Miss Margareta Georgievich from DG Energy and Sara Giovannini from the Covenant of Mayor Offices and Mr. Carsten Glentin from the European Energy Efficiency Financing Coalition. And all of them will offer you the closing remarks and highlights of the day. And then, of course, you will have a final drink after these closing remarks that you are very much welcome. So I would like just to close this opening session. I hope that after this session, you will be fully energized to keep the discussions ongoing. But before we leave, I would like to give a big applause to my co-panelists who are here with me today. Thank you.
Does this work? Yes. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this first session of the day. My name is Daniela Bachner. I work for the European Investment Bank in the team which is managing the ELENA facility. ELENA is a project development assistance facility which is providing grants for the preparation of investment portfolios, so to really mobilize the investments. And today I'm proud to welcome Adam Hirne from BNP Paribas in Poland, who is introducing us the project they have been doing on renovation of multifamily buildings. And I will give you the word right away because we will have 45 minutes roughly for presentation and question and answer afterwards. And I do welcome you to ask many questions and to make it as interactive as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Adam Hirne. I work for BNP Paribas in Poland, and I'm responsible for Sustainable Business Development Department. I cooperate together with my team with financial institutions, and in this cooperation, we try to build programs, frameworks, facilities for the market, and we mainly concentrate on energy efficiency. And the project that I will be presenting to you today was developed more than 5 years ago and was dedicated to residential segment. It's already completed, so I will be able to share with you the final results, but also I will be presenting you some key elements, problems, or successes that were part of the project. So maybe let's start with the agenda. At the beginning, key facts about Poland, Polish residential. Okay, and then general concept of the program and program development. Then I will touch the topic of funding, and at the end, key conclusions and success factors. So starting from the key facts about the market in Poland, it's quite big. It consists of 530,000 of multi-family buildings, mainly built in 60s, 70s, or 80s. I don't know if we can change the microphone.
There is another one here. Can we use this one? Okay.
Thank you. So the market is quite big. It's 530,000 of multifamily buildings. 30% of all the buildings have not been the subject of any type of renovation. 40% were subject to basic energy efficiency investments, and 30% were subject to full energy efficiency investments. So there is quite a lot of things that can be done. Another thing concerns renewable energy sources, where we have very low adoption of this kind of measures in Poland with respect to this segment of the market. And the major barriers that were identified before the program launch were high preparatory costs for the housing associations, low awareness, and insufficient collateral. And we wanted to address all of the issues. Subsidies. This is very important element in Poland because subsidies play a major role in terms of investment mobilization, and I will refer to the subsidies when I will go deeper into funding models and risk-sharing instruments, because it's also a very interesting topic. And role of the banks. We, commercial banks, play a key role in financing this segment. We are the main source of commercial funding, and the commercial funding represents roughly 60% of the total capex financed in the area of energy efficiency. And last but not least, offer. The market was lacking 360 degrees, this is how we call it, approach, or one-stop shop, where everything would be, what is necessary would be available for housing associations or housing condominiums. And we wanted to change it through cooperation with EIB. The microphone doesn't like me, I think. And this is why we funded energy efficiency finance facility for residential buildings. It consisted of a few elements. One element was ELENA, which was the grant. We asked the EIB for €3.5 million of the grant to fund technical assistance for housing associations as well as our internal staff. At the beginning, the split was like you can see, 80% was for technical assistance, 20% was for our internal staff, and we also had a very symbolic budget for marketing activities. At the end, the proportions were a little bit different. We spent 70% on technical expertise and 30% on the staff. What we could support within the project, mainly energy efficiency, which was the isolation of building envelope, exchange of heating sources, and so on, but also renewable energy sources integrated with the buildings. And we hired experts, internal staff that was responsible for cooperation with the market and cooperation with the sales forces. I don't know if how much of you are from the financial institutions, but our bank is sixth bank in Poland in terms of the size, and our network of relationship managers accounts for 500 to 600. It's a lot of people, and those relationship managers, they usually don't know much about energy efficiency. They are unable to approach the customer and to talk about energy efficiency. So those people who were hired from Elena resources, we call them internal energy experts, were responsible for communication with relationship managers, were responsible for identification the potential, making different commercial and marketing promotion events for the customers, and once the investments were identified or potential for the investments were identified, those experts were responsible to track the process, to support the process in the risk department, in the administration department, and so on. So that team was also cooperating closely with the energy auditors. And as I mentioned, 70% of the budget from Elena went for technical expertise, and this money were spent on the energy auditors who were cooperating with the bank. They were outside of the bank because from the legal point of view, commercial banks cannot provide technical assistance. So this is why we had to hire external experts. And these were 2 to 3 groups of local energy experts. And they were mainly responsible for providing energy audits and other types of technical documentation, including building projects and so on. What is really important, that kind of documentation is necessary to be provided during the application process when the housing association was going to apply for the grant. So this was these were the 4 pillars of the energy efficiency financing framework, and it was combined with our commercial funding, subsidies, I will talk about it later, risk-sharing instrument, and we leveraged very much on a local presence and many promotional actions. We didn't decide to go with a full-scale national campaign because it would be too expensive. We decided to put pressure on many local meetings with housing association representatives, and throughout the period of 5 years, I think there were around 300 of so-called business lunches. It's a lot, and it proved to be the most efficient way of marketing of the program and improving the awareness of the topic on the market. Okay, so funding. This was crucial. We wanted the solutions to be maximally attractive and available for the market. And as I mentioned, the market could benefit from the Thermo grant. Thermo grant was distributed by BGK through commercial banks, and the Thermo grant was connected with the Thermo loan. And we as a bank could finance, thanks to the risk-sharing instrument, up to 100% of the investment costs. Usually we required 5 to 10% of down payment, but with the risk-sharing instrument we could finance up to 100%. The Thermo grant was available for any housing association that provided energy audit, which proved the savings at least 25% compared to the pre-investment period. So they needed this kind of documentation, and the technical assistance was to finance that cost, and TA under Elena was providing the refinancing or financing of 90% of the investment costs. What else? Risk-sharing instrument. This was also a very nice tool. It was PF4EE program, Personal Finance for Energy Efficiency. It was a nice tool because it was, first of all, a very good price from our perspective. The cost was around 0.1 points per annum from the outstanding. So it was really low cost for the bank and therefore also very good for the customers. The PF4E provided the coverage of the portfolio of loans of up to 70%. We could cover with PF4E two types of loan portfolios. One was for individuals who invested in PVs or other EE technologies, and second type of portfolio was dedicated to housing associations investing in energy efficiency measures. And here is the example of blending it. And what we could do with PF4E, we could decrease the cost of risk internally, because housing associations usually don't have their own assets, therefore they are unable to provide the collateral. If they can't provide the collateral, the risk, the expected risk in our files in the bank is higher than lower, and this was a problem for us. So PF4E was a good case where the bank actually could reduce its risk exposure. Secondly, we could provide lending on better conditions, higher amounts, funding up to 100%, which I mentioned, lower cost of funding. Maybe the cost of funding was not much lower, it was 20 bips, but still it was something, and if you accumulate it over the period of 20 years, it's a significant amount. And finally, we were able to extend the tenors from 15 to 20 years. So risk sharing really did a good job in this program, enabling the bank to, to provide the funding on really competitive advantages. And one thing, the thermo grant from BGK was funded from domestic sources. It was funded from EU sources, then we couldn't combine it with PF4E, but our case was different, and this is why we were able to do it. Okay, and then key conclusions and success factors. So the duration of the program was initially 3 years, but we extended it 2 times. First time was after COVID pandemic, where, as you know, everything was locked down and not many investments happened. And then there was a Russian aggression on Ukraine. It was a really big thing in Poland because we were directly exposed to the weight of migrants from Ukraine. There was a market disturbance at that time, and we had to stop the program for a couple of months, and this is why the program was 5 years, not 3 years. Size of support. Finally, we supported more than 800 projects. 589, which is 70% of it, were completed by the end of the program. The rest is still under, I would say, construction. Why, I will tell you later. Our share of funding was 524 investments. The rest was funded by other banks. The other one. And the leverage factor. Our goal was our minimum goal was 10. Do you know what leverage factor means? It is the size of the investment divided by the size of the grant. So we had to do minimum 10. In the end, we did 18.76, but this corresponds to 589 projects completed by the closing date. If we calculate the other projects which were initiated thanks to the program, then the leverage factor would be around 30. In our opinion, it is a good result, and the budget utilization was 92.25. We could do better, but we had also to take into account the fluctuations in FX, PLN versus euro. So we had 5% of the margin calculated. So this is why we didn't do 100%. And the quality. After the project was audited, there was only one case found which was uneligible for the Elena. So I think it is a very, very good result. Okay, and then let's move to some other conclusions. You know, maybe I will stop using the microphone and I will just rely on my natural ability. I hope that you can hear me. Yeah. So Elena, I think Elena addressed the major gap on the market. It's working? Yes. Wow. Okay. So Elena addressed the major gap on the market because it provided technical assistance. If we look at the housing association, how they are cooperating, how they are thinking, they actually, this is a group of owners of the apartments, and they really don't want to spend money on something that possibly can bring them nothing, right? And if you have to spend 10,000 euro on technical documentation, you have to be sure that it will be something out of this expenditure. But many housing associations don't want to risk, and they postpone the decision on investing in technical documentation, and therefore they cannot apply to the BGK for the grant, and the investment does not happen. Elena changed it. 90% of subsidy did the job. The housing associations were really interested in using the Elena subsidy, and therefore we were able to at least convince many of the managers of housing associations to use the Elena grant to do the technical assistance. Of course, we looked at the buildings before we proposed this, because we didn't want to subsidize the technical assistance if we see that the building is in good shape. So our assistance was dedicated to those who manage the buildings that were in really, really bad shape. And 99.9% of the energy audits reflected or indicated that the energy savings will be at least 25%. Which was a great success in my opinion. Therefore, housing associations could effectively apply for the loan and apply for the grant in BGK. The instrument was quite flexible, and we also appreciated the cooperation with Elena team. Great cooperation, many discussions. When it comes to problems such as war in Ukraine or pandemic, they were listening to the problems, and they extended the duration twice. And this program also addressed our internal need, bank's internal need. What I mean by our need. In commercial banks, usually the management does not want to develop technical assistance outside of the bank or inside the bank. The commercial banks just don't pay too much attention to it. We were able, thanks to Elena subsidy, to convince the management to invest in internal technical team or experts with limited, of course, exposure to technical advisory, because this is something we cannot really do. But at least we were able to set up a team of 7 experts covering the whole territory of Poland. And it was funded by EU after the Elena ended. Now we are funding them, but we already have a structure and we can function without the subsidy. Another aspect concerns energy auditors. A few points, good and bad. Good point is that energy auditors were a really good source of business for the bank because they knew the market. We contracted 3 companies. Those 3 companies covered the whole territory. They were hiring lots of energy auditors, and the energy auditors naturally knew the housing association managers. They knew who is going to invest, where is the potential. So they were also the source of new customers for the bank, and we appreciate that kind of cooperation with them. But there are some negative things about this topic. High rotation in the teams of energy auditors, difficulties in managing them, and they were not sometimes delivering technical documentation in time. And we, as BNP, we were facing this service. So we wanted to have a really good quality, but sometimes the quality was not so good. And we had some challenges in managing the coordination of the cooperation with energy auditors. But if I had to make a resume, I would give here a big plus. Okay. And then risk sharing. I mentioned already that it improved our cost of risk profile. It also decreased the capital consumption, which is a big thing in the bank. If you lend anything to the market, the loan consists of two major components. One is the deposits that comes from the people depositing money in the bank, and second component of the loan is own capital of the bank, right? And if we have a guarantee of 70%, we can reduce the exposure on the capital by 70%. And usually banks struggle with lack of capital. And this tool, the risk-sharing instrument, enabled us to significantly reduce our need for capital for lending purposes, while at the same time we could lend more on the market. I know this is a very complicated topic, but believe me, it was very important for us. Possible improvements. Elena, higher refinancing limits. What I mean by refinancing limits? There were two possible ways of funding technical assistance. One was the housing association has already the audit, comes to the bank and asks for refinancing, and we could do it up to 20 or 25% of the available grant. And the rest, 75–80%, had to be provided through the bank. So the housing association actually had to come to the bank and ask for energy auditor to provide the technical assistance, right? And we've noticed that there is many energy audits on the market that could be actually refinanced, more than this 20%, but the limits were unchanged. So this is something that I would recommend to change. And second thing concerns renewable energy sources. In the documentation, it was stated that Elena covers only investments that are integrated with the buildings, like on the roofs or facades of the buildings, but the renewable energy sources put aside from the building on the field, on the plot, were not eligible. And it was in some cases we had some projects like that, and we couldn't include them. So a little bit of more flexibility with respect of this point would be highly appreciated. And my last two conclusion, integration and continuation. I think that this, the mixture of Elena, risk-sharing instrument and grant is something that worked in Poland and could be continued. However, from our perspective, we have observed high cost of managing three agreements, because we had agreement on Elena, we had agreement on risk-sharing instrument, PF4E, and we had an agreement with BGK concerning thermogrant. Imagine 3 agreements. Each agreement requires reporting, each agreement requires monitoring and managing. And I think that combining these 3 elements into one agreement would improve the efficiency of the process and would speed up the transformation. So I think it was my last slide. So now I'm available for any questions from you. Yes? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adam. I take note and convey the message regarding the merging of reporting obligations under different mandates. This is not with us, this is with the European Commission, so we will transfer this information. The key aspects which I took along from your presentation were the marketing aspect and the need to cover the preparatory costs in order to trigger the demand among the multifamily home associations, right?
Right.
And then the important role of the blended financing model, where guarantee, grant, and a loan facility work together in order to provide one good
Solution.
good solution with costs which are reasonable for the final client, and also the aspect of business development for BNP Paribas, which is triggered by the facility or by the project as such, which will continue in the future. I stop here. Any questions? Yes? 1, 2.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm Ana Maria Seman from WWF. I have a question regarding the efficiency gains. You have mentioned that in the energy audit.
Can you repeat, please?
Of course. I have a question regarding the efficiency gains, the energy efficiency gains. So I guess there was a monitoring and an evaluation of the energy efficiency gains, and could you give us some information on that? You've mentioned that they were minimum 25%. So was that the requirement? And if there is any data on that, thank you.
Very good question, thank you. So the requirement for housing association to apply for a grant was 25% minimum. But for Elena, we had a higher requirement, it was 30% on average. What we've observed, majority of projects were above 30%. I don't remember by heart what was the exact percentage of savings, but it was way above 30%. Of course, we had projects with less than 30%, but not less than 25%. But on average, we met the goal of Elena. And of course, we monitored it on the quarterly basis. I think we didn't have any issue with that throughout the implementation of the program.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. My name is Carlos from Your Hidden Power. I wanted to touch upon a thing you mentioned at the beginning, but then you referred more to renewable energy sources. And I imagine that is more on, let's say, rooftop solar PV, for example. But what about heating systems? I imagine, since it's in Poland, the project, a lot of multifamily buildings are connected to district heating. Yes. So in that way, how would it work? Because then that is not on site. So would you, let's say, have some cases where the building was disconnected and then in case a heat pump was installed, or could you just share some details on how did that work?
I don't remember any case where the building was connected with the system heating and was disconnected and the heat pump was installed instead of system heating. I don't think we had any of those cases. In such cases, we provided funding for thermal isolation of the envelope, and we didn't touch the heating. But there were for sure cases where the projects or the buildings were heated from the fossil fuels. And in such cases, the heating pumps were installed. But when I look at the statistics, the major investment components were connected with the envelope isolation, exchange of windows, isolation of the roofs. Heating was in second place. And renewable energy sources, because this is also an important topic, throughout the 5 years, we did not do much of the projects, mainly because of the regulations. The regulations in Poland were not ready for it. I think the first grant for renewable energy sources appeared in the last year of the functioning of EEFFRB, and then we had observed increased appetite from the market from renewable energy sources. But before that, the main focus was on thermomodernization.
Yes. Good morning. My name is Lina Konstantinopoulou from the Sustainable Energy Finance Association. First of all, congratulations for this very interesting project. You mentioned in the beginning of your intervention that you had several discussions with the housing associations. So I wanted to understand a bit better which entity acted as your aggregator? Which entity acted as the initiator of the pipeline of the projects you funded?
Okay.
Because this is a very interesting, because we hear quite a lot of times that that we don't have a pipeline of projects, and how this, let's say, first process came into reality before you came out and financed all those projects. This is very interesting because this is actually one of the two, let's say, requirements of the APPD directive. The one is to make inventory of the buildings, then to do of course, the archetyping, and then as investors, of course, you will standardize the portfolios. But it will be very interesting to understand who was your aggregator in this case. Thank you.
Okay, very interesting question. Okay, so we have housing associations, and we have the managers of the housing associations, which is one thing. And another thing is the managers of the portfolios of housing associations. And in the bank, before we started the project, we had in our portfolio a few thousands of housing associations which we were providing daily banking, some transfers, deposits, and so on. So we used our internal base to approach individual housing association using our network, including those 7 energy experts hired by the bank for promoting energy efficiency. And here we acted one by one. So we were contacting with the individual housing associations. We were discussing with them the topic and trying to convince them to do the investment. This was one source of aggregation, I would say, of the pipeline. With respect to this, we also provided lots of business breakfasts where the housing association managers could come and hear the story, look what is possible, how they can get funding, and so on. And the second thing concerns the managers of the housing associations who had bigger portfolios of many small housing associations, and we also were in the contact with them, explaining the topic and how they can benefit from ELENA and from all the elements of the program. And I think 2 parts were equally efficient.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I have 2 questions. One is about the guarantees and the other about the grants. I'm saying this as representative of Renesco. We have been doing full-scale deep renovations as like a private one-stop shop in Latvia since 2009. We were originally funded by the Dutch Municipal Bank with guarantees from the Dutch housing associations, which came to a crash when Vestia went. First on the guarantees. So you said there's a 0.1% cost of the fee. That is for the loan. That's 0.1% on the loan for the duration of the loan. Or
it's 0.1 times outstanding on the loan times the rate of the guarantee, which was 70%.
Okay, but no, but is it just 0.1% one-time fee, or is it an annual?
Per annum.
Per annum for
Yes.
the duration of the loan.
Yes.
And loans are 20 years or
15 to 20 years, right?
15 to 20 years. Okay. Second question on that follow-up is: has any of these guarantees ever been called so far?
With respect to housing association, no.
I thought so. Okay. Second is, you mentioned grants, but you have not explained what the grants are. What level of grant funding was available, and how was that provided? and to what scale, or how did that work?
Okay, so I will move to my presentation. So the grant was between 26 to 31% of the investment cost. The level of the grant depended on some factors, including what was the scale of the investment. So the basic investments could have 26%. If there were some add-ons like renewable energy sources, then it could go up to 31%. And the grant was connected strictly with the loan. So the process looked like this. Assuming that the energy audit is already there and the 25% of saving gains is there, right? The housing association had to approach the bank to apply for the thermal loan with the grant connected. We had one project, one product with two things, lending and grant. And assuming that the bank would say, okay, you are eligible for the loan, you have here your agreement, right? The agreement was conditional because in the next step, the housing association had to apply to BGK for the grant, and they provided the agreement with the bank, and the BGK had to do the assessment of the energy audit to check some things, including savings, and they were issuing their approval for the grant, right? Okay, assuming that the approval has been issued, the next step was the loan disbursement. Once the loan was disbursed, and the investment happened. And after the investment happened, the housing association had to come to the bank again to demonstrate that they have completed the investment. They had to provide the invoices. And once it was done, the bank was forwarding the documentation to BGK, and BGK was transferring the grant not to the housing association directly, but to the escrow account in the bank, and we used that grant to repay the capital of the loan. And then the process was finished.
Okay, that's clear. That's also very similar to what was provided in Latvia. But on that question, on the volume and continuing availability of the grant, because we have had a problem, and I heard from many other countries, of basically our organization has gone boom and bust 4 or 5 times over the last 17 years because grant programs are opened and closed. And then 2-3 years later, open and close, and they will open up in 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, 14. We opened. Last one they opened 3 months ago, it was oversubscribed in 14 days. And next funding is expected, no idea. Maybe in 2-3 years, we don't know.
Okay.
And so we have currently, for instance, a portfolio right now of 75 million euros of signed projects requested by homeowners associations for buildings with no path to financing. So this has been a disaster, and it's repeated already for 16, 17 years. Do you have the same risk and problem in Poland?
Yes and no. So thank you for this very good question. The program was implemented between 2020 and 2025. And throughout that period, we did not experience this problem that you have just described. So the grants were available all the time. It's called continuous availability of the grant, and it doesn't have the time framework, right? And so we did not experience that kind of problems. The first time the market experienced that kind of problem was recently in last year, when the program actually was already closed. In August, I think, 2025, the BGK announced that the budget for thermal grants is empty, and the housing association have to wait for the top-up. And the top-up came with the 1st of January 2026, and I think we are today we are also running out of the funds, and the history will repeat. So we are actually experiencing this problem as well. Fortunately for EEFFRB, we didn't have that problem.
Adam, many thanks for a very interesting presentation. I am Carsten Glinsing. I represent the Secretariat of the European Energy Efficiency Financing Coalition, and the project you've described is a very good example of the types of financial models we would really like to scale up across European countries. It combines public and private finance with de-risking instruments and with demand activation. So I think this is a very nice showcase. I also think based on the data, it's very successful from a socioeconomic point of view. And now we then come to my question. You also mentioned that there were significant administrative costs for the bank involved in running 3 different agreements with different reporting frameworks.
Or even 3.
Or even more. Now, if you look back, because I think there was administrative costs, but I also expect that this will have expanded your client portfolio,
Yes.
possibly significantly. If you look back over the last 5 years, or the period up to 25, from an overall point of view, was this also viable in the existing structure for the financial institution? So would a replication be meaningful other places?
It was a very, thank you for the question. Yes, so of course we had a cost, administrative costs, because of the 3 agreements. But if we look at the costs on one side and benefits and revenues on the other side, definitely this side is much bigger, much bigger. In 2020, we had very low market share in terms of financing housing associations. In 2024, we were the second bank in the market, just after PKO BP. PKO BP is the bank number 1 in Poland. It used to be, it's actually still a state-owned bank. It's huge, really. So us being number 2nd is a really, really big thing. And this was mainly done thanks to this solution. So if I had to do the decision once again to do EFRB or not to do, I would definitely do it. But what I was trying to say is that we could do the same, we could have the same effects with lower costs. But the lower cost would be possible if we integrate these 3 agreements into one. And another thing, which I didn't mention, the cost of coordinating the energy auditors and responsibility for the energy auditors, it was on us. We were aware of different risks. What would happen if the energy auditors would make a mistake? Would bank be liable for this or not? Yes, that kind of things came to our minds, and I think that it would be good to organize more stable infrastructure of energy auditors that could be used in such cases.
Good morning, Slavomir Hus from Solus Capital. Brilliant presentation and a brilliant program, almost like a benchmark to me, so thank you very much. I also just heard your comment about the reporting. I also work on PF4E, so I echo very much all the responsibilities you just said, but that's not my question. You've created, over these 5 years of the program, you've created actually an ecosystem of the auditors. I think you mentioned 7 FTEs of people actually hired for it. We see that the grants, on one hand, they create the business, they create the business models, but on the other side, if they expire, I mean, I very much agree with the ESCO comment here, the market goes down. How do you see this, the potential to continue, and is it 100% dependent on the availability of the grants, or do you see some kind of a break-even options? So what's the bank vision to utilize this continuously, this ecosystem? I mean, with the building directive, there is a tremendous need for building decarbonization, and we actually need these programs to continue, and hopefully the budgets are there, but there will be periods the budgets are not there, and I'm very much curious, what's your vision for this period and for this continuation?
Yeah, so thank you for this question, also very interesting and important. I think that subsidies are must-have. there is one type of investment I think that doesn't need subsidy. This is renewable energy sources. With very short payback periods, they don't require subsidies. But thermomodernization.
This is my. No, we have another.
But thermomodernization, which has 20 years of payback period or even more, they require subsidies. What I would change. Okay, by the way, risk sharing is not enough to mobilize the investments. They are very good if the market is there and it's not in the origination phase, but it's somewhere in the middle. The risk sharing can boost it through cheaper funding, higher availability, but the risk sharing will not stimulate the market. Subsidies will. What I would change, it's unpolitical what I will say, but I would change the process, look at the process from the customer perspective, so customer-oriented process is the most important thing. Here, look, we have BGK, we have the bank, we have EIB. Yes, from the client perspective, she should come to the bank and do everything in one place. We shouldn't bother the customer with going to BGK with process concerning the qualification of the investment. So everything should be in one place. And what if I were EIB, I would create a program just like that, based on multi-beneficiary intermediated loans, MBILs. You probably heard about MBILs. That would combine risk-sharing instrument and capital rebate. Everything in one model, in one agreement, under one reporting system. So we have elimination of massive workload. I can deep dive into reporting later if you are interested. And from the customer point of view, the housing association is approaching the bank and already knows if is eligible for the grant and funding or not, right? Assuming that the energy audit shows at least 25 or 30% of the savings. That I would change. And how it influences the size of the subsidy, because if the process is very complicated, like we have, for example, techno-ecological loan in Poland, which provides up to 80% of subsidy, but the process is so complicated, the companies must hire the specialists to write down the application, which is very complicated. Without this 80% of subsidy, no one would touch it, right? But we can construct very easy, light in terms of the process program. And you know, there is a saying in Poland, if you give quickly, you give twice, which means that if you give quickly, you can give twice less, not 31%, but for example 16% or 20%. What it means from the efficiency point of view, the budget, with the same budget, we can do more investments. I don't know if I answered your question.
Thank you. I'm afraid we're running out of time. We had 2 more questions here. I will take those 2, and I will all the others who raise their hands later to refer to Adam in the break and ask their questions individually. Sorry for that, but I'm afraid we don't have enough time for this interesting conversation any longer. Here.
Thank you very much. Elena Taxeri from CRES in Greece and a member of European Coalition. 2 questions. Who was the person that signed the loan? Was the association, or you had an individual, the homeowners, to sign the loan? Mm-hmm. And the second question, finally, what was the interest rate? I don't know if you have said, and I haven't heard it.
Yeah, so the Housing Association selected the management of the Housing Association. It was usually 3 to 5 persons representing the housing associations, and they were the ones who signed the contract, the loan contract with the commercial bank. And as far as the interest rate is concerned, it was WIBOR. WIBORs are like Euribor, right? WIBOR, plus the credit margin. And the credit margin was between 1.5 to 2.5 basis points, percentage points. Minus benefit, minus the funding benefit that was derived from risk sharing.
Thank you very much. My name is Karol Jolberg, and I have only 1.5 questions. The first question is that what do you do in a housing association? There is always apartment owners who cannot afford the upgrading. How was it handled? Was it handled by you, or was it handled by has left it to the housing association, and only housing associations which has already sorted that came to the bank?
Okay. I'm not sure if I understand, but you're referring to the situation where we have
basically the decision-making structure. Is there a quorum in a housing association in Poland?
Okay.
Qualified majority?
Yes.
Simple majority? And how you sort of convinced, forced, whatever, addressed those apartments who simply have no funding for the energy renovation?
Okay, a very good question. So, as far as I know, usually in February, March, housing associations have their summits, like voting meetings. And during the voting meetings, the management board of the housing association recommends some investments or some changes in the organization of the housing association. And the investment in energy efficiency is one of the topics. Sometimes they vote, yes or no, and normal 50% plus one vote is required to pass on the decision. So this is how it's done. Of course, the housing associations consist of the home apartment owners who cannot afford, who are less keen to do the investments, but the voting majority voting is essential. And everything, how to say it, ends up with the increased czynsz. I don't know how to say it. Rent that the individual have to pay. So if they vote for an investment, then the rent goes up by, let's say, 50 euro per month for the next 15 years.
So you were not involved in this process, it's just left
It's left for the housing association, yes.
And the half question relates to, is my understanding correct that the ELENA funding was not only used for energy assessment of the buildings, but also for pipeline development?
Yes.
Meaning engagement of beneficiaries. Thank you.
Yes, because this part dedicated to the bank, 20 to 30% that we spent on our internal part, can be treated as a pipeline development. These people were engaged in market development and contacting with the housing associations, marketing campaigns, and so on.
All right. Thank you very much, Adam, again.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for your participation. Any open questions, please dedicate them to Adam later on in the break. Here, the next session is on social housing refurbishment in Portugal. Stay for a very interesting next presentation or move over to the other sessions in the other rooms. Thank you. I don't remember the name of the organization. Exactly. Yes. I don't have a card, I'm sorry, but you can. You will find me. You will find me. It would be so necessary. It would be so necessary.
Good morning, everyone. I think we can start. Good morning and welcome to this first session on facilitation services. My name is Marta Presmanes and I'm Project Officer at CINEA, the executive agency of the European Commission on Climate, Infrastructure and Environment. At CINEA, we manage a lot of programs, and one of the programs we manage is LIFE. And LIFE has different sub-programs, and in the unit where I work, we manage the program LIFE Clean Energy Transition and Climate. We have recently launched the call Live CET, recently on the 21st of April, and it will close on the 16th of September. If you have questions about the call, you will be able to ask in the CINEA stands in the coffee breaks and the lunch break. And for this first session on facilitation services, we are very happy. We have with us today Karen Smets, who is an experienced architect, a project manager at the Renovation Advice Center Dübel-Limburg, and board member of the one-stop shop Energy House Limburg. We also have Hans Vermeulen, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the social credit provider Honesto. They are going to present the project Relief, which is a very interesting project which started on 2024, late 2024, and which aims at developing tools to accelerate collective renovations in buildings, and as well financing solutions and tailored support for vulnerable households. The presentation will take approximately 30 minutes, and it will be followed by 15 minutes of questions and answers. Karen, Hans, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Marta, for the introduction. Very warm welcome. It's nice to see some familiar faces, if I'm correct. I have prepared a little agenda to guide you through what will follow. First of all, we're going to present briefly what the Relief Project is about, to after that dive a bit deeper into some of the topics, which will be models of shared ownership. My colleague Hans will talk about. Myself, I will talk about supporting co-owners of apartment buildings and building managers and how we help them in the renovating trajectory. And I will also briefly explain our results so far on the ecosystem of energy communities. So the Relief Project is all about strengthening the existing one-stop shop Energy House Limburg. So this one-stop shop provides integrated home renovation services for single homeowners, but also for multifamily buildings. We actually guide these target groups throughout the whole customer journey. We can give advice, renovation guidance. We also have financing solutions, and the operational partners of the Energy House are also partners in the projects. Also important to mention is that the central pillar in our project is, as Marta has already mentioned, the development and testing of innovative solutions that can accelerate renovation processes, because during all of the years that we have been working in this energy house, we have experienced that in spite of all of the existing supporting measures we have, there's still a quite large group of owners that cannot succeed to renovate their home. Mostly, our first barrier is that vulnerable people cannot have access to financing, and also some situations have a large complexity, such as apartment buildings. This is relief in short. So, as Marta already mentioned, this is a EU Live project. It is all about improving our one-stop shop energy house, Limburg. We are proud to say that we are the largest and the eldest also one-stop shop in Belgium. And our territory is the province of Belgium, so it's regional. And the operational partners are Stable, Dubo Limburg, which is actually the technical office. We offer renovation guidance, and we have a collaboration with Onesto. Onesto facilitates the Flemish energy loans. And also very important, all of the innovations are immediately tested on pilots, so in real life. As I mentioned before, the Relief project was about accelerating and renovations, and also focusing on groups who are deprived of renovation. And the target groups we have defined are the vulnerable homeowners, typically homeowners with an energy-consuming house and a very modest income. Also the co-owners of apartment buildings. ACO stands for Association of Co-owners, and the building managers. And also we have focused on the collective approach of neighborhoods and designing models to do a collective renovation trajectory. And in order to unlock these barriers, we have defined the following focal themes. Of course, financing is crucial, and moreover, we aim to develop innovating financing solutions. We also are developing some tools to guide renovation advice and guidance, and also energy communities are focal points. And these are the topics we will discuss more in detail. And I think I will have to ask Hans to the stage, because he's going to talk more about designing models of shared ownership.
Thank you, Karen, and good morning, everyone. So in this part of the presentation, I would briefly introduce you to the shared ownership work that we did in the project of Relief. But as the project is still going on, we are not yet at the stage that these models are already developed in detail, so we'll not dive into the details of the models themselves. So instead, what I would like to do is to take you into the journey to explain what was our approach in this challenge, and maybe this could have some interesting of useful inspiration for you all in other projects. Of course, the first question that comes to mind if we talk about shared ownership is, why would we do that? As you heard in Relief, we are focused on vulnerable people. People with lower incomes. And what we see, of course, is that we are often faced with people that have really a house with major renovation needs, and sometimes also urgent renovation needs. And sometimes extra credit is simply not possible to generate means to finance the renovation, not even at a reduced interest rate, because there is no room for extra monthly payments, and then the credit is of course not an option. So then we need additional solutions, because if we don't solve that, these people are stuck in their homes, stuck with high energy bills, and in general, even poor living conditions. So what we think is, of course, we need everyone to go along in the transition. For us, this is very important. In the project, we are working with two target groups. First are existing owners, and this is actually the focus group for this shared ownership models. This is the most important target group that we're working on. We see them coming in the energy house, like Karen said. They ask for an extra loan for the renovation, and we have to decline the application of their loan because they don't have enough income to pay an extra loan. On the other hand, we also have, from our perspective as Onesto, which is a social mortgage lender, we also see people coming in asking for a loan to buy a house. They buy a house which is in need of grave renovation, and they don't have the means to finance that extra renovation. So this is the second target group. To be honest, we focus mostly with these shared ownership models on the first target group. So what we learned, the first lesson was that there are a few relevant success stories, I think, if we talk about shared ownership models for renovation. There is quite a lot of literature on shared ownership models, but mostly on newly built housing. And that was especially useful to look into that, because it learned a lot from what not to do, because there are a lot of problems with that later on. So it was very helpful, but not in developing new models, let's say, for renovation, and certainly not for single-family homes. Only in France, there is one example, recently launched a shared ownership model, so that was quite inspirational. But anyway, we decided not to stop there, and we wanted to explore whether there were innovative forms or combinations that might be possible to have extra solutions. And that's why we chose a structured and a modular approach, and started within our team and in our community to see if we could develop extra ideas about it. So this slide shows the logic behind this modular approach, and I'm going to dive a bit deeper into that, perhaps. What we did is we broke down possible solutions into, let's say, building blocks. And you see a couple of the building blocks on this slide, but there were in practice a lot more. And then we used this framework in a workshop with people with different backgrounds and areas of expertise. And the idea was to start from a real situation and then explore combinations within all of these building blocks and see how we could come up with let's say, some innovative models of shared ownership. But let me perhaps give you one example to make it clear what we did and what could be the outcome of such an exercise. So one case was when we looked into the case of a collective neighborhood renovation. We found one of the houses that was not able to join in the collective renovation. And then we looked in detail into that particular case. What we saw is it was a house that was on a large land plot. So the entity was quite obvious what we could use, part of the land, what was the first step, let's say. And then, the other, let's say, building blocks came into place one at a time. We thought about which kind of transaction could we organize around this part of the land plot. We could sell it, we could give it in leasehold. There were other transactions possible. Then we tried to think which parties could be involved in such a transaction. What could be done with that part of the land? For instance, we also worked with what they called wildcards to make the process more creative. And one of the wildcards were collective energy systems. And so the idea came up that we could separate a part of the land, give it, or sell it to a cooperative, let's say. The cooperative could use it for instance, shared mobility or a neighborhood battery and things like that. And then this is the way that we operated and see what came up with these kind of ideas. So just an example, of course, but this is our model of thinking for us opened up many possibilities and many combinations, because I'm not just saying one, but you have very much options if you start looking like that. But of course, many of the ideas were not realistic. I mean, it could be innovative, but it's not necessarily realistic what you come up with. But anyway, we had, starting from there, a long list, I think, of 11 possible models that we came up with. Then we did the first screening within our organization. We involved some extra stakeholders to talk about it. We did the first check and tested it against, let's say, feasibility, affordability, scalability. Complementarity was also very important. We didn't want to come up with a model that other people were working on or that wouldn't add value next to other instruments that were available. And then we came with this long list, let's say, of 11 possibilities that we had. What we learned also quite early in the process is that scale is very important, because if you want to do something at scale like this, you need investors. Investors look in a different way to these kind of operations than we do, than normal people do. Because one of these cases, the cash flows of such a case is very erratic, let's say. It's a 1-0 combination, and that's not something that investors would like. They have more a portfolio mindset, that so they can work with averages, etc., and see how this cash flow can be organized. So this was one of the issues, of course, that we encountered when we went from the long list to the short list. And these are the two models that we eventually, at the end, had on the short list. I'm not going into this. As I said, we're not ready to develop, we have not developed them completely. But anyway, it were, let's say, the usual suspects that emerge. The one in France that was inspiring and was one of the most replicable and, let's say, scalable models that existed, which is just sell a share of the equity of your own, sell a share of your own to an investor and generate means for the renovation then. The other one proved to be very interesting for a specific target group of older homeowners, where you could split the ownership of the house between bare ownership and usufruct, and you could find an investor for the bare ownership part of your house. I'm not going too deep into that because, as I said, we're not ready to develop it completely. But what we learned in the process is also that the shared ownership models and the shared ownership solutions are really, and stay in niche solutions, of course. It's not something that you could use everywhere. It's really very specific. In specific cases that this is useful. And you should be careful where to deploy it, because it should really add extra value and over other solutions. On the other hand, we need scale if we want to attract investors. So this is a bit of a difficult position to be in. And this is why we're very convinced that if you deploy such a model, you really need to embed it in ecosystems to make scale for this specific case. And we see two sorts of ecosystems. One is the neighborhood renovations, where we are confronted with people that can't join in the renovation, being in the neighborhood, and if they don't have the means to finance itself and can't take credit to do it, then this could be a solution to get people on board. And another one is, of course, the network of the energy houses in Flanders is a broad network. Every energy house has applicants that are being denied because they don't have the capacity to pay an extra loan. And if you embed this kind of product into these broad networks, then we're sure you can combine scale and being specific in the cases that we accept. The last thing that we found out, and this came particularly from the literature on the new build cases, and particularly from the UK experiences, is that shared ownership is quite a complex situation for households to understand. This has really a huge impact on the ownership position of owners. So you have to build in safeguards from day one. Let's say transparency is very important. You have to have good arrangements for exit, because if people divorce or other situations. So this is very important lesson that we learned. So maybe to conclude, we not only came up with two possible models on our shortlist, but for us it also generated some broader lessons that we learned. This model design exercise was for us very interesting, to be honest, to see how we could deploy it, and maybe it could form some inspiration for you too. And then of course we learned that these shared ownership models, they are really targeted. They need to be scalable if you want to attract investors, and you have to be careful to have maximum safeguards when you would deploy it. Thank you very much for your attention. I'll give back the floor to Karen. If there are questions after the presentation, they can come, and I will be here for the rest of the day too. Thanks.
Okay, my turn again to explain a bit more on the tools we already have to help ACOs and building managers in their renovation journey, and also how we took on the relief project to enhance these tools. So what do we already have? We can already execute a renovation master plan study, which is a very technical study, very elaborate. We assess the whole building, and we assess it in 20 years, so a long-term vision. There's also the possibility to have a renovation coach, like a person who will guide this diverse group of co-owners into the right direction. And also we have technical people, and in the best world, those two skills are combined in one person, of course. But it's very important to emphasize this, that they are both important. Renovation guidance can be when there is a decision taken to execute a measure. We can guide them through the right contractor or maybe the right architect. We also have a calculation of the total cost of ownership, where we look at the building in 20 years and look at the real cost, taking everything into account. Also, we already have financing solutions. That's where Hans comes in our one-stop shop, which are actually very interesting. Like an ACO loan with a low interest rate is already operational. And in the market, we have a maintenance application for building managers. That's what we have. And then we identified some gaps that had to be filled. And for one, on the methodology for the TCO calculation, as it is now, it is a very complex calculation method that can only be filled in by someone who is an engineer. And we thought that it would be useful to change it into a tool that would be easier to use and also could become a more awareness raising tool for the co-owners. I have to say we're working on this. This is still a work in progress as we are not at the end of our project. And then we saw another opportunity in the renovation application for building managers, because currently building managers do use applications for the day-to-day management, and we thought that it would be useful if there would be an application to support them when this building should be renovated, because that's really a different story. Okay, I have to speed up a little bit. So this is what I was telling about the current maintenance application. As you see, there's document management, daily building management, and communication applications. And what we would like to see happen is that some functionalities would be added to this application. First of all, to develop a renovation strategy. And also, when they have decided which works to execute, to support the tendering of renovation works. It would be become very efficient if there would be a portal where all of the parties could tender, and maybe I should. And also we want to add functionalities, but also key actors should be also given access in this application. So we really think that this could help a building manager to smoothen up the renovation trajectory. Then about this total cost of ownership. This is an actual figure from an actual renovation master plan study that I took to show you how we present this total cost of ownership story, maybe, to a group of co-owners. And it is important to know that the goal is not to be very precise, because I think it's not possible. You have to make a lot of assumptions about future energy prices and so on. But we use it as really a raising awareness tool, so you should look at it this way. We always have 3 scenarios that we present. The orange line presents what happens if you do nothing. The gray line presents what happens if you do only maintenance without energy-saving measures. And the blue line, of course, is what happens in time when you renovate. And here, in this case, we suggested a deep renovation to split it up in 3 phases. Phase 1 to do almost now, then another phase in 2036, and the last phase in 2040. This is a different version of the same figure. And here, this is based on the immediate targets that are intermediate targets that are planned by Flanders concerning the mandatory EPC labels. And here I think it's quite clear that only the renovation part will make sure that everyone complies with future regulations. So you can make people understand that they should choose the renovation path. And also that they should not wait until 2045 or so to start doing things. This is the last slide on this topic. And here we have scenarios in relation to the future value of the building. So I don't have too much time to explain everything, but it's, and it's also extra. Okay, well, thank you for that. So you have the same, should I say, path to be taking, the renovation part, the maintenance part, and the doing nothing part. And you can see that, first of all, if they follow our advice and they do the 2 phases, already in 2033, the building would be 2050 proof, meaning that it would have an A label. And that is because in 2 phases, then the building envelope will be insulated and also the technical infrastructure will be renovated. So that's one thing that makes very clear to laymen, people who are not technical, that this is the way, the path that should be taken. And then we have the yellow star. And this is actually also a theoretical point, the tipping point where the energy savings will outweigh the costs. And I'm saying it again, this is not the goal to do it all perfectly and to have a perfect calculation. The goal is to convince people. And what I forgot to mention is that although it's a theoretical figure, we really take into account real cost estimates. It is based on a renovation master plan study. So we have the costs, we make an estimate of the cost of the maintenance, but also of the renovation costs. So it really gives co-owners an idea on what the path in the direction of 2050 should be. How many do I have left? Time management is not my... Yeah, I had planned also to tell something about our results so far on energy communities. What we did in a project, first of all, was to map all of the key actors, because in Flanders, energy sharing is really not really operating at full speed. And maybe I should stop this one. It says enough, because the barriers or the causes why are quite clear. It really is because of the regulatory framework in Flanders is not favorable, leading to limited financial benefits for participants. In some cases, connection costs even exceed the savings they would have, so that's really not good to work on that foundation. But also a lack of knowledge among parties, and also the fact that the different parties really do not know each other is also a problem. So what did we do? First, we had made a very large map dividing all of the actors into different sectors. And after that, we also have set up a network, bringing people together and sharing information. And that way we can set up collaborative models people can use to build their energy community. And this, maybe I can show how we got on with the mapping of the stakeholders. This is an example of what an energy community could be. Here we are talking about the shared solar installation on the roof of an apartment building, and this was just an exercise where all of the renovation advisors, based on their intuition, would map the different stakeholders and also the intensity of their involvement. And it was interesting to see, for me, how many there were. So that gives an idea of the complexity and also how much of the stakeholders were really, really involved intensely. So I think I'm going to my, last slide. We still have a lot of other things to do in the relief project, but the next steps in relation to what we have told before will be testing of our new tools on apartment pilots, and the insights will be fed into the renovation tools, of course. And first, 3 topics on this agenda would be a roadmap for energy sharing for building managers, because that is the application or the model that is the most current at this moment. And we have a lot of questions from building managers how to organize this in a building. We are going to refine and maybe make user-friendly the TCO calculation, and also this renovation application will be developed more in detail. And of course, the solutions of shared ownership Hans presented will be tested and refined on single-family homes and on apartment buildings. Okay. And now I'm finished.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Hans. Now we have time for questions and answers. The mics are... So I don't know if you have questions. Do you have questions? You have questions.
Thank you. I have 2 questions. One is more practical regarding the maintenance and renovation. Like what kind of elements are included in the application? Is it focused only on energy retrofitting, or whether the entire renewal of buildings? Because often there is an issue that while there is support and attention on energy renovations, the inside of the building is kept intact, and then the plumbing and electricity keeps falling apart, and then it generates costs and so on. So if you address these issues in the application. And my other question is related to what you said at the beginning, that vulnerable households face difficulties in accessing funding or finance, and if it's related to private finance or also to subsidies, and if the case is the second, is there any opportunity? Maybe it's not your level of responsibility, of course, but if you would recommend maybe to redesign the public subsidies to facilitate the access of these households. Thank you.
One can hear me. I'll start with the first question. As I was saying, we are drawing up renovation master plan studies, and this should really be the first step. And all of the works you are summing up are included in this renovation master plan. There's, of course, a big part on saving energy, but there's also a big part on maintenance, and all of these works and costs are also taken into account. So both, the whole picture, that's what we think is very important, always to look at the whole picture and on the long term. So I don't know if that's an answer. And concerning the vulnerable...
Yes, the other question was on subsidies, right? Maybe Hans,
Maybe
you can...
Well, we are lucky to work in Flanders, and there is an extensive palette of instruments in Flanders to subsidies and to have interesting loans, also for multifamily homes, for homeowner associations. There are some interesting loan formulas to do so, to take out a loan as an association. And that is, I think, one of the interesting ways to bring everyone along. Even if one of the co-owners would not have been able to take a loan on himself, then the co-ownership can take on a loan, and then yeah, they can join. Of course, there will be some part that they need to pay extra for it. And on the other hand, there is an extensive possibility to have grants for it. But these are almost exclusively related to energy works. So this is quite an issue that we are working on together with the Flemish government to make sure that also the other works that are combined with it, and as you rightly said, it's a combination of things, of course, when you start renovating a multifamily home. It's not just energy works, it's really a complete renovation with a lot of extra costs like energy, etc., like electricity. So, yeah, we're working on it. We're working together with the Flemish government to make sure that they optimize their offer and all the instruments that there are. And I think we made progress on that. Yeah. But there are still people that are struggling.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. The project is very complex, I must admit it. I was losing attention, not attention, but focus on clearly understanding where we are going, in which direction. So my question relates to what you've just answered, whether you actually, when working with the Flemish government, you're thinking about differentiating the level of vulnerability based on the income of the household and how they stand, whether there could be some kind of a higher grant for those who are more vulnerable or lower for those who are better off. How do you work with the safeguards? You call them safeguards. For me, it's more about consumer protection and the legal framework, which I guess you cannot easily change, so that the situation of the vulnerable households is not kind of misused by the market, which is entering the scheme. And you also spoke about the guidances. When do you plan to have them out, and whether they will be public so that it can be scaled up for other projects? Thank you.
Well, maybe on the first issue, it is already so that the Flemish government has a large diversity in conditions as well on grants. I mean, if you're lower income, you have a higher grant, but also on interest rates on the renovation loans. There is a diversification, and for the lowest incomes, these loans are even without interest. So there is, and this is actually something that happened because of the input of the energy houses. We really pushed to do that because we find this very important. Not everyone can have access to this grants or to these loans. So there is a limit anyway, and then within that limit there are other conditions and better conditions for a lower income. So I think we're in a good place there in Flanders already. As far as the safeguards are concerned, I'm 100% with you. I mean, this is really the main issue, I think. And what I'm afraid of is once you would launch such a model of shared ownership, I would not do it and launch it in the market, let's say, and let people apply for it. I would really embed it in these networks and say, in this particular case where people are assisted, where people are looked for, that they have other opportunities checked and they fall out there, then this could be a solution. And then again, transparency is, I think, the main issue there. People need to understand what they are involved in when they sell a share of their own, when this is what actually is going on. And what are the consequences on the long term if they have other situations, if their life changes, like life as the mostly do. So I think this is really one of the important issues in the project. And the other part is perhaps for Karen.
What was the question again?
About the guidances on when to issue them. At the end, you were mentioning that you are going to issue some guidances on calculating the cost for the syndics and associations and whether they will be public.
For the homeowners association to better understand the cost and benefits of the renovation scenarios that you're proposing.
Your question is on the guidance? Roadmap, the roadmap energy sharing for building managers.
This is very specific on the other slide I was showing, specific for building managers who want to install an energy community in the building, and we have those questions for advice, and they really need guidance on a roadmap on how to do an application with a network provider, for one, and secondly, also on how they should establish this sharing, like how should they divide it amongst the different owners. Should they divide it based on their share in the community or not? This is one thing, and also how they should make sure that all of it is legally in order. So there's always an act, I think, a legal document arranging all of the co-ownership, and how should it be embedded in a different version of this document and so on. So this is something we are working on, to be clear. So we ourselves still have a lot of questions on how this should be done, but this is next to develop.
Thank you, Karen. I think we don't have more time for questions, but you can continue with your questions in the next coffee break. Now, well, thank you to everybody for your presence here and also for the participants online. The next session will be in this room on the topic of facilitation services, will be on the project G Domus, which is about home renovation program in the Girona province in Spain. And feel free to change room. And yes, thank you again. Thank you very much to Karen and Hans.
Escape from the bank, but still work very much with banks and trying to work at the interface between project and finance, so trying to find matchmaking between as I said, the atomicity and difficulties of the residential sector and the realities also of financial institutions. She's now working for Fideo Lab, and she's also the president for the Fideo Gestion. She will explain in full detail what this is. And we also have with us today, and I hope we can organize this session as a dialogue between the two of them and you. We have Olivier Desmoulins, who's working at EIB. He's working in a unit that is providing advisory services for financial institutions, and I hope in this session he could also provide the point of view of banks and what he hears from banks when addressing the residential sector and what type of solution we can have. So we will have the two presentations in a row, and then we will have questions and answer session. So we start with Françoise. The floor is yours. So sorry. We start with Olivier. Sorry.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Christophe, and thank you to CINEA and to the European Commission for the invitation and the possibility to join this presentation together with Françoise on this very timely topic of mobilizing private financing for energy efficiency. So my name is Olivier Desmoulins. I work in the EIB in the Financial Institutions Department of the bank, so that is the department that finances projects through commercial banks and other financial institutions. What I propose to do in the next 10 minutes also is to share some observations, lessons learned from our cooperation with banks, this time not strictly at the French level, but at the EU level, when it comes to financing green investments and more specifically energy efficiency investments, and also to tell you a bit more about what the EIB has put in place in terms of financial, non-financial solutions to help the sector. So we heard it in the panel this morning. There is a limited amount of public resources available. We heard 15% of the investment that needs to be done by 2030 can be funded by public resources. So there is this critical need to mobilize private investors, private financial institutions to cater for the remaining 85% of the total. But this is difficult, and why is this difficult? So I try here on this slide to summarize some of the challenges that we see banks are facing in the energy efficiency sector, and especially when it comes to financing deep energy renovations. So to me, it's related to 4 factors. So first of all, the technical complexity, which is obvious because as deep renovations are relatively complex, they involve multiple measures, multiple actors, different timelines, relatively complex ex-ante performance estimates. All these elements make it difficult to fit into a standardized, seamless credit instruction process of a bank. So the solution could be simply to provide technical assistance, but this is not something banks are equipped to do so, or at least traditionally, and it's not part of their core business activities. Then the individual renovation measures could look like a simpler entry point to the sector, but they also come with their own challenges. They are small, they are fragmented. They also require some quite specific technical assessments. So, and they need to be documented, they need to be evidence. And all these aspects really, again, create complexity for the banks, potential additional costs. So the transaction costs tend to increase with these complexities. And this may undermine the economics, especially when we speak about providing small-scale loans to the project. Then the regulatory complexity, we already heard it this morning, and probably from the representative of Raiffeisen. On top of this operational issue, the banks have to analyze regulatory aspects. They are not necessarily equipped to do so. They don't have the skills internally, and the regulation is evolving. So it's also another source of complexity for the banks. And the final point I wanted to mention is the blue one, the varying eligibilities. So this refers to the rules and the criteria that are linked to specific funding sources. For energy efficiency, we'll speak about that later. It's critical to try and combine different funding sources available. So typically the grant from the public sector, the loan from the banks. But usually this comes with different rules, different criteria, different stakeholders, different timelines. This is very complex to reconcile, especially for the banks. However, we saw this morning, the banks did not remain inactive. So they have developed new type of products for green financing. They have tried also to develop partnerships with specialized firms that would take care of the technical assistance and the technical assessment of the projects. Many of them have invested in internal capacity, so we saw big banks developing specific teams for dealing with energy efficiency and green investment in general. Also specific IT tools internally, which can be quite advanced and far-reaching. But also in practice, we saw that some of the banks very naturally tended to focus on the easier products, so those with less technical complexity, less regulatory uncertainty. So typically developing financing for heat pumps, for solar panels, for windows, so without necessarily being able to supporting heavily the deep energy renovation. So I think it's fair to say that at this point, without further simplification, further alignment of all these rules that govern the funding sources and the technicalities of the investments, and also some automation, and we'll come back to that, the scaling up of energy efficiency financing will remain relatively difficult. Now, a few words about what we have tried to do at the IB to help the sector to address these challenges. So it's a combination of financing and non-financing measures that we have put in place in cooperation with the European Commission. So on the financing side, I will be very quick, but typically we have in place a number of instruments. Firstly, to provide long-term funding. So this is the key element, to be able to provide funding that is aligned with the economic life of the assets. It can be direct, but it can also be done through banks to be able to reach out to the smaller scale projects. So the banks are really here a key element of the system. But it's also risk-sharing solutions, so guarantees typically. So our sister company, the AF, is implementing a very successful guarantee called the Sustainability Guarantee under InvestEU that allows potentially to guarantee homeowner associations, individuals, SMEs, ESCO that would be borrowing from the banks. And finally, the capital market instruments, so the securitization operation that enable to free up some capital on the bank side and attract new type of investors to the sector. So this is in place already on our side. And what has developed quite significantly on the IB side over the last years is the advisory side. So LNR is the historical program, which is extremely successful, very relevant, and able to finance the technical support part, but I won't comment too much on that. I think most of you may know about it. I'd just like to explain a bit more what FICOMPAS is. So it's a technical assistance program that is for managing authorities and their implementing partners, strictly speaking for financial instruments, funded by EU shared management funds, so typically ERDF. And in this field, we have seen a very interesting examples of instruments put in place to finance energy efficiency, usually following a blended approach, and we'll come back to that, I think, also later. So I would encourage you to look at the FICOMPAS website. There are a lot of materials, documentations available about real-life experiences and testimonies. The last one is the Green Gateway. So the Green Gateway is a program that is funded by the EU, targeting banks specifically, and which really helps the banks to develop their internal capacity and also try to make the energy efficiency financing on their sites as easy as possible to be scaled up. So what we do, provide advice to the banks bilaterally to help them understand regulation, technical aspects, so through trainings. We also help them to develop their internal tools and basically to give all the means to their front office people to sell the product and to be able to explain to the client what's needed. But one important aspect of this program is the IB Group Green Checker, that you may be aware. So it's a digital tool that has been, again, financed by the European Union, which is available online, so anyone can use it freely for its own purposes. But the aim of this tool is really to give the means to the banks to solve a number of challenges when operating the green loans, and especially in the field of energy efficiency. So the tool enables you to first check the eligibility of an investment with regard to the IB rule, which are aligned with the EU taxonomy. So it's a way to check the alignment to the EU taxonomy, but also to estimate the energy savings and also the CO2 emissions reduction that is provided by a new investment. And this is then enshrined in a standard report that is produced by the tool, and that can be integrated in the loan origination process of the banks. So this is a tool that is very successful, that is used by many banks in Europe now, either on an ad hoc basis, I would say, or really enshrined in their origination and monitoring process. I will stop here. Maybe I will leave the floor now to Françoise for the
Thank you, Olivier. Yeah. So I'm sure you have questions, but I will ask you to please keep this question for after in the general discussion, and please, Françoise.
Yeah, so I will now focus on the origination of the projects and come back to the one-stop shops which have been mentioned during the introduction earlier this morning. Well, there is a need for integrated home renovation services to help solve the structural barriers which were mentioned once again by Olivier. Basically, the FIDEO project I will present is really based on the experience of third-party financing companies which have been set up more than 10 years ago in France as forerunner one-stop shops. And what we see is that, yes, one-stop shops are there to solve the issues of a fragmented market, etc., but themselves, the experience of the one-stop shop in France is that their own business model is fragile because for anyone it's not so easy to convince a homeowner to pay in advance for the fee to have advice. And if you rely on public money, well, you are facing obviously stops and goes. And all in all, yes, relying to the one-stop shops, it raises the question on what one-stop shops can rely themselves. And the answer proven by the experience in France of the third-party financing companies is that you can find a solution if you really make very close the one-stop shop approach and the financing. And actually the third-party financing companies, it's a model where they are the authorization from the banking authority to extend themselves alone. And what it makes a lot of difference because it means that you are able to propose to the people for a really small fee upfront to accompany them throughout the project from inception to the end, and you are able to do that and also to convince people that when they take their decision, they know what is a reduction in their energy bill they can rely on. And so it makes it easier also to explain to the people that once the renovation is made, yes, they will increase their charges by a certain amount, which is the repayment of the loan, and compare it to the reduction in their own energy bills. And yes, right now the average number of renovations achieved, for instance, last year is about 10,000 housing units refurbished per year. So this is really successful, but it is working as a proof of concept, and it's really difficult to overcome this stage because basically the third-party financing companies, they are not banks, they have limited resources, their balance sheet cannot be increased enormously, and so we came to the FIDEO project. Well, really based on the findings exposed by Olivier, and with the idea that if we could do what the third-party financing companies do more efficiently, then it would really be helpful to both banks and to the one-stop shops. So the idea is really to building this bridge, which is missing between the world of the people who accompany or do the works for renovations and the banks. And this is going in both sides. from them to the banks provide reliable data and helping banks to direct more money to deep renovations. So this is the story behind this. I mentioned third-party financing companies have been started more than 10 years ago. And so basically we went through many different projects financed by Europe. With Orphe, we achieved a great step, which is to build a resource center, which is really in charge of implementing a quality and compliance framework for renovations, both single housing and single family housing and multi-family buildings. And doing this, we also contributed to the EU peers movement, which will be presented this afternoon by Jenny Claire. And one of the other outcomes is FIDEO. And FIDEO is presently working as a project which is now financed by France 2030. So it's a French, it's a national program. And the big evolution is that, well, it's still a consortium, but we have not only the third-party financing companies, but also banks and other key partners. And so this project, it allows us to build all the tools and the offer of FIDEO, and at the same time, we are currently raising funds so as to assemble the very core of FIDEO. And so building FIDEO, it means really building three pillars which are inseparable. So the quality management is made by the one-stop shops, and these one-stop shops, they are all gathered by the commitment to fulfill the Séraphin framework for quality. It's really a business framework to access the services of FIDEO. The second pillar, it is a digital platform, FIDEO Trust Place, we call it, and this is really key to make the process of advising people, well, the day-to-day business of one-stop shops more efficient. And what is really important, it allows us to incorporate the quality checks at each step of the project. And the financing engineering, we are starting with a key element which is missing even when people have quite relatively access to a banking loan, which is the pre-financing. Because if I come back to the people I convinced to go through the journey of renovating their home, I have also to comfort them with the idea that they will not have to advance payment before they receive their subsidies if they are eligible, and before they have their loan really available. So this pre-financing is really key because it's also a way to explain to banks that we are serious about taking charge of the operational risk, which is embedded in the project. Because when you go through such an important project made by different professionals, you are at risk necessarily, at least with delays and things like that. And so to achieve this, this pre-financing and covering operational technical risks, the idea is to build a financing capacity of bridging the loans and the subsidies. And so you basically see here how it can work. It means that you need a fund, and the idea is that this fund will be can be attractive for investors in short-term tenor instruments, with the idea that attached to it you have a certificate that the renovation which are financed through this short-term fund are indeed eligible to the requirements of the green checker, because right now we have been partnering with another project engaged for ESG project with the European Data Warehouse, because we are at present building the infrastructure which will be able to, at inception, when the project is being made, have a check at each stage that each individual measure or each individual commitment, for instance, regarding the do not significant harm aspect of the taxonomy, is fulfilled. So if you allow me, just I have this focus on the Séraphin framework, because really it's our base. Séraphin, so it's an association with the third-party financing companies. These third-party financing companies, they are owned and controlled by local authorities, and you have also in Séraphin Effinergie, which is another association, which is in charge of the French net zero building certificate. And the idea is that we build on this capacity to, at the same, well, we are building a management and a governance framework so that anyone, not only the Séraphin, of course, members, but any entity willing to apply and benefit from FIDEO can go to Séraphin and be helped to put in place all the quality checks I mentioned. And so where are we now? 2026, we are really working on building up the FIDEO Trust Place, putting in place what I mentioned with the pre-financing, and we are doing this quite fast because we are dealing with the third-party financing company who, as I mentioned it, have already an authorization from the banking authority to direct loans to the people. And in the meantime, we are testing the appetite of banks regarding what I just mentioned, so as to be able, at the end of the first quarter of next year, to be able to open up the service to more one-stop shops. Okay, so this is the wrap-up, if I may say. I believe that there are advantages for one-stop shops which you should understand, given what I just explained. I mean, it's a way for them to access a market which is with less up and goes, where there is more certainty to be fully paid of the service. And I would like to maybe stress a little more the advantage for the banks. Really, I believe that we define ourselves as a utility for banks, taking charge of what is a struggle for them because it's outside their core activities, as mentioned by Olivier. And in addition, our ambition is to make the loan issuance as easy as if it was, as if any renovation could look like a car. I mean, standardized with no, complexities to get into details. So yeah, that's the idea. And I will end with a remark, which is that we believe that this can really work with banks when they want to increase their sales, and generally they will be willing to do so with what they will consider as the clients with a profitable approach. It will not be the case, I'm afraid, for anyone, even clients of the banks, because the idea is what we see with third-party financing companies is that if you are not able to provide really long-term loans, zero-interest loans, which are available, it's a regulated product available in France, then you are not able to capture low-income people. And the reality is that, at least in France, these kind of loans are very scarcely distributed by banks. So we are willing to go one step further once the basis I just mentioned is achieved. It would be to extend direct lending to the people on behalf of banks as a white label project, offer. So it means that banks would be able to propose to their clients, including the ones they don't want really to extend long-term loans, a solution, a financing solution. And to do that, we will need blended finance. The elements of the blended finance, they do exist in France, but as I mentioned it, they are piece by piece, and it's not working so well. So I was so glad that we could present the project Fideo together, with an audience who would be also able to ask to Olivier what can be blended finance, because this next step is still ahead of us. So Olivier,
Yeah, thank you, Françoise. It's always difficult to interrupt you because we are a bit behind schedule, but the initiative video is so rich that it's always difficult to cut you short, and we could have gone on for the full morning or even the afternoon and probably tomorrow. But for today, we really keep the focus on this interface between banks and financing and project. And before I open the floor to questions, I would like your reaction, Olivier, on this notion of blended finance and what your views on the challenges you see for blended finance. I don't know if you want to stay here or go.
Thank you. Yeah, so just a few words on blended finance. I know we are running a bit out of time, so to let you the possibility to ask questions. So what I'm going to comment here is not the IB blended finance model. It's more, again, reflections coming from our experience. So here I would be very clear on the benefits of blended finance schemes. There are four, I think. First, simplicity is very important because an integrated model really, if it takes the form of a single entry point, one-stop shop, single set of rules, is key really to increase the impact. Obviously, affordability, if you blend a loan of a bank, a grant, technical assistance, again, in a single framework, then the cost of the investments will be lower for the project promoters. And you can also incentivize them to go into deeper renovation. Bankability, I think, is key, and it's relatively straightforward. So you would improve the metrics of the loan for the banks, notably if you include in this blending scheme a risk-sharing product. And the impact. The impact, why? Because then you allow to use the public funds in a very targeted way, so really where it's needed, how much is needed, not more. And also, you can increase impact by providing the incentive through the grant element to go maybe for more ambitious projects. So I think this is relatively obvious, but what I wanted maybe to comment a bit more on is the experience of member states in this programming period and in the previous one. And this comes from, again, the financial instruments. So these are not EIB products. They may be co-financed by the EIB, but these are financial instruments developed by managing authorities and national promotion institutions usually to support energy efficiency in single-family homes or in multi-apartment buildings. And these are the typical elements we find, I think, in the successful instruments, all these steps. So it starts with a strong communication campaign,
through TV channel, for instance, through door-to-door meetings, but also coaching when it comes to multi-apartment buildings, for instance. So there really a strong investment there. Then technical assistance, I mean, really what Françoise has just described as an embedded part of the product, at the first mandatory part. So it's provided in different ways, sometimes by state agencies, energy agencies, but it can also be private actors. Then long-term funding risk sharing is obviously key. We have discussed this already. An element which sometimes we forget is the support to the energy poor, meaning that if you provide a loan to renovate a multi-apartment building, you need to make sure that part of the people who have lower income are able to repay. And then there are specific solutions there. Either it's fully covered by a grant, or it's covered by a specific loan that is provided by a public entity that is able to take more risk. Those are things that we see. And the final element, obviously, of the blending is the grant combination. And in this specific sector, because the EU regulation has been more flexible in this period, allowing for this combination, what they call for share management funds in one operation. So that means that everything is governed by the financial instruments rule. So you can prepay the grant before the work is done, and etc. Then you can really build products that have a grant element embedded. And one grant element which is quite successful now is the capital rebate. So you provide a loan, you ensure the works are done, you assess the performance of the work, and then you trigger the grant element in the form of a reduction of the amount of the loan that needs to be repaid. And this is something we see for some years in the Baltics, but now it's developing in Central Europe, also Southern Europe. So I think these are elements that can serve as a basis for reflection for the next period. And just to conclude, I think really what is key is to have a single framework in terms of regulation and in terms of operation.
Thank you very much. And now we have time for a few questions. If the questions are related to technical assistance and one-stop shop features, I will ask you to please keep them. And there is a full strand related to this aspect of things in the other room. And maybe you have questions more on the interface between the project and the finance, and this notion of blended finance as we see as particularly important. So the floor is yours. Any question? We have one here, another one on the back.
Yes, thank you. I'm Marina from Estonia, and I have questions about deep renovation. Deep renovation usually means that you basically makes a building strict to the bones, which means that usually people want also like more accessibility, like installing lifts. You want maybe expand a little bit, change the floor plan. Is it also covered by the energy efficiency works, or it is additional works that need to be done by the multifamily house or single house?
Thank you. Who wants to answer the idea of a holistic approach in housing?
Well, I believe it's, I mentioned the cars which are really standardized. I mean, this is not the case in deep renovations. First, I would mention that it's possible to achieve good results, not necessarily in only one step. And second, yes, we see that if you take the renovation from the financing aspect, then what the real matter is the long-term value you bring to the project. And so energy is not everything. If a lift is needed, it's also important. And so it's up to the one-stop shop or the architects and the discussion with the homeowners to decide what is the correct program of renovation. You have other comments?
Maybe just to say that in these financial instruments, we saw that other type of works were indeed included in the whole project because it's the occasion to do it, and also one motivation of the population is also the increase of comfort and so on. So I think a share of the investment can indeed be dedicated to other things than energy efficiency. It's also the case with the EIB financing that we provide to this type of projects.
Thank you. And indeed, the idea of blended finance can include different aspects of things in a single instrument, which is the whole idea, to not to avoid compartmentalization of things and have a more holistic approach. In the back.
Thank you so much. My name is Karin Lehnert. I'm from the Austrian Savings Banks Association, so I'm from the financial institution. First of all, congratulations. I think this is really a great tool you created. But on one slide, there was something I was a little bit struggling. So there was mentioned that we have for a single household to check 46 points when it comes to sustainability. So if I would tell this our clients, they would rush away very fast. And I would be interested how this kind of checking points are done, because currently we are trying to implement with AI tools so that AI will read all the checking points out of our energy performance certificate, for example. So that the clients have to do nothing, expect bringing us this document. Yeah. And the second question would be, there was the slide from EIB with the capital relief. So are there currently some kind of capital reliefs when it comes to this special kind of financing? This would be very interesting, because this is a pain point for us. We are asking from our governments for lowering the cost when it comes to energy efficiency financing. Thank you.
Okay, so regarding the checkpoints, indeed, what I wanted to stress is that quality checks are necessary, and if you count them, you come up to this number. And the idea is that it should be embedded in the project management itself, and not be an extra work, to collect these checkpoints. So the idea is really to rely on self-assessment by contractors, and most of these points are already included in, business regulations for the different people who do intervene. And so the idea is to get these checkpoints without further complexity, but on the contrary, to get them as they are done. So, and the second point is for you.
Yeah. So, no, I don't think there is any specific rules in terms of capital allocation for these loans yet. I know there are discussions about it. What I meant was more the impact of a securitization product, as you know, that enables for you to offload some of your loans, sell it to a vehicle that will issue securities. So for you, it frees capacity to develop. So it was simply this. Yeah.
We still have time for one or two more questions, preferably from different persons. One here.
Hello, I'm Jordan from Bulgaria. I'm from Cleantech Bulgaria. Just because we're also doing a live project on financial instruments, I wanted to ask something that is a pain topic for Bulgarian banks, and I think maybe for others as well. Banks are not usually safe just because they have guarantees and grants available. It's not sufficient for them. They want projects that are reliable, well monitored, and bankable. So how does your model convert this technical assistance and quality monitoring into something that the banks can actually use for credit risk assessment and loan approval?
Well, the idea is that this project has been made possible by European projects, and we are part of EU peers. So I believe, but this will be discussed this afternoon, that one of our duty is to exchange information and projects, so as to enable anyone who would be interested in the FIDEO approach to do the same and partner. So basically, I think that what we are implementing in France could be replicated in Bulgaria, for instance. Je suis à votre disposition.
One last question, if there is one. Otherwise, we will close. Okay. Thank you very much. I guess you stay around now for the day. So if you have questions that you want to ask them directly, feel free. They are very nice persons. Thank you very much for this session, and see you soon.
Maybe I'm going to ask you to try to sit in the center of the room because this is a huge room, but I don't think we will feel it because there's a lot of parallel things going on. Thanks.
Do you have any idea how many people are at this event in general? It's unfortunate that the rest of the forum is. Yeah. 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 But it's good, I think, for them to develop their language and spoken. So it's good. I'll tell next year she should come. Yeah. It seems minor, but it's all different words that are being used. Yeah. Also because finger is allowed yeah, yeah, yeah. Even if the concept notes of the most familiar. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it is, something it takes time constantly speaking to each other and hearing and like really. No, everybody stayed. It's Ireland, us, and well, it's Enercon, but besides, so it's European. So it's only three, and then there's smaller partners who are supported. So Fibea is a small partner. I won't say Copernico, but not Copernico. They're crowdfunding platform. Yeah, Copernico. Thank you. Spark, Energy for Change, small partner. Those are more partners related to the European context, but also the practical context. But the real applications are European, Dutch, and Irish. The Irish are doing that. It is open to different countries, but they are. What's difficult for them is then harmonizing the portfolio. So that's what they're going to have to figure out, essentially, how to do that. Yeah, after the 50 minutes, we're going to sit down, right? I think, yeah. Yeah, and when we have the 50 minutes for questions and whatnot. Yeah.
Great. Don't hesitate to sit a bit in the center if you're arriving to the room now, so that we concentrate a little bit the public. We're going to start in a few seconds. Okay. It's time, okay. So welcome everybody, good morning. Welcome to the first project session of CETIF 2026. My name is Talia Brun, and I'm a senior project advisor at CINEA, the Climate Infrastructure and Environment Executive Agency. I work for the Life Climate and Energy Unit, where we manage the Life SET program, Clean Energy Transition, which is the program that has funded the project that we will be presenting this morning, ACE. I'm very happy we're starting the day with ACE, with this project. You know that CETIF is about unlocking investment for the clean energy transition by showing practical, bankable, and financing models that can be replicated across Europe. And in my area of work, which is mainly energy communities, I see no other project that could fit the description better than ACE. Basically, this is financing, a project exploring financing schemes that I believe, if replicated, could really change the energy community landscape in Europe. So I think it's a very exciting project to start the day. In order to present it, I'm joined today by Merel Oldenburg, from Energiesamen. Energiesamen is the Dutch Federation of Energy Communities. They represent 450 communities, and Merel works in the team in charge of community energy financing schemes, exploring financing and funding for energy community projects. They manage several schemes with a combined direct investment volume of around 70 million euros. And Merel has been really one of the engines of the ACE project, not only developing the scheme in the Netherlands, but also supporting other regions replicate or develop their own schemes. So I think she's a very authorized voice to tell us about community energy financing schemes. I'm gonna give the floor to her. She's gonna share her experience for about 30 minutes, and you will have some time for questions at the end. So please take note of your questions. The idea is really that this is a practitioner-to-practitioner dialogue, so that you kind of exchange a little bit at the end. Please feel free to ask very basic questions as well. I mean, all questions are welcome. And yeah, take note of those because you'll have some time for that. Meryl, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Talia, and also for the support over the last years in this project. Can I click? Yeah. So before we start with the actual, the topic of today, community energy financing, I want to sort of gauge how many of you are currently aware or involved with energy communities in the first place. So just by a little show of hands, whom of you is a member of an energy community? Right. So that can kind of, grow a little bit. Who of you is at least aware of an energy community in your local environment or in your city or region? Okay, that's better. And then, no shame in this at all, but who actually doesn't really know what an energy community does? Okay, well, then I know where to start. So let's start a little bit with an introduction. As Talia said, I work for Energiesamen. In the Netherlands, there are about 700 energy communities. And in the Netherlands, it's quite simple. An energy community, usually 99% of the times, is an energy cooperative. And we represent about 65% of them as a federation. We're also a cooperative, but our members are not citizens or small companies, but actually the local communities themselves. And we do all kinds of things. Personally, I'm involved in a more strategic project that involves internal strategy, of course, local ownership policy, which is kind of vital for energy communities, regional collaborations, one-stop shops, regional federations, but also probably about half of my work is focused on energy community financing, and that is, of course, what we'll be discussing today. For the ones that are not that familiar, what do our members do? That's a lot. It's hard to give you one answer on what do they do, but I think in general is that they are citizens, groups of citizens that are grouped, in a village, in a town, in a neighborhood, in a district, that together decide they want to take agency in the energy transition. From our members, almost all do something in more or minor form with citizen-led renovation. So that's the picture, for example, of the lady at the door. A lot of our members have voluntary energy coaches who go door to door, who help people with the renovation questions on a non-for-profit basis. The picture in the middle at the bottom is quite recent. It's about 2 months old. It's a district heating project in the middle of Amsterdam in a built environment where 1,500 homes are currently changing from natural gas to district heating. And that's quite unique because if you're from the Netherlands, you know how the sort of public image of district heating is right now. It's not good. It's horrible. During the crisis in 2022, we saw monopolistic companies rise prices even though their costs didn't change. So general consensus in public is not great. Yet this community in the midst of all of that, is one of the few who's actually realizing district heating networks right now. Right bottom, you see some wind turbines. Those look familiar, perhaps. This is one of the biggest wind projects in the Netherlands, owned for the majority by 2 large energy cooperatives. In the Netherlands, about 35% of the wind generation is community-owned at this point, so that's quite significant. And since their starting point is different, their starting point is not necessarily profit maximization, but local community benefits. It also means that from the 35% of wind generations, the profits are generally reinvested into the communities or in new projects. And obviously in the top, PV, I think a lot of you know who are involved in starting energy communities, that that's the usual stepping stone, PV and rooftop, PV and land, and from that you can grow. The top one I want to still mention is local for local. It's a project name, but it's essentially energy sharing in a local decentralized energy system. Can we balance demand and supply? And communities have shown that they can play a vital role by bringing together all the stakeholders, getting a good understanding of their needs, and then grouping that in a viable project. So that's a little bit about our network. Let's talk about ACE, money. Obviously, that's what we're here for today. The ACE project had the aim to study, but also develop and scale innovative financing tools for energy communities. Saying innovative financing tools for energy communities got quite annoying, so we call them CEFs. CEFs stands for Community Energy Financing Schemes, and it helps us a little bit in the language say, okay, it is not innovative financing tools, but just CEFs. And we had 2 lighthouse organizations from France and the Netherlands who have already operational CEFs, multiple, and we had 4 successful replications in different countries, also different types of projects. And that's what we'll be talking about today. So we'll start with a study bit. What actually is it? What do we do in the Netherlands? Then we look at some of the replication results, and then we look at a little bit of the future outlook and how to scale this. So, what is a CEFs? In the most basic explanation that I can give is it's simply a financing instrument tailored to community energy projects. There's a few bits and pieces here that are relevant, I think. One is financing instrument implies that in somehow it's scalable or replicable. It's not project finance for one project. It is an instrument that can be used and reused over and over again. And the unique characteristics of an energy community project. One of the things we hear very often is, okay, but this financing instrument doesn't exclude energy communities. So, it works. That's not the case. There's a lot of issues why that doesn't work for an energy community, simply because they're not the norm. So tailoring it, making it accessible is a key step in actually scaling energy communities. So some typical challenges, there are obviously more, but these are some typical ones we see with energy communities. One is portfolio size. If you consider a regular renewable energy developer that will develop projects, they'll start with a portfolio, 10, 12, 20, 50 projects, from which a lot of them can fail because they'll leverage the risk on the projects that are successful. The ones who are involved in their local energy communities know it starts with 1 project. 2 maybe. If you look at our CEFs, we have 1 community that has 3 projects, really, really exceptional. But they go from project to project. They don't have a portfolio to leverage on, and that makes them very different than other developers. From the side of the financiers, the access to the pipeline of projects, you have to deal with, in the Netherlands, hundreds of communities with all individual projects. As a financier, that's a lot more difficult than dealing with one development, a couple of development companies that all have tens or multiples of projects. Ticket size doesn't occur in each type of project, but for example, these PV projects on rooftops, you want to get a business loan, 100K, 150K, which bank is going to give that to you? At least in the Netherlands, it's very difficult. And the most important one, perhaps, I find is language. I was talking to Talia before here. I think if a lot of the communities that I work with on a daily basis were here today in the plenary, they wouldn't understand half of what you said, maybe even less. And it's not because they don't want to, it's because they come from a very different place. Energy communities that usually start with a few pioneering, very intrinsically motivated people, and they need time to grow and to professionalize, usually get a professional team. But in that meantime, talking to financiers is usually talking, against the wall, and that is something that needs to be bridged from two sides, essentially. So this is a little bit about the why, obviously, of CEFs, but there's one sort of more macro reason why I think we need CEFs, and that is a motto that we always say in our organization, and it's money to the ground. If I look at when I started at Energie Samen, a little over 3.5 years ago, there are a lot of programs, projects financed to support energy communities, to deliver a proof of concept, to the capacity building, to technical assistance. But if at the same time, the communities with actual project ideas do not have access to financing, it doesn't matter what you do in all these other projects. These projects still will not fly. So you need to finance projects as closely to the ground as possible. Then they'll start developing, they start running into issues, they start asking for capacity building, they start asking for standardization, but they will only create that demand if you actually finance the projects in the first place. So for us, everywhere we go, we say, right, great capacity building project, we love one, but first we need to bring money to the ground so the projects actually start rolling. So through the ACE project, a little bit, highlight overview of the results. Our final publishable report, I think, is now approved by Sinea, I'm not sure, but will be public quite soon. So there you can obviously see more of the details. But we've shown that through CEFs we can reach volumes, we can create traction amongst private investors. And what I noticed today during the plenary is the word private investors is mentioned a lot. But when we talk about private investments, we're talking both about banks, private institutions, etc., but also about citizen investors with their private capital. Both of them can be leveraged through CEFs. We also use public money, and we show very high leverage factors of that. So if we express it in numbers, the portfolio of CEFs from our partners have shown that they can mobilize up to 1 billion euros in investment in renewable energy projects. Talia already said that we currently have about 70 million of direct investments, but what that leverages in citizen investment, in private investments is obviously a lot more, almost 10 times as much, which is what you can do by pulling these projects in the CEFs. We've also seen some strong collaborations through ACE. So for example, Rescope EU, the European network, is now closely collaborating with FEBEA. But also for us, even though we are quite far in this topic, we now have a very strong relationship with the Rabobank, Dutch cooperative bank. And they are not just a financier, they're super important in helping us learn how to professionalize our movement. They're the ones who are telling us things early. Hey, if you don't sort this out, in a few years' time, you're running into this issue, simply because they bring a different perspective. So it's not just the money they put in, it's also the partnership they put in is very important. And we see with public money, we see really high leverage ratios. So up to €1 of public money can, in certain CEFs, spark up to 40 euros in private investments down the line. And if you listen to the speech this morning, that is exactly what we want to reach. So let's look at the Netherlands. When I talk about bespoke financing solutions for energy communities, it's not just one. As you probably are aware, for every type of project and every type of project stage, you have different challenges. So we have multiple financing instruments in our portfolio. Start with the development phase. We have development funds for both PV and wind projects. We have also development funds for district heating. These are already operational. We have a realization fund for business loans towards small-scale PV projects, so that ticket size issue I was talking about before is solved. Oh, there we go, a little bit faster. We have one ready to launch. So we have an initiation fund for district heating coming up. The district heating fund is mostly publicly funded, but even for a public funder, it's quite innovative and hard to finance. So we're introducing a re-granting scheme before that, so they can actually make the first step through subsidies rather than through debt financing. And in the realization phase, we also are working on a few other expansions. One is expanding to battery projects, popping up everywhere. Financing is still sort of uncharted territory. Guarantees for district heating. When we started financing district heating developments, we realized that in the realization phase, we're also getting issues with bank financing. Without a public guarantee, all these projects who might be ready to build are not getting a loan. So another issue we're trying to solve. And the last one is equity funding, which is quite an interesting one. It's quite recent that we started working on that. That is because the energy communities in the Netherlands are getting bigger, stronger. Their investment volumes are growing a lot. And now suddenly, in some areas, they need more equity. For example, district heating often is a very good solution in neighborhoods that are densely populated, not usually the sort of the richest or the socio-economic most advanced communities. Yet they'll have to put in equity. So as a cooperative movement, we're going to try to pool equity across the country to help all initiatives get the equity they need to build their projects. And that's just a few of our examples. But I'm going to dive into one to get you a little bit more of an idea. That's the development fund. This is also the first steps that we built, that we developed. It starts with a need. So it doesn't necessarily start, in our opinion, from we need to finance. It starts with talking to our members. What is happening in your project? What do you need? And in this case, we got a lot of answers. Okay, we have no funding because we have a single project. We're a new community. We need time to learn. But when we talk to our financier, they don't want to give it to us. We also don't really know which are all the right steps. We have an idea how to get to the end point, but what exactly, on what moment, quite difficult. This is a very important one. We cannot show a historical track record. How often, as a financier, whether it's public or private, do you ask, what are your 3 previous projects? Can you get your bank statements from the last 3 years? They're not there, so don't ask for them. We want to optimize your community benefit, not necessarily for profit. Important notion here is that no project is viable if you don't make profit at all. So communities are not trying to develop projects that will, in the end, result in losses. They're simply not maximizing for it, but that doesn't really fit in a lot of financial models that are standardly used. Financiers, on the other hand, we need a portfolio of projects. Communities don't speak our language, they don't understand finance, which in all honesty is true often. We want to cover every single risk before financing, which sometimes can take years, whilst the community wants to start their project. Previous results are a key indicator for success, again. But also we want highly standardized portfolios that fit into our broader portfolio of products. As you can see, these don't really match. Where there might be an easy solution, but it's quite a lot that you have to conquer. So what we do as Energie Samen, we operate a development fund in which we act as an intermediary to solve these issues. We currently have a portfolio of about 50 projects, and they're all are at least 50% community owned, and they have various sizes, various locations in the country, various stages of development, but we all group them as one, and we present them as one to our financiers. Oh, we're going back still. It is a development loan, which means it's a loan to grant. If you're successful, you pay it back with quite a hefty solidarity fee, which, if you relate it to the actual construction cost, is peanuts. And if you're not successful, you don't have to pay back the loan. So we create this portfolio on a national scale where some projects can fail because other projects are successful without it harming the movement as a whole. There's also no time limit or interest because it's a revolving fund, because the money keeps coming back. We don't have interest. We cover it simple through our solidarity fees. But also the time limit is very important. Communities need time to develop, but also they have a different goal at mind. They want to reach community benefit. Example, a lot of grid congestion in the Netherlands nowadays. A lot of projects from commercial parties that are on paper viable but cannot get a grid connection get pulled. Whilst communities say, okay, I can wait those 2 or 3 years. I won't have any costs, but I want that project to be built. If you have a financing scheme that has a time limit, which you almost all have, chance of success becomes very low. So this flexibility is something that we provide and we negotiate, which benefits both the financier and the community. A little bit on flexibility as well. So in our development, we have 4 development phases. We split it up in this sort of, it's a step-by-step sort of approach. So the question from the community is, which step do we have to take when is tackled through this? In the first phase, you can get a little bit of money with relatively low conditions. And before you go to the next one, you have a go, no-go moment where you must fill the criteria. This allows a little bit of flexibility in the beginning, as if the financiers accept that not every single risk is covered before the financing starts, but it's limited because we have a lot of control and a lot of support, capacity building integrated in our CEFs to help these communities take the right steps at the right moment. Obviously, if you want to have more information on this, on the ACE website, there's also more detailed explanations of what steps are, what the phases are, what goes in which phase. But this is a key principle, and when someone invests, when a new investor comes for a fund, this is what they invest in a portfolio as a whole on these conditions, not in a single project. If you look a little bit at the governance, we have essentially 4 parties. We have the communities, 50 plus right now. Oh, there it goes again. We have the fund manager, who's us. We do all the day-to-day management, the application guidance, etc. We, however, don't have an investment license. We cannot give out lines of credits, which it is. So we have a fund controller, which is an independent institution in the Netherlands who is formally the lender. And we have our financiers. We have currently 8, I think, or 7, not exactly sure, financiers in this fund. 3 categories. Dutch national government takes first loss. When we talk about de-risking investments earlier today, this is it. The Dutch national government has about 10, 12 million into this fund. They take first loss. The idea is that it's revolving, that in the end, the same amount of money is left, yet, if for some reason it doesn't happen, it's first the Dutch government that is not allowed to pull out their money. Second loss is other governments. We have provinces mostly who also invest because they, for example, have a bigger sort of potential in their province and they want more projects to be supported, can take second loss. Our third loss partner is a bank. Private bank investing in early stage development. I don't know where it happens in Europe, but not a lot, I think. So our role as an intermediary, and then I'm focusing really on our role, so not of the fund controller, is to really bridge the gap between the communities and the financier. This language issue, we try to solve it. On the one hand, we helped communities with their sort of internal capacity, but also we are able to talk to them, we're able to talk to the financiers. We create access to the pipeline for the financiers. We group them. We have 450 members. We know them really well. We monitor them, so we know where new projects are going to pop up. We create the portfolios. We also blend financiers. In this particular fund, we only blend public financiers and banks, but in other funds, we can also blend other types of financing into that. And integrating capacity building towards these communities is a very key element of our CEFs. Then, today, let's look at some of the replication results. As I said, there are 4 partners, but I'll show 2. One is Germany. They're one of the German federations. They standardized a bank loan model for joint community and municipal-owned projects, where the municipality gives a guarantee towards the bank loan of the community. In Germany, the banking system looks a little bit different. In the Netherlands, we have maybe 10, 11, 12 banks. In Germany, I don't know how many, but 100, 200, no clue. So it's a little bit different in how you have to work. So they're really focused on standardization, getting that guarantee model there, so they can go from project to project to the municipalities, help them get a guarantee, and then they should, in theory, can go to any local bank for their bank loan. They have tested it successfully in 3 projects, and there's many more to come in the coming years. And this is really, really a beautiful case, again, of how public can enable private financing. Spain, Basque Country, our partner Guinair, they have been focusing on the smaller PV projects. Bank loans was an issue, both bridge loans and regular loans. They've worked with 2 ethical banks, and they have worked on piloting with, I think, 7 or 8 maybe now, communities, a standardized, again, bank loan model. Their potential is a lot bigger. So they have now sort of ensured 500,000 of investment in 1.5 years' time, which is about what we did in our first 4 or 5 years. So if you look at which steps they're making, it's huge, and there's a lot of potential for them to grow. Now let's look at some scaling. This type of model is only useful when there's a pipeline. Not every country in Europe has a pipeline of community energy projects. Some countries there's no legislation. In some countries there's not even a legal entity sort of they can use. So if you look at the perspective of a single country, you first look at how can we make sure these communities emerge in the first place. Then, for example, the Live Comet project is a good example of how to do that. If you've got that, if you've got sort of the foundation there, you can actually have energy communities and energy communities projects. You go to kickstarting funding, money to the ground. The European Energy Communities Facility is an excellent example of that. If you think that is the stage where my country is, go look it up. That's what you should do on a national level to kickstart projects. And then after that, if you have a sizable enough group of projects and communities, you can start doing what we did in ACE. Start with the development funding, which usually are grants, loans grants, sometimes equity models as well. And then in the realization phase, you go to loans, guarantee, funding, etc. So it is a logical flow. If you are in a country where community energy movement is at its beginnings, don't start with us, please. Start looking at your other European projects first. What we need from European level, enabling framework in each country to actually allow communities to reach their potential. Leverage European funds. For example, a national European Energy Communities Facility could be filled partially with European funds, and then also provide capacity building to banks, or at least a dialogue, so we start bridging that language gap. Nationally, almost the same. Start with communities. Without communities, there's simply not going to be a pipeline to finance, and you also miss out on the opportunity to trigger this investment. Oh, there we go again. National federations are quite key, so federations like us or regional one-stop shops allows you to access these pipelines and also help you distribute financing efficiently. In some countries, there are barriers to citizen financing, which is an issue. For example, crowd lending is not easy. It needs to be resolved. It's very important because there's a lot of capital there. And of course, welcoming private investors to collaborate with public investors. If the public investor takes a first step, like our government did, it allows private investments to step in down the line. One resource I want to highlight, there's a lot of resources on the ACE website, but one I want to highlight is the CEFS Charter. It gives you some guiding principles on how to build the CEFS. In the beginning, I said a financing instrument that is tailored to the unique characteristics of an energy community. If you have no clue where to start, what these unique characteristics are, this is a good resource to start with. And lastly, we're doing a follow-up project, ACE+, and in that project we are looking at express sort of interest in citizen-led renovation. So that's why we have our Irish partner with a lot of experience. How can we also bring CEFs in that sort of project space? We're building on stronger partnerships across sort of the financing landscape. And we're also doing a lot on early stage capacity building towards community energy actors. We call it financial literacy. But for all these communities and countries where you don't have the pipeline for CEFs yet, you can start today with learning them how financing works. So that's the next steps, I think. Yeah. That was at least the presentation part, and I'm looking very forward to your questions.
So thanks a lot, Meryl. I mean, in terms of timekeeping, we're doing great. So that was a very interesting presentation. I hope it inspired you on if you're working on energy communities, on what could you do next. But now let's hear from you. Do you have? Are there any questions from the room already, or just feel free? Maybe we're gonna circulate a mic. Maybe we can share this one and like. Please say your name and your organization.
Okay, good morning. So I'm Tara McCarthy. I'm working in Wallonia here in Belgium in an innovation cluster. I'm quite interested in finding ways of financing retrofitting. And so I was really pleased to hear from the AC Plus, in fact, project, because my question before knowing there was this project was to understand how you see that these CEFs could help retrofitting investments on a private approach.
I think, is it on? Yeah. This is a topic where we still have a lot of investigation to do. As Energy Samen, we have done multiple bigger projects on citizen-led renovation. One of the things we see is that we always have an issue with KPIs and longevity. So we believe that if you want to do this well, you need to invest in local initiatives for a longer period of time, not in and out, but long time, 5+ years to really reach your potential. And you have to ask the right KPIs as a financier. A lot of times, sort of funding for citizen-led renovation is given out through tenders, where if you reach a lot of people, which essentially means pushing flyers towards people, will get you a lot of points. But actual, convergence in your funnel of reaching people towards renovations is not being counted. In addition to the other issues I mentioned, like, have you done this before in 3 other municipalities? No, because I'm a local initiative. So there's a lot of elements there that we see that go wrong quite often. We haven't cracked the code yet on how to really do this on a large scale, but we have some smaller innovation projects where we're working with funders on trying to figure this out. But this is still, I would say, we'll keep you posted, and hopefully we'll see some results from ACE Plus on that.
Maybe since there is a bit of a technical issue and we have a backup slide on the screen, let's profit from that. Maybe I will ask a quick question. You mentioned that there were 2 lighthouse models in the ACE project. One of them was the Dutch one, but there was also a French CEF. And they are a bit different from what I know. So maybe you can explain a little bit that there are different ways of organizing very successful large-scale CEF.
Yeah, Énergie Partagée is a French Federation of Energy Communities, and Énergie Partagée Investissement is their CEFs, or their first CEFs. They also have multiple now. And this is actually an equity fund. So their focus was first on ready-to-build projects. They have different projects they accept. So they started with PV and wind, but they have been expanding that to other technologies. Water centrals, for example, which is another thing in the Netherlands, district heating, etc. And they invest in equity always in a minority share. So what they bring is money, for example, 20-30% equity, but also all the know-how and experience on how to run this project. So in a sense, they are not trying to overtake this, this investment. They're just trying to enable that the project is less risky, and therefore they can accept other financiers. So I think if we go to the next slide, now we have to actually stand up. Oops, now I put it out. Go to this one. Énergie Partagée has about 40 million of savings from citizens in their fund, and that's all in, I don't know how many, but almost 200 projects. But through their investments, they've also enabled another 40 million in citizen investment on the local level, and there are 20 million of public investment from local authorities. And this is excluding other private investors they have
in other ways through their funds. So they're really showing that with their equity, which they gather from citizens who have more money to spend, they can enable these local projects. So this is a completely different model. And from that, they've also developed, for example, development funds, etc. But this is where they started. They do have an investment license, so they are a little bit differently organized than us. But yeah, very successful example as well.
Are there, I see a question from the back.
A question, the funding which is provided to the energy community is provided only to the energy community or also to the members of the energy community?
Only to the energy community.
Okay. And in the case of equity funding, that is to capitalize the energy community, which is a cooperative or other legal entities too, or only cooperatives?
So in the Netherlands, when we talk about transposition of all the directives, we're a little bit late. So we currently only use the definition energy cooperative. Okay. The term energy community was only introduced January 1st this year, and it doesn't have a real definition yet that we can operationalize. So I think in the future, we're working on a definition and a norm for energy communities. It will potentially include more. Currently, it's just energy cooperative, and also the equity funding we're developing will only be to the cooperative. So the idea is still that they first mobilize local equity, but it's not always possible, not to the same extent, and then we can come in to sort of supplement that.
Last technical question, the guarantees, so the first risk, second layer of risk, is that funded with European guarantees or national budget guarantees?
Well, we're currently discussing it with our national parties, but if there's a European institution here who wants to explore it, please find me.
Thank you.
Thank you for this brilliant presentation. I'm Chabachiki, chairman of NSAFE Capital. I haven't heard one word of securitization in your presentation. These cash flows which you are having are ideal products for securitizing, for selling to investors. We are sitting across the EU on 13 trillion in savings, and we are somehow making a hard sale out of something which is easy. So how come that in your model, which is completely de-risked from everybody, from the government, which are all good tools, how come that in the end of your presentation, you didn't mention that you will be selling these cash flows to a securitization vehicle who then will be distributing it to investors and possibly retail investors, because you were mentioning the crowdfunding issue, which actually is not a problem because you can sell a securitized bond via the crowdfunding mechanisms, which then actually give a security to the small investors with an issuing number. I would say it's easy peasy. So could you just explain to me why this is not addressed in your model?
Because from a financial point of view, I understand this question. But if I go to our communities and I explain this, no one will find that acceptable. It is such a different way of thinking from sort of the financial world that we know on a large scale that does not really match with how communities operate and think. So what they want is to de-risk together through partners they understand. They don't want an investor they don't know through bonds or to whatever other mechanism to to be financing them, because it's hard for them to accept. So there is I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'm saying at this point in time, if we would ask that question to our members, it's a hard no. And then as a federation, it's simple. That's not a route that is viable at this moment.
I have a question here, two questions.
Hello, Melina Lazaropoulou from Track Development in Greece. I found your presentation very inspiring. I have a question regarding the model in Netherlands. You mentioned that you act as the fund manager, intermediary. So my question is, this fund has been created by the national government, or you triggered the creation of this fund?
Us. We did. So there is another backup slide, I think, the last one, which shows a little bit of a historic timeline. I think one more. Yeah, we had for 3 years a little bit of funding from a lottery, which essentially was free funding for communities, where we experimented with this. Our financial skills were horrible, our accounting skills were horrible, yet we learned it works. If you channel money directly to the ground, that's how you can really scale energy communities. And then we made this strategic decision. You'll see that in our strategic plans from about 5-6 years ago. Financing is the key. And then we went to our government. We went to the provincial governments. We started asking for this, developing with them. So it really is us as a federation that enables it. And I think you are from Wallonia, right? From Belgium. I think we worked also with Belgian partners from Flanders, but one of the issues there is that you don't have this federation that is strong enough to fulfill this role. Because imagine if you have 20, 30 communities, you might have enough scale, but if one of them goes to the bank, they're still lobbying for their own money. Or if they go to the government, they're lobbying for their own money. So you need an intermediary that is able to represent the broader interests and then go to financiers and set up a scheme like this. Obviously, it can go two ways, right? In the replication in Spain, there really was interest from both sides already. They just didn't have the right sort of examples or tools to discuss it. They just needed some help in sort of understanding how it could work. But there you really saw the interest was there from both sides from the beginning.
Valeriu Binig, Romanian Energy Efficiency Fund. Looking to your excellent presentation, one can distinguish between generating energy, be it electricity or heat, and sharing energy. Yeah. At this moment, I have noticed a lot of projects dedicated to generation of energy. But a community also means sharing platforms, dedicated metering devices, other automation elements, and so on. Did anybody ask for financing for this part of the energy sharing?
Yes and no. Yes, they asked for it, but when we talk about energy sharing, in a lot of countries, you mean something else than in the Netherlands. And in the Netherlands, energy sharing on a small scale is already happening. But when we talk about energy sharing, we are usually talking about actually decentralized energy systems, you know, in a neighborhood or a district where you have multiple types of assets, where you can balance out the demand with the supply on a neighborhood scale, district scale, etc. So it's not really energy sharing as it's said often. It's more local energy hub by communities, and that is what our members want. But to do that, they first need assets to be able to share that energy. So yes, they're asking for it, but it's the communities that are further along that are asking it for it. The communities that have that ambition, but are now starting, still are first needing to build assets to actually be able to do that. And energy sharing, like the term energy communities, has only been enabled in the Netherlands since January 1st. So we're in a little bit of a different time frame than some other countries.
Building up on the previous question, you briefly mentioned storage battery. So do you have any fund which is looking at energy storage for these communities? Or are you planning to do and leverage as well the arbitrage as a way to make money for those communities as well?
Yeah, so we are currently within the framework of our realization fund, which is debt financing for energy communities. We are working on with a few battery projects that are in development with trying to figure out what a due diligence should look like to get a bank loan. We see that batteries are currently mostly built at locations where there already are other projects. So we see that the development phase so far, they've been funding that with some innovation money, but mostly through the cash flows of their existing projects. But then for the construction phase, we are working on that right now. But you know, also the lead time for a battery is shorter than for a wind or solar project, but it's still 2-3 years at the moment in the Netherlands. So there is still some time to figure it out. But yeah, we have a little group of 4 or 5 projects right now, which we're trying to standardize the due diligence for these loans.
Any other question? No? Yeah, in the back.
Hi, and thank you for a nice presentation. As I understand, it's primarily towards, you can say, private communities. Have you any examples of sort of business communities who go together and try to make these? It was at least not clear to me that this was part of what you explained, but if you have any examples of that, that'll be interesting.
Not on a large scale. So business communities, as in on a, for example, an industry park where community merges, are way newer, and they have one big difference, is that they're made up with businesses who usually make profit somehow. So we really see that they have other issues, and we also see that there is a huge amount of innovation funding for them available, which means that they can go get free money, subsidies, which always goes over solutions like this. So yes, we see them, and we also see them more and more on network, but they don't express the same issues right now as our members, and our members currently are citizen energy communities. As I said, we're still working on a definition in the Netherlands, so it might change in the end. But no, they have different needs. And for us, this really starts with who are our members and what are their needs. And if the need is not there, if they have enough equity themselves, money themselves to, to fund a feasibility study, or if in this case there's a lot of innovation funding, there's, for us, no logic reason to step in at this point.
Are there any other questions from the room? Otherwise, I will ask a small... there is one from the back.
I need a clarification and a question, if it's possible. You mentioned that the members pay a solidarity fund fee.
Not the members, but the communities. So if they reach in the development phase, if they reach financial close, they refinance, and they also refinance with the solidarity fee included.
But this is like instead of an interest. That's what.
Yeah, because it's not about interest; it's about covering a portfolio. So it's very much simulating what happens in a commercial company where they have several developments. Let's say 10 projects they develop at the same time. 5 of them are successful, 5 of them not, and then they'll simply leverage the cost of these 5 unsuccessful ones on the future profits of the 5 successful ones. We're doing that as well, but then on a little bit of a different, in a different scheme.
Okay, and the question now, is it possible to replicate this model to fight energy poverty? Because in these cases of energy poverty, the availability of funding from people is too low. Do you think there is a chance there to work with this model?
That depends, but the project still has to be there. And what we see in how communities work and how cooperatives work in the Netherlands is that you're one member, one vote, and it doesn't matter how much money you put in. So a lot of these communities who are working on this are working in neighborhoods where people have energy poverty, but they are not expecting them to put in equity. What they are doing is using their profits to help them. So the question is, when you say to fight energy poverty, how are you going to do that? I don't think you're going to fight energy poverty by building a windmill. So not this model, but you can fight it through energy communities, through the work they do. The one of the reasons we are working on equity funding is because of all the district heating projects. And there we simply see that in the neighborhoods where technically these projects are the most viable, usually have quite a high share of people with energy poverty. So there we really need a different solution. For example, a wind cooperative with a lot of profit to put up the equity for a district heating community where there's a lot of people who cannot put in equity. So yes, it is interwoven in the work we do, but it does not necessarily relate to ourselves. It relates to the DNA of the type of organizations we represent.
Look at the room. No. I would have a last question for you, perhaps. And it is about, you presented a model from France where there's quite a lot of energy communities, the Netherlands as well, Spain, Germany, you already have quite a lot of communities there. But you also had a pilot in Romania where the movement is rather small. Can this work in a context with less volume of energy communities? Or?
Yeah, I think what I presented and what we do in the Netherlands, not yet. But at the same time, what we saw in Romania, and we worked with them quite intensely in a coaching style, is that they don't have a lot of communities, but also the communities they do have don't have a lot of skills when it comes to financing. Talking to a bank quite hard if you don't understand each other, but also financing through the community. So what we've done in Romania is in the end say, okay, you're not going to do something like this. It's more of what they developed is more of like an ESCO model, but then not for energy renovations, but for small scale PV projects on important buildings for the communities. Kindergartens, schools, small, social structures, neighborhood houses, etc. And they essentially work through pooling equity through the cooperative, investing ESCO style in PV projects that then you come to the energy poverty side, that reduces the energy bill in a couple of years down the line significantly of these community organizations or community businesses. So it's not the same in the sense of it's not a full-scale CEFs as we mean it, but it is a stepping stone. And what is beautiful to see, I think, is that this community that I met 3 years ago had no idea when we talked about financing all these terms. They're now, pretty equipped, and they're helping other communities, the few other ones that are there, to get the same kind of skills. So there, it's more about getting the foundations there, and they're working alongside on the other sides, getting the legislation there, the support there, etc. But if, for example, now through one of the European funds, a national European energy community facilities will be possible in Romania, I think they will be able to play a role. Whilst 3 years ago, not a chance.
Okay, thanks a lot. So I think we've come to the end of the session, almost there. I would like to, well, you know that the Commission last week published the implementation package of the citizen energy package, and there's a lot of recommendations for member states on what to do to create an enabling framework for energy communities, with a lot of examples of how some countries like the Netherlands and others are doing. There is also a lot to do for the European Commission, so there is an action plan for what Europe will do. So hopefully in the next few years, the context for energy communities will improve if all these recommendations are implemented. So maybe in a couple of years, in CETIF 2028, we will see a multiplication of CEFs around Europe, hopefully, let's see. I hope it was an interesting and inspiring presentation. If you are thinking about putting together similar projects in your context, just know that the live set call is open now, with opportunities to set up projects along the lines of ACE. So just think about it, have a look at the call, and with that,
Thank you, Adam. No problem. Yeah, we should. Okay, no, it's my name. It's still Daniela's name here, but anyway. So, I am Monica Ardelanu, and I am a project officer at CINEA, the European Climate, Infrastructure and Environment Executive Agency of the European Commission. And I'm working on a LIFE Clean Energy Transition Program, and I'm very happy to introduce you another very interesting example of a project delivering on the ground from Portugal. The name of the project, LIFE SET project, is Powering Energy Hub, and is building upon another successful project, the original Porto Energy Hub, which is a project development assistance project and is implemented by the Porto Energy Agency. So our speaker today is Dr. Ricardo Barbosa. He's head of the EU projects at the Porto Energy Agency. And Ricardo, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's very nice to hear Barbosa said in another language, because it sounds like a pirate name. I really like it. So thank you for the opportunity to present our project. I will hopefully take you to this brief presentation regarding, first of all, understanding a little bit what we are as an organization, what we do, also a little bit of the project context as well, the project itself, where it came from and what it is, namely a little bit of background also from the previous project. I think it can be useful. The approach that we are taking in the project and some examples and lessons learned so far. So our agency, the Porto Energy Agency, or ADEA Porto, is a non-profit energy agency operating in the northern part of the metropolitan area of Porto. We cover a territory of around 1,000 square meters and work with 10 municipalities, over 1 million people living there. Our network also includes 25 public and private entities across sectors such as energy, water utilities, industry, and research centers. So the majority of our work is on energy planning and local action, energy efficiency, of course, renewable energy. We also have a clear focus on tackling energy poverty and promoting energy literacy. We've been working a lot on different kind of projects over the years as a way to leverage innovation in the territory. And we learn a lot from them, of course. So the powering energy hub and all our activity, of course, is well framed within the objectives set by the European Union, and also, of course, the challenge of achieving these ambitious objectives regarding carbon neutrality is also reflected in national strategic documents such as the National Plan or the Carbon Neutrality Roadmap. And this is just to say that there is a regulatory framework in place in Portugal, and we, of course, are very, with objectives very clearly defined. But we also have a lot of problems to deal with, and some of them are related, of course, with buildings, with high energy consumption and carbon emissions from buildings and infrastructures, because we have a very old building stock already in place. We also have problems with energy independence, as you may know, and the remaining of European Union also have some of this in common, and energy poverty and thermal discomfort as a result of that low efficiency. And of course, we recognize some barriers for energy renovation being so low and the rates being so low. I think the latest statistics for Portugal was around 1% a year, namely regarding financial constraints, of course, but also complex decision process in the interventions itself. Lack of clear and accessible information, what leads us to think of one-stop shop as a policy instrument in Portugal. Despite all these problems, at the time that we started designing our project, namely the first one-stop shops were not really implemented in Portugal. I think there was like one experiment besides ours in the entire country. So we decided to begin thinking about it. So the Powering Energy Hub itself is a PDA project running from 2024 to 2027. We aim to address these barriers that I talked about by providing integrated technical, legal, and financial support. He aims to support both public and private sectors in energy efficiency interventions and renewable energy deployment. And I think one thing that clearly distinguished this project is the fact that it combines both physical energy hubs in municipalities and a digital platform that ensures accessibility and proximity to users. Before going into the project itself, I think it's useful to understand where it came from. The peer project, or the peer energy elevator, or its public face that we call it the Porto Energy Hub, was the first PDA project that we coordinated. It ran from 21 to 2024 and was very clearly focused on residential buildings and social housing. And it was very much focused on the energy poverty mitigation, and that's why the focus on residential buildings, and very aligned with providing support to citizens and public entities managing social housing. So it was designed with the idea of promoting trust and proximity within municipalities to citizens. And we managed to leverage a very significant level of investment, including private investment as well, through technical and financial advisory services. So we learned a lot with this project, I think one of the things that was most important with the project itself, besides the investment, of course, was the validation of the model itself. We already constructed a network of one-stop shops that were located in the municipalities, providing services to citizens, that would be possible to follow the citizen or the entity managing the social housing neighborhood throughout the whole customer journey that we call. So we would try to facilitate each step of the intervention until the delivery of the finished renovation. So during the previous project, we developed and implemented the first model and 6 local physical hubs, and 2 more were implemented during this project. So the main difference from the Porto Energy Hub and the Powering Energy Hub, which is quite similar, I know, are the fact that in the first one we focused on our main territory, so the north part of the metropolitan area of Porto, with municipalities that we already have some relation with. And was very much focused on residential buildings. And now with this project, we want to broaden the scope of the advisory services that we are providing, and going for the national scale, but also providing support to municipalities, office buildings, private companies, and of course asset owners and investors, and also citizens. So it's building up on the previous project that we had, and we want to build also a scalable model that can be implemented in different regions of Portugal. So the key target audience also changed, of course. We now focus not only in citizens, but in other stakeholders that have to be involved in order to promote that investment pipeline that we want to align. So our approach is based on 3 axes. The building renovation, of course, the renewable energy that we want to promote, but also to mobilize investment for these two technical parts. And we do that by promoting an integrated approach that it's based on the physical energy hubs, but also on the national hub digital platform where all the resources and the structure of the model can be found and implemented. And this structure allows to provide technical support, financing, guidance, and also legal guidance. I forgot to mention, but the consortium itself, we coordinate the consortium, the project, but it's formed by entities with different expertise, namely legal consultants and the consultancy very much focused on financing models and these kind of issues. This is our approach, and we try to deliver different type of advisory services to different type of stakeholders, of course. One of the objectives of the project is also to, as I said, to mobilize investment, and one of the core objectives is to test different financing schemes. So we set to design a combined model for try to push investments in municipalities itself, because we think that municipalities have a role of in driving this kind of investments, serving as an example, of course. So we are in the very early stage of designing this model, but we are gathering with ESCOs and municipalities as well, and investors and the banking sector, in order to understand how we can implement this idea. And the idea would be to combine an operational leasing with energy performance contracting. This is quite challenging in Portugal. We don't really have, well, we do have an ESCO market, but very much focused on renewable energy. It's not, energy performance contracting is not very much implemented in Portugal. And ESCOs normally don't work in this kind of model, but it can give us some added value regarding, for instance, low risk of investment for municipalities, of course, no need for upfront investments, and that can unlock, we believe, some of the investments that some of the potential that municipalities have in their buildings, without waiting just for public funding. So we already supported some investments. I will show you the state of the investment pipeline in a while, but I thought it could be useful to understand a little what kind of projects we are supporting right now, and the variety of projects besides residential buildings that we are providing advisory services to. So it can range from public infrastructure, as you can see that in the example of public lighting, that we provide the planning necessary for implementing this change. But also in business hubs, Leonesa is a business hub where we provided the opportunity for them to invest by helping them in pre-dimension the solar PV and with tender support. But also other examples by both private and public entities that we helped in unlocking investments in different contexts. So, how are we doing so far? We said, as you may know, the PDA projects have a leverage factor. We're talking about leverage factors in the last presentation. We have a leverage factor of 15, as all PDA projects, I believe. And we set the objective of gathering 26 million euros in investments in our pipeline. And we are a little short of the middle of the investment pipeline. We are in the middle of the project. But we are confident that with a lot of projects waiting for tenders to be launched, we can establish the objective as a successful one. As you may know, these kind of projects are quite challenging in terms of assuring and securing this kind of investments. And of course, we are also taking a little of knowledge from the previous project that I presented. But the fact that we broaden the scope doesn't really. It's a different game. It's very very much complicated to gather this kind of investment pipelines. But we have already, I believe, 60 projects on our pipeline. What you can see here is just the last level of maturity of the projects, and it's around 20, I would say.
Can you just go through the different bars quickly?
Of course. So this is investments, of course. This is renewable energy installed. So the power that was installed in the facilities. You can see that. I don't know if you can see. This is the set objective. Can you see the blue one? Yeah. Okay. This is the set objectives. This is what we already secured as an investment. The orange one is already secured, signed contract or tender launched. And what you can see on the dashed line is our investments that are already on the last stage of maturity, so ready for investment, but are still waiting for tender to be launched. So you can see that in terms of renewable production, we have a little short of the middle as well. That is something that is common in every one of the parameters that we have to follow, every one of the KPIs. But I think it's very consistent with the duration of the project and where we are now. Yeah. So some lessons learned. We truly believe that an integrated one-stop shop model is a fundamental key instrument for end users to unlock investment. We can see that, well, in public authorities, that is very, very visible, that sometimes they need a push to unlock this kind of investments. Sorry. because they need, for instance, a detailed project to get to public funding, for instance, and they don't have the time or the resources to do that in order to achieve that. We truly believe that early engagement with municipalities it's very important in this scope of the project. Legal clarity on regulations, of course, are fundamental. In terms of renewable energy communities, for instance, we had some investments being stopped because of the licensing procedures in Portugal. Regulation regarding energy communities is quite recent in Portugal. We had the first regulation in place around 2020, but the licensing procedures took a lot of time to finish the procedure. We had some energy communities taking as long as 2 years to be licensed after they were being prepared. Of course, blended blended mechanisms are very important, but the fact that we have the adequate ones according to the context are very, very, very much important. And innovative financing can be a path, but public procurement is quite challenging in Portugal, and we are trying to get to that and discuss with public authorities regarding that. That's it. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you very much, Ricardo, for presentation. My name is Volodymyr. I'm from BPAE, Buildings Performance Institute Europe think tank based here in Brussels. I would like to have a few questions. Maybe I'll start with one, but then some other people have in the floor. So you showed us some examples of your projects. I'm specifically interested, what do you have a value maybe of estimate of the average renovation depth? So of percentage of energy savings from all the projects that you have. A related question maybe, do you have a minimum percentage that you are aiming to achieve with the projects? Yeah.
Well, of course, the investment is guiding it. The investment pipeline objectives is guiding us. Of course, we are most interested in the investments that are achieving higher energy savings, but we don't really discriminate on that. Not really. Because of the variety of the typology of buildings and infrastructures that we have in place right now, I think it's quite challenging to get to a number of average savings, but I would say around 20 to 30% would be the average in our pipeline right now. In the previous project, because we were talking about residential buildings, I think we could get until by 60%, for instance, in some of the residential buildings that we were working on, for sure. But these kind of projects are different, and I think around 20 to 30.
Hello, I'm Andrea Martinez from Sinloc, Italy. We are an investor and advisor in the infrastructure market space. Are there in your region and in Portugal financial instruments which have been originated maybe also through European funding, subsidized loans, equity, long-term equity, which are being used in your pipelines, or are you imagining to set up financial instruments in your region There have been some interesting experiences in other countries. I'm just citing a couple. 165 million euro fund, which was deployed under the Next Gen EU for deep retrofits, energy retrofits in energy in Italy, for instance, which has been fully deployed in less than a year. And or going back in time, fund in, for instance, Sicily, which retrofitted a lot of hospitals in the region. But just to give examples, and they're very efficient tools, which would be ideal to match a platform like yours.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Yes, we take advantage of this kind of incentives, both on residential and other type of infrastructures. However, it's quite challenging to work with commercial banking if the instruments are set by that venue. The majority of the work we have been doing have been also to unlock subsidies and incentives that are directly to companies and citizens by the national governments, or through the Resilience Fund, or what we call the Environmental Fund. Yeah.
Hi, Ricardo. Melissa Miklos from FEDAREN, the European Network of Energy Agencies, and we're really proud to count Ricardo and Adeporto as one of our members. So my question to you is, the first project focused on citizens, now the new one expanded to different kind of stakeholders, including private ones. So I was wondering if you noticed you needed to implement different kinds of support and tools to reach out to these stakeholders as well.
Yes, of course. It's like I said, it's a very different game, right? Even the type of buildings are something that are leading us to develop different type of tools, and it's being available on the national platform. For instance, we had in the first project we had a very simplified tool to calculate energy savings for citizens in residential buildings, that it's of course not working for office buildings and public buildings of any kind. So we are adapting new tools. We are trying to develop even the financing scheme that we are designing and discussing with different stakeholders are very much adapted to this kind of setting and new context, for sure.
Hans Rhein from CINER. Thanks a lot for the presentation. And I just was wondering, I mean, you've now been twice funded by European projects, and a lot of the work that we're now trying to do with national hubs is to see how to replicate these models. And in a sense, an integrated one-stop shop needs some seed money publicly. How would you propose to do that, and how would you persuade your stakeholders, either your municipalities or the national government, to invest in it? I know that in particular in renovation, the argument is really that you can generate a lot of local business through launching these pipelines, but I don't know if it works on when you work with industry, if that also generates the same kind of income, or do you have any feeling on how that persuasion can go?
So thank you. I think it's really interesting to understand this narrative from one project to the other, because when we implemented the first one, I think municipalities really understood the power of this kind of services and how they could provide added value to citizens. But while we were implementing it, we also have had several requests from private companies and industry in order to, what about us? Why can't you provide this kind of assistance to us? And that's why we try to broaden the scope, and I think it's being really helpful even for municipalities to be involved in this kind of projects, because it's their territories and they are adding value to the territories that the municipalities are managing. And one of the things that I think it's important to refer is that we are set to replicate this model at the national level, and this model are simply a way of structuring the one-stop shop, because the one-stop shops are already being funded right now, after the peer project, at least, being funded by the national government. So it's already a sustainable model, being funded by, of course, if it's implemented in the public authority or local authority. However, we've been asked to also understand how we can implement this model in the private setting. And we are developing that in our sustainability plan, trying to understand what kind of services and how they can be transformed into a business model in order to be able to replicate also on the private level. And I think that can also open other doors to this kind of advisory service and be a continued sustainable model.
Thank you. So I'd like to come back to your previous slide. Actually, you mentioned their simplified regulatory framework that is.
Yeah.
Could you please elaborate on this? What do you mean by that? Is it connected to?
I
don't know.
That's okay.
Well, that's fine. Yeah.
No,
so
that's it. Oh my God! I'm sorry.
For some connection issues. I guess. But yeah, you mentioned simplified regulatory framework, and could you elaborate? Is it national that you mean, or what do you mean exactly by that? Yeah.
Do you mean do you mean the public procurement?
Yeah. This your third point. Yeah.
No. The regarding energy communities.
Yeah.
That's why I was trying to explain during the presentation. Most of the energy communities and renewable energy productions are a very cost-effective way to decarbonize installations, right? We don't really need to convince people that it's a cost-effective. They have a lot of they have a lot of examples already to be shown. And there is, as I think I mentioned, there is also an ESCO market that it's providing also different ways of financing this kind of installations, normally without upfront investment costs, which is pretty attractive, right? The thing that is constraining these investments are not financial in this case, are regulatory. So what we are seeing is that people see this kind of procedures as very bureaucratic and very dangerous to invest because of the time they take from the investment itself and the time that they start to function, really. And that's getting very difficult to attract investors to this kind of infrastructure because of that. Not because of the technical complexity, not because of the financial part of the investment, but because of complex licensing procedures that are embedded in this kind of regulations. And that's why we're calling for a more simplified regulatory framework for this case. Yeah.
Other questions?
Thank you again. I was wondering also, as you, I was wondering to ask, do you engage also vulnerable? You mentioned that Portugal has a big problem with energy poverty as well. Do you engage vulnerable households? I imagine yes. And what is your experience? Is there any lesson learned specifically on vulnerable households that you might want to bring up?
Mm. So in particular in this one, as we broaden the scope, is not very much focused on energy poverty, but the previous one was almost exclusively. And we worked a lot with social housing neighborhoods and also private citizens. And one of the things that we learned the most is that it's very easy for people to lose trust in subsidies. It's subsidies and incentives are a very effective way to drive investments even on vulnerable households because it guides people to the right direction, I would say. If what has been done in Portugal is that some of the incentives are being taking too long to get to the people, or being dismissed after they are being launched. So people would apply, and then the government would close the applications without any explanation. And it's very, very hard for people to understand that. And it's very easy for them to lose trust. So we sometimes get to the advisory desk, and people would say, I see this, but I already know that this is not going to happen. So what can I do, right? It's very hard to convince them to get to the application until the end because of that. So one of the things that we learned from the previous projects and from the other initiatives also that we are developing regarding energy poverty, including an incentive of our own that we are distributing to people facing vulnerability, is that subsidies are a great way to unlock this kind of investments, even if it's a very small amount, but have to be consistent and have to be rigorous and serious to be attributed, for sure.
Yes.
Good morning, Riccardo. Luigi from Italy. We already met sometimes back in Adam. Just one question. The project moved, the hub moved from Porto itself to the outskirts, to the cities that are around the area. Did you find much difference why you were moving out from the main city, the large city, which has more capacity to attract investment, to have people working around the issue? And even thinking on going further than in a low density area, because this is a place when I work in south of Italy, this is the type of condition. Do you see more difficulties coming out in your idea of hub, which I believe is quite good?
Thank you. Well, I think the challenges are different, for sure. We have in the different municipalities that are associated with the energy agency, we have definitely urban ones, suburban ones, and also more rural. So the challenges are quite different. But the main difference that I see, because we provide training to the technical staff, is not only the quantity but the quality of the staff that is providing support to the citizens and to the private companies. For instance, in Porto, because probably the Porto municipality would attract more qualified personnel, they have a more high-level advisory services in the first line of advisory than maybe Valongo, that is a very rural city. I see this difference not really in the difficulty of us implementing a hub, but in the quality of service that it's offered to the citizens in the municipality. In general, right? Because there are exceptions, of course. And of course, this smaller municipality also have a lower number of people doing the advisory service in general. So I think those are the most effective differences in the different hubs. Of course, if I hope I explained in detail, but what we are discussing here regarding the technical staff is just the first line of advisory services. When they perceive that they have a difficulty or the subject is of a complex technical nature or financial nature, they can redirect the citizen or the private company to us, and we provide the second level of advisory.
Well, my assumption is that at the outside the main city, you may be even more effective than in the main city.
Probably, yes. Yes, we provide more advisory. In the second level, we provide more because they tend to, okay, you want advice, I will schedule right away with the second level, and I would bother. Yeah, for sure.
Other questions? Yes.
Hello, my name is Jeanne Dumoulin, and I'm working at Climact, which is a bureau that is helping municipalities, but also other levels of public authorities into energy renovation policies. And we worked a bit on OSS structures, and I was wondering, because the idea, if I understood well, of the second project funded by the European Union to power energy hub is to scale up and to not touch only vulnerable households in energy poverty.
Exactly.
Could be the service paid by the enterprises or the other citizens that are not considered as vulnerable households to give this service also to the vulnerable ones. So there was a bit the idea, like if there could be like different profiles and different ways to finance the service of the energy hub, knowing that we need also to finance to find other financing mechanisms for the energy renovation itself. Is it
not
well
very
understood?
Clear? I'm sorry, it was not very clear.
Okay, another way to ask my question
Please.
is, do you ask for a repayment for the service of Energy Hub to enterprise and citizens?
No.
And could it be asked at one point? Is it an idea? And depending on the profiles of the persons or the enterprise we give the service, could it be like different payments?
Thank you, and now it's clear. I'm sorry. Yes, right now it's not being done because they are one-stop shops are being financed. Well, our work is being financed by the project, and one-stop shops in particular are being financed by the national government. But as I said, we've been working on how a model like this would work in a private setting, like a private company trying to setting up this kind of model. There is no commercial one-stop shops in Portugal. I know that in other national contexts there is some experiences, and we would like to experiment with that. And of course, one of the things that we are considering is level of payment depending on the type of services and how we can deal in the private setting with vulnerable citizens, or if the vulnerable cities would have to continue to use public services in this regard. But it's something we are looking at and discussing very in detail with the advisory board itself. Thank you.
No more questions? No? Just to wrap it up, so thank you so much,
Thank you. Thank you very
Ricardo.
much.
And I would suggest that in order to mobilize a co-financing mechanism and to look at new innovative financing scheme to engage also with the national hub of the European Energy Efficiency Coalition, because this will give you also the chance to sign partnerships with financial institutions, with industry representatives, to develop even more what you are putting in place right now and having one-stop shop for SMEs. We discussed yesterday with the national hubs how expensive could be to have a kind of, it is expensive, so it cannot rely only on public funds. We need to mobilize private funds, we need to mobilize the banks that could run this, because they are already offering financing solutions for these services. So yeah, I'm sure that with the national hub in Portugal, which is in under preparation, so will be launched soon, you will be able to collaborate and share your experience and all these lessons learned. Thank you so much for your presentation today, and thank you all of you for being here with us. I hope you found it useful, inspirational for your work, and we are having lunch in 5 minutes. And see you later.
For CINEA, and we have a session now on facilitation services for energy efficiency in the residential sector with a great example of G-Domus. We have with us today Jordi Ayat, who is the director for the Europace Foundation, and a living testimony of the importance of perseverance, because we met, I think, 8 years ago with a project that's called Europace, where they tried to implement a concept of PACE, property assessed clean energy financial approach in Olot, in Catalonia. They developed in the process a lot of services for homeowners to help them renovate their home. And then Jordi kept at it for a number of years. They expanded to Girona, to the whole province, and even beyond Girona. They expanded also, not only focusing on residential sector, but now they are developing services also for SMEs. They are developing services and approaches targeting also rental sector and what can be done in this. So very, very good example of the importance of keeping at it and persevering. And if you are very inspired, again, I should remind that the call for proposal is open with deadline on the 16th of September. So if you find good ideas with Jordi's presentation, feel free to talk to him and get inspiration from him. So Jordi, the floor is yours.
Well, I think if it's okay, I'll use this one so I can move a little bit. Thank you very much, Christophe. Good morning. Thank you for inviting us to this fantastic event. For us, is a pleasure. I was talking before with Christophe. There is one thing even more difficult than the carbonized residential sector, which is to improve my English. So sorry about that. If you owe me something, just let me know. Okay. Today I'm going to present G-Domus. The aim of the project is to accelerate the carbonization of residential buildings in the province of Girona. What is the province of Girona? Probably you all ask. It's an area in the northeast of Catalonia, is about 800,000 population, is about more than 200 municipalities, and basically, I'm going to explain this project. But before that, just a quick advertisement. Who we are? Fundació Europeis. I'm part of Fundació Europeis. We are a non-profit organization aiming to accelerate energy transition while, very important, improving people's well-being. We don't understand one thing without the other. And more focus on the activity. Basically, we support public and private entities driving innovative projects for building decarbonization, energy transition, and urban regeneration. We have our activity mainly focused in Catalonia and Spain, but also we have some examples around Europe, and you can see a small picture of the team few months ago. We have a couple of more colleagues now on our team. GDOMUS, what is the objective? To accelerate energy retrofit for the residential buildings by establishing a comprehensive support mechanism, basically a one-stop shop model, that streamlines the homeowner journey, trains professionals, raises awareness among citizens, and aggregates existing support initiatives to amplify their impact. GDOMUS is carried out by a team, a consortium team, with several organizations, public and private, and obviously is financed through a LIFE program. I'm not going to extend this one, but just to give a bit of context, we need to implement GDOMUS because in Spain, and I guess it happens the same in most of the countries of EU, we have a very old residential stock. Just a few numbers. 80% of the buildings need an energy retrofit. 65% of buildings they built before 80s. Why this year is important for us? Because prior 1980, the new building regulation didn't require any energy efficiency measures. So that means that all this part of the stock, a big amount of the total buildings in Spain, there is a total lack of energy efficiency measures. So a lot of work to do. The first thing we did 8 years ago, when Christoph mentioned, is to understand the market, what's going on. We spent a lot of time analyzing the sector, meeting with all the stakeholders. And at the end of the day, and in the foundation, we like to simplify problems, especially the ones that are very complex. We reached to the conclusion that there are two main barriers for the sector. The first one is the low demand. So there is no real interest for homeowners to carry out energy retrofit of their homes for several reasons. And the second main barrier is the process itself. It's very stressful, slow, complex, and expensive. Especially this process needs to be done by the homeowner by their own. So imagine someone that has no time, has no knowledge, have uncertainties of what to do, who contract to engage. So these are the two main barriers that, in a simple way, we need to face or solve to overcome if you want to uptake the decarbonization market of the residential buildings. So how we solve these two barriers? We create a DOMUS program. What is DOMUS program? Well, now it's not that innovative, but 8 years ago it was, and it actually was the first experience in Spain of one-stop shop. Basically, we create a new actor in the market that overcome the key barriers through social marketing. This one specifically to solve the low demand, and 360 degrees personalized support to solve the other barrier, the complexity of the process. Here you can see in the bottom some example of projects that are using this model. Rehabilita Vizcaya is the one-stop shop that supports property administration. Is located in Basque Country. Is funded by Elena program by the EIB. Garage Domus, probably our first boy or girl, a part of the pilot. We'll talk a little bit later about this. One-stop shop to support energy retrofit, to support citizens to boost energy rehabilitation. GDOMUS is the one we present today. Color, similar one, but with different target. We target citizens, participants of energy communities. So we understand this type of citizens that they are a bit more knowledge, so they are start to feel the benefit of the energy retrofits or the energy transition. So is a different way to approach. There are different ways to approach them. Meritos to support rural municipalities for the decarbonization of public buildings, and Inspire Us. This one is very interesting because one of the main barriers, you know, is the split incentive dilemma. Okay, this one especially try to focus to work this works around this barrier. What do we do through a Domus model? Basically, we create demand generation based social marketing strategies. And we know it's difficult to spur interest among homeowners, but we developed through the years like a catalog of checklist of 5 bullet points that we try to check for each event or action to generate demand. We'll see an example in a video in a moment. And in terms of 360 terror support, basically is to use a one-stop shop model approach and provide personalized assistance to homeowners through a technical, financial, and administrative assistance. I said before, just a quick example of how we generate demand among citizens. And most of these people, they don't care about energy transition, they don't care about climate crisis. So how can we reach these people? You'll see at the end of the video an example of how we reach this type of people. Probably 90% of these people, they don't care about what we are doing there, but they had 45 minutes of exercise and myself in the front trying to blast with interesting information, okay? And most of them, after the session, they came to the information point to ask for more, okay? Just an example. This one was under Garrocha Domus, one of the projects I mentioned before. Just diving deep a little bit more about the model. Now, all of you know about the energy efficiency directives. Just to mention that our Domus OSS model is totally in line with the directives. And if you want to be more scientific about the model itself, we always use this table. Is part of the paper that published Christophe and Adrien. I always suggest to have a look at it. And when it released, this table stay with us with all the design programs we carry out, because it's a very easy way to explain the difference between a one-stop shop. There is no unique way to implement this type of models, of offices, and it's very important to be aware of the pros and the cons of each of them when you design it. Domus OSS, we could say, is an hybrid model, advice model for the earlier stages, and support model for the mid and end part of the project cycle stages. What are the pillars of Domus? There are 5 pillars. The first one is we use one-stop shop model, as I mentioned many times. Very important. Domus does not replace existing actors. Actually, it helps them to strengthen their role in the sector. Second one, very important, citizens at the core. This one is the key. Okay, we provide support, personalized support through the entire project, even beyond 1 year after the reception of the project. But what I would like to highlight this here is we don't work with buildings, we work with people. And this is very important for everything, okay? We don't, they don't move about logic, they move about emotion. So unless you have this in mind when you try to generate demand and support them, it's very difficult to generate impact. So very important. We work with people, not buildings. Public-private partnership, very important. The challenge we face in Europe in terms of targeting is very ambitious. Unless we work together, both sectors, it's very difficult to meet the targets. Very important. Each part has to do what they do best. Public sector to create trust, confident spaces, and public and private sector, the muscle to design and work. Local professionals, if possible. So all these architects, contractors, installers, they will work with projects. If they are local, it's better for the region because they also help to activate, reactivate, to improve the local economy. And digitalization. This type of offices, they are very hard on dedication, on effort. So we need to digitalize as much as possible all the support process. I have, with my mobile, we have an app, and I can check in real time what is happening in all the offices we are working with, more than 20. In real time, how many leads we have, type of projects, what the users think about the program, what needs to improve, what not, tasks, collaboration with professionals. Very important, the digitalization with this type of projects to be more efficient and effective. So I just explained about Domus model. Domus model has been used to develop GDomus. GDomus, as Christophe mentioned, is a slow cooking project. Starts 8 years ago with a pilot in Olot, a small town where we are located. The headquarters are located there. From that pilot, that we could test the financial part, but it was very important for us because we could develop the one-stop shop part of the project. We learn a lot, and also we help to increase the energy retrofit projects by 5 times. We grow up, we scale up the program to the Garrocha County, providing service to 55,000 population, 21 municipalities, most of them small municipalities. In 3 years, we carry out more than 300 energy renovation projects. Okay, and now we are here. So the next scale-up step is from that county to the entire Girona province. As I said before, is around 800,000 population, 2021 municipalities, and is a project that is currently ongoing. And in fact, we are around here. The first year, 2024, we spent the first year to design and improve several aspects of Domus program. We'll talk a little bit later on. Last October, we opened the first phase of the offices, 4 offices, 1 of each county: Garrocha, Pla de l'Estany, Ripollet, Cerdanya, and Gironès. They are currently working this office since last October. And in the next October, in a few months, we'll open the remaining offices in order to cover the entire Girona province. Now we have a video of the institutional presentation of GDomus. It's translated in AI. So it's in English. It's amazing what does the AI does. It's even scary, I would say, because the people you'll see here, they were speaking in Catalan. Okay.
Sometimes citizens don't know how to go about it, whether they need to hire someone for a diagnosis to explain things, to find quotes, and then whether it's expensive or cheap, and so on. Instead, here they have a one-stop shop with people who I believe they should have full confidence in.
Regarding homeowners associations, we understand that it's always a good thing when a foundation approaches you, especially if it somehow makes use of European grants and resources, as this always provides a good entry point for citizens. So I believe the challenge of mediation in promoting energy retrofitting is precisely the generation of trust. And in this sense, it's fundamental for the role this intermediary plays to be transparent, let's say, to be very clear.
But it's no less true that the challenge is so great that without private companies or the private sector, it won't be possible to achieve it. Or to put it another way, together we can achieve these goals in a faster way. And at the same time, it's true that this allows us to have greater reach and connect with citizens, making this management more agile through the private sector.
Well, we all have to be involved here. As an association, we especially want these kinds of things to be well communicated to society, which is something we've always promoted here. We must get very close to society so it can truly be understood and so we can provide an important service here. I think it's interesting that really one of the serious problems is the work involved or that individuals might face, which is applying for the subsidy, applying for the permits, asking to work with technicians, and if they have to do it all themselves, it's a massive waste of time, generally speaking.
This comprehensive advice for citizens, both from the standpoint of raising awareness about the need to renovate housing and also putting them in touch with the various local companies that exist and can carry out the work, whether they are construction companies, installers, the training and qualification of these companies as well as executing the work and searching for financing, since often the barrier is the financing itself.
I think it's very important because we need to help citizens, right? To provide full support from the moment they request this advice until the very end, right? From the regional councils, we have energy transition offices, and these offices contribute to the towns in the region having better service and better support.
EI does. Okay. But it's a good example because we have seen here is one of the aspects of what we so-called the magic triangle of GDOMOS, which is the collaboration with public administration. Okay, you can see here the magic triangle. So the key elements of the project. I'm going to go a little bit deep in some of them, since self-sustainable business model, very important for us. We want something that can be a scale up and does not rely anymore with public subsidies, in this case, European subsidies or any kind of subsidy. The sector should be mature enough to pay for the service. Collaboration with local retrofits is very important, and empowering professionals as well. And obviously, there is always an option, an opportunity to enchase our original DOMOS program. In terms of empowering local professionals, we work with a pool of local professionals validated. Okay, any professional can be validated, but they need to pass a test to check the technical, administrative, financial status of the company. What are the motivations to be part from the professional side to be part of these programs? Well, you can see here the first one is mature leads. So we provide mature leads to the professionals. So don't waste time to a homeowner to convince them, and then they ask you for an offer, and this offer is just stays in a table and nobody cares anymore, and you spend some time with this lead. The program does this for you, and we provide mature leads, and it's very relevant for them. No solution is prescribed, very important. We are totally vendor agnostic, okay? And this needs to be maintained. It's part of our soul. So we really suggest what we think is best for the homeowners, no matter the solution, no matter the brand or manufacturer. Advice, okay, also for professionals to be able to have this type of offices is very important for them, because we help them to assist to their clients in terms of grants or tax rebates. These things are continuously changing, and for a professional it's very hard to be aware of all this type of solutions, especially because some of them are very local. So it's part of the office to be updated of all these and assist the professionals towards their clients. And also we train them, especially with new things like grants. Now we have the white levels certificates, are very interesting. We train them to understand what are they for, how to apply and how to use it for their benefit and for their clients' benefits. In total, in GDOMS, we are currently having 123 validated professionals, and you can see here the distribution of the type of professionals. Collaboration with local retrofit programs is very important. In Spain, I don't know if this is common in the rest of the EU members, but since the last, I would say, 3-4 years, they come up with a similar initiative, one-stop shop and offices to support citizens, and now we reach to the level that there are like, in one city, you can find easily 3, 4, 5 initiatives having the same objective, and they don't collaborate each other. And it's very hard for the citizens to decide to which door you have to knock, okay? And it's even is a problem, this, because, you know, it's, okay, so many options, what I do, I don't know, maybe I'm not sure. I have another problem, sadly, so I just skip this one for beyond. So it's part of the GDOMUS to create one single door and try to collaborate with existing initiatives to make the process easy, as easy as possible for the citizen. What we ask to the public administration and is basically to support in terms of dissemination, support on demand generation, creating synergies between the initiatives, and try to create this single entry point for citizens. Very important we need to make this process as easy as possible for them. So one single door. Behind that door, several doors, but for the citizens, only one. Okay. The other key element of GDOMUS, as I mentioned before, is try to be self-sustained. As we mentioned before, is a model that has been a slow cook through several years. We have been scaling up the model, learning a lot, improving several aspects of the program, but now we want to be independent in an economic way. So the project planned different way of revenues. The first one is the white certificates. It's existing, I think, in France, in other countries. So when you do energy retrofit, this energy reduction you have for the retrofit project, you can sell it to basically energy companies. So we are trying to use these mechanisms to finance part of the program. Also professional fee. So as I mentioned before, the program basically creates a material leads. So the program hits stone through multifamily building homeowners. They generate demand. They spend a lot of time and resources to generate demand. So all this is returned to the program through this fee, because at the end, the professionals that are part of the program, they don't have to spend time on commercial part of a job that there always is. Donations also is one of the revenues we are trying to work with through the program, and sponsorships, okay? Mainly linked to the sector events and partnership. Project view. No single revenue stream is sufficient, so we need to find multiple ways of revenue that we hope all together will be able to create a break-even point. And the long-term sustainability will require higher project execution volumes, stronger partnership, and a robust and demand generation channel. What we have learned so far with different type of revenues, white certificates, we know is a strong structural opportunity for us. We know that this type of revenue should increase over the time, but the mechanism itself, in terms of pros, there is a clear market need, but the KS, the white certificate, works very, very, very well, especially in the industrial sector, we need to be able to adapt that mechanism to the residential sector, because it doesn't work that well, and it's a pity, because it's a good trigger to generate interest. And obviously, in terms of cash flow for the offices, the income is delayed because you only receive the money when the project is completed, and sometimes you spend more than 1 year supporting the project from the early stages. Professional fee is an interesting one, but currently generates limited revenue due to low execution volumes. The professionals on the other side, they are happy with this type of fee because they understand the work we put behind any material lead we provide to them. And also they would be happy to, well, not happy, but they will be open to, to increase the fee as well. In terms of pros, high potential for GDOMUS. The cons, it's difficult to prevent the fee transfer to final user. It's very important for us. We don't want this fee to be transferred to the final user. We understand this is part of the job they should do as a professional, and we save them for them. So they are not allowed to transfer this fee. We try to prevent that, but you never know. And also, especially when we collaborate with public administration, this type of fee, they don't like it a lot, okay? But when you explain it, I think it's very clear, and everything we do is very transparent, and it, from our point of view, it makes sense. Donations, interest is very limited. Only few donors, only few donors have been a donor in the project. Well, for us, the pros of this type of revenue is not the economic itself, is more the opportunity to support the transition, strengthen partnerships, and help drive demand. In terms of cons, low interest by companies, unfortunately, is not a sensitive topic for donations. There are other priorities, which I understand. They get more interest in terms of donation. Lessons learned, and I'm just finishing. White certificates are necessary, are very interesting, but they're not sufficient to ensure full self-sustainability. Financial availability depends on execution volume and a steady project pipeline, not just project generation, very important. GDOMUS must position itself as a reference channel for demand generation and project prescription in residential energy renovation. And donations and sponsorship are best used as complementary strategic funding resources. In terms of results so far, as mentioned before, the first 4 offices were open last October, so has been running about half year. They generated 240 leads, and from those, 45 projects has been already generated. You can see here the distribution through the different offices. And in terms of maturity of the projects, 33% there under procurement stage, 9 are under execution, and 3 of them, they have been already finished, completed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jordi. Perfectly on time. So a great example of keeping time, and also a great example of perseverance, as I said, and the importance of keeping at it. And you've been on this topic for already 8 years, and keep growing. So I think it's particularly important and interesting to see your experience. So a good demonstration of the flexibility of this idea of one-stop shop. And the fact that you don't necessarily need to have a perfect and comprehensive concept to begin with. You should start and have a flexible approach that allows for some adaptation on the way. So probably the one-stop shop you have today in GDOMUS is maybe or to a large extent different from the idea you had with Europe 8 years ago. And that's perfectly fine. That's part of the process. So also I would encourage you in the room, if you have idea to develop one-stop shop, to not wait until you have the perfect idea in mind and just go for it and try and develop and have a flexible approach that allows for adaptations. You emphasize the importance of revenues. It's also important. You can find some support at early stages, and you can particularly find support from us to develop your one-stop shop. But what is important is not just to work for a few years and then close shop, is the idea to, from the start, then develop, expand with a notion of scalability. The idea that at some point you should be able to scale in a model where you're fully reliant on subsidies. That can be very difficult, because the more you scale, the more expensive your services become if they are fully subsidized. And you may face, and we have several examples of a situation where because the initiative was very successful, then it was stopped, because very successful means very expensive if subsidized, and sometimes depending on political volatility, it can lead to very difficult situation and closing shop. So I think what you mentioned is on the revenue streams is very important, and also show very much your approach of indeed looking for ways and trying different options, and I think that's also very relevant. So I will open for question now in the audience. Maybe I will have a first question. You mentioned some revenue streams to finance Gidomus. I don't think you mentioned the idea of charging the services to homeowners, and maybe I can have your opinion on that.
Yeah, obviously. We try things every day, you know. We test many aspects of the one-stop shop models and the type of assistance and the way we do the things. We try this to charge to, actually in Garrochodomus, very successful program with a county that all of them, they knew about the project, they knew what to expect, they value in a very good rate the services. We provide questionnaires after each service we provide, and Garrochodomus in particular, they had 8.99 as a value. So the service obviously it was very good. It's very good. So I said, okay, if everybody is happy, everybody knows us, they understand the value, they have the need, let's make them pay part of the services. The demand was reduced by 99%. So, okay. So we spent time to understand why and things like that, but the reality was that, and we cannot wait 1 year to do things. So the 2030 is in a couple of days. So this was our learning about this, try to make pay the citizens. Some of them, they did it, but 99% they said no. And especially if they know that this service has been provided by free. And this happened with grants as well, you know. Now in Spain we had the next generation grants. Now you speak with the homeowner and say, look, I understand perfectly what you are saying. This is very interesting. I want that. What is my grant? I say, no, there is no grant at the moment. Okay, then I'm going to wait for the next grant program. So.
Thank you. One question here, another one here.
Yes, hi, my name is Julien Jacot. I work for GRS, which is a French NGO, and we are managing a one-stop shop a bit far from Europe, actually, in Mongolia, but also with the support of the European Union. Two questions. First, one very practical, your eDomos platform. Would you be ready to share it for us to actually look into it and see if we can apply that, because we are digitizing also in Mongolia and well might be interested in it. Second questions, you mentioned that you have 240 leads, out of them 45 current projects. So you have a certain level of dropouts, which is normal. Do you have any ways of you reacquiring these leads and convincing them after they drop out? Or and do you know why people do drop out? Thank you.
a meeting and I'll show you a platform. Yes, the platform is a service that we provide to other programs. So we have some programs that they just pay for the program from the platform, the operational platform, and yes, it's not a problem. Regarding the second question, yes, actually, when we finalize or we close a lead, if it's good or I mean it's positive response or just drop out, we ask them why. Okay, and what we learn is in the previous project, because Geomus is just starting, but taking the data from previous one-stop shop models we implement, we have rate a lead to project rate of 25% more or less. So this is direct. So if someone, citizen, that homeowner that just start from beginning and stay with us till the end of the project, 25%. So we check what happened with the remaining leads, the ones that are closed before. And what we learn is another 25%, they say, look, without your initial support, I will not have done anything, but I don't want the full support. So just drop it. So we have, the impact is even higher than what is shown here. And the remaining ones is just because it's free. I just come to my house. I have time. The technician will come, will talk with me. I'm a bit bored. You know, I see faces that probably they face the same situations. But yeah, this is the truth. Some of them, they just expect, I don't know, high subsidies or that we don't provide because we don't provide the specific subsidies or grants. We just are always monitoring the existing financial solutions and provide the best for the citizens. But some of them, it's not enough. I don't know if I answer your questions.
There was one other question here.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm Ana Maria Seman from WWF Central and Eastern Europe. I work mainly in Romania, but also a bit in Bulgaria and Hungary. We also work on energy efficiency in buildings. My question is, given that also member states are encouraged through the EED and EPBD to provide this type of technical, administrative, financial support to people through, for example, public administration, do you collaborate with public administration? Is there any kind of thinking of how you could integrate your role with that of public administration? What we're looking at is how to actually empower local administration to do what you're doing rather than creating other structures. So what's your take on that and how do you see that for Spain?
We try a lot to collaborate, and now is the right moment because we have the directives that force the state members to implement one-stop shops, and with a very specific criteria, which is very good. Every 80,000 population, 90 minutes travel from door to door. In Spain, at least, is what we have more experience. Someone is working on it. There have been public initiatives to get feedback and comments and suggestions for the actors that are involved in the sector, but I don't have more information about this. So, but it's very important, as you said, to not invent the wheel every time. So learn from initiatives that they have been in place, they work. Obviously, everything can be improved, but they worked, so why not use all this knowledge and learning and tools? It's a good, very interesting question, and I hope state members think in that way. But yeah, it's not easy to collaborate closely with public administration. Obviously, for demand generation and things like this, we do through GDOMOS, but in a more formal way, like a framework, is not that easy.
Karen Smets from One Stop Shop Energy House in Belgium, Flanders. You were talking about certificates to ensure the main revenue stream. Can you elaborate on that? Because we're quite puzzled how it would work.
Okay, I don't know if in Flanders these mechanisms exist. We know exist in France for several areas. It's basically when you carry out energy retrofit of your any building, any type of building, not just residential, industrial, any type of building, the energy consumption that has been reduced, this amount, it can be transformed in white certificates. And this can be sold to the energy companies to compensate their obligations in terms of taxes. So they have to pay a tax based on the amount of energy they sell. So they can compensate instead of pay directly that task to compensate that with energy. And it works very, very well. Unfortunately, we need to transfer that effectivity to the residential sector because the industrial works very well. Sorry, not me. But yeah, we can talk a little bit more in detail about why this mechanism has not been as efficient in the residential, but it's something that now in Spain they are ongoing modification of the mechanism, and it's the time to try to adjust that because it works very, very well, and it's a long-term mechanism.
Transpose in national law the Article 7 of the Directive on Energy Efficiency. So a way to oblige energy producer to introduce energy savings. But that indeed it's a very effective source of revenue in your case. In the different experiences in France also, it's one of the main sources of revenue for the one-stop shops. Did you have questions also? It was the same question. Any other questions?
Judith Borsboom from a locality. I have a question about the public-private partnership. Can you elaborate a bit on that? How is this organized? It links also a bit to the question of my neighbor.
Basically, there are two main aspects of collaboration. The first one, public administration, most of them, they has been put in place similar initiatives to support citizens. So one of the tasks we do with them is basically to map all these initiatives and try to put in a single door. So facilitate the access by the citizens to all these services, but through one door. This is one of the work we do with them. And the second one is help us, the program, with dissemination. Okay, so help us, the video I just displayed, it was like a plus in a city. So we asked them, look, can we occupy the space for one weekend? Things like this. Can you, can we borrow shares and screen and things like this? So it's more in a species, not economic resources. This is the two main elements we ask for in terms of collaboration with public administration. And it's important to have this collaboration, and I always say the same, because what we have been experienced, we have been designing and implementing one-stop shop just from a private perspective or approach or public approach. There is one thing that the public sector is a champion, and it's something that you cannot have from the private approach, which is the trust. So if you do activities and support with the collaboration, with the support, with public administration, the citizens are much more open to listen to you and to give you time to and to believe what you say. And this is one of the key successful elements, if you, at least from our experience, if you want to implement a high-impact one-stop shop. If you don't have this support, it's very hard to get this type of reception from the citizens, because there is always the doubt. Okay, what is behind that? They want money. They want to sell me one measure front another. I'm not sure it is the best thing. So if you go with public administration, all these type of uncertainties, doubts are just removed, vanished.
Thank you. One more question here. Marco De Vetta, Stugesca, Italy. Just going back to the public-private relationship, in your slides on the revenue streams, there was the professional fee, and it was mentioned that public administrations don't like it. What does that mean? Because I see that, of course, public administrations build trust with citizens, but you have a strictly private business model, right? Okay, so why do they ever say on your business model?
They don't feel comfortable with this type of fee. I don't know why, but is what we have seen. Is something that I don't know. To be honest, is a type of revenue. It's very hard to explain. Initially, it happened the same with the professionals. I remember several years ago when we start implementing this type of revenue, because I said before we test things all the time. They said, why? I mean, why you are charging me a fee? This is a public program and so on. Yeah, but we want to scale up this program. We cannot stay always with public finance to have this type of services. So, and again, we do part of your job. You pay commercial people to generate demand. We do that for you, and we give you a lead. So we remove all this effort, all this cost from your side. I think it's fair, it's reasonable to ask for a return. And it was tough. But once they start to work with us, they totally understood. And actually now they are open to increase even that, because is a way to get leads, and it's very important for them.
Indeed, in the directive, there is absolutely nothing that requires the services to be provided for free. Huh? They can completely be charged. That doesn't mean the people would be happy to pay for it. Huh?
We'll see.
Hi, I'm Chloe. I'm from Belgium, and I'm a social entrepreneur. I would like to have an insight on how do you secure this 2.5% of fees? Is it a legal framework? Is it more social moral obligation? How do you check it afterwards?
To not transfer this fee to the user, or
the 2.5
yes.
Fees on renovation that were actually implemented.
Yes.
How do you secure it that you get the revenue stream? Is my question clear?
Well, because we are assisting the homeowner during the entire process. We are there. We know exactly what is going with the project. We know if there is a change on budget, if there is a change on measures. So we are there all the time, and we know once the project is on or the project is approved. We know the amount of the fee we need to ask to the professionals.
So there was never a case where the professional refused to pay it, or did it on the side and try to hide that it had been implemented? Or?
No, because the rules are very clear from the beginning. And if you want to be part of the pool of contractors, there are the pros and cons, and this type of fee is there from the beginning. It's very clear, and they have to do it. And again, they understand the benefit of having this fee. So actually, it's a good for them. If they pay that fee, it's a good sign, because that means that they have a new project to carry out. In terms of control, if that fee has been transferred to the client, it's very hard to do it. They sign. There is a framework agreement they have to sign to be part of the pool with all the obligations. And what we do is, if there is like an incidence mechanism, so if they do something that is not right, there are like penalty points. and if they reach, I think it's 5 points, they are removed from the pool of contractors.
Is it a convention or a contract?
Yeah, it's in the contract we signed with them.
Okay.
Yeah, everything is set up.
We may have time for one last question before we close.
Thank you. So at the very beginning of your presentation, Pierre-Antoine Vernon from Cine, I'm a colleague of Christophe's. In the beginning of your presentation, you clarified that Europace is about social engagement. And so we saw a little bit an example in the video, but what would be, let's say, the highest added value of social engagement in order to convince homeowners that are typically unconvinced?
The high value. What do you mean by that?
What really works in terms of social engagement?
These 5 bullets I mentioned before, I'm going to go through them very quickly. Use effective triggers. So we don't talk about, our approach is not to sell the energy retrofit purely based on European climate obligations or climate crisis. We use other type of triggers more sensitive for the families, which is health, comfort, economy by them as well, reduction of energy bills, and higher the value of the property. And this is a type of triggers we try to highlight when we spoke with them and explained the benefit of this type of projects. Second one, it was mentioned this morning in the welcome panel, make the energy visible. One of the problems we have is the energy is invisible and it's very hard to explain, and it's very hard to understand by the citizens. So how do that? You see in the video, we have like photovoltaic panels, they can touch it, they can see it, they can play it, they can touch an insulation material to see what it really is. It's not rocket science, so they feel a bit more comfortable. So we need to try to acknowledge a little bit more about this type of elements. The third one is to speak with plain words. It's very important because usually the technicians that carry out this type of technical assistance, they are very technical. And they talk with the terminology that is not understood by the citizens, no? Transitivity, kilowatts of energy and things like this. No, we need to explain things in a very plain manner. Otherwise, we lost their attention. Create trust areas. It's what I mentioned before, and this can be done with the support of public administration. Do things with public administration because the reception by the citizens, they are more open to listen and understand and believe what you say. And these are the main, the bullet points that we use when we try to do this social marketing strategy. And we've seen over the time that it works, especially the triggers.
Thank you very much, Jordi. It's time to close now. It will be time for lunch. This afternoon, there are more sessions here on One Stop Shops. We start, I think, 1:30 with the presentation of EU peers, where we will see actually the community of practice, so other examples of One Stop Shop. And if you want to become a One Stop Shop also, that would be the place to go to find some support and collective knowledge. So thank you very much, Jordi. The video, I think it was recorded, this session, so I'm waiting for the translated video in Catalan, and happy to see that. Thank you.
Hi everyone. So we're going to start the second session. So you're still in this trend is about mobilizing private finance for energy efficiency and renewables. We had the first session, which was about commercial lending and supporting banks to increase lending to residential renovations. The 4 sessions that are coming now will be looking more at one way or another what we call ESCO types of projects. So this first session is going to look at the question of how ESCOs access finance, and maybe to introduce the session, I think it's really important to try to define what we're talking about. So before this session, we've exchanged, I think, about 5 or 6 pages of emails with Pierre and Nicolas, because we're trying to agree on the terms of the debate. What it means when we're talking about access to finance for ESCO. So I think the term ESCO is really a never-ending source of confusion. I really like to say in general, there's no such thing as an ESCO. Between the definitions in the EU directives, the definitions in national regulations, what companies actually call themselves, there's a lot of ESCOs that don't finance or that don't even implement investments through energy performance contracting, and this is what most of you are expecting to be discussing here. And so I think what's really important to keep in mind is that we talk about ESCOs because it's just the easiest way to talk about it, but in the end it's really a misleading term. What we should be talking about is what kind of contracts we're dealing with, and that there are parties to the contract, and the party that's taking the contract would be called an ESCO here. So in this session, we're going to be talking about ESCOs as companies that invest in energy savings, and that get repaid through those savings one or another with some kind of guarantee to the project host. All right? So usually that means what we call an energy performance contract, but it could also be called an energy service agreement, energy as a service, and so on. So in the end, this is what we're going to be talking about. Why do we talk about ESCO as financing contracts? Well, because it's a way to bring in external finance to a project in energy efficiency and renewables. So we're not going to discuss the question of on and off balance sheet accounting for this types of contract. That will be dealt with in the session after lunch, and I see some of the speakers are already here. But let's be clear that in most cases, this will be accounted as a public debt when we're talking about public buildings. There's no magic wand here. So in this session, we're going to look into what we can do to channel private finance into ESCO finance investments, knowing that ESCOs are not banks and that many of them are basically small companies which also struggle to access finance. So here again, there's no magic wand, and it takes a lot of hard work to increase their access to finance. So together with us today, we have 2 seasoned experts, and I'm really honored to have them both on this panel. First, we'll be listening to Pierre Langlois from Econolaire. Econolaire is involved for many years in some of the really most innovative structures I've ever heard. The first one I heard about was the Bulgarian Energy Efficiency Fund, and that was almost 15 years ago. Pierre will be presenting the Super ESCO model, which he's been developing with Sofiac in Canada and in France. And then we'll listen to Nicolas Stenchov, who's the founder and the CEO of the Latvian Baltic Energy Efficiency Fund. When I started working on energy performance contracting around 2007, there was a breakthrough moment when I heard that in Latvia there was a company called Renesco that financed EPC with 60% savings over 20 years. And I'm really happy that Eric Berman here is the founder of Renesco. And that was really a breakthrough here in residential. But then a few years after, Renesco ran out of cash and couldn't deliver more projects. And this is how LABIF came to be put in place in order to provide more finance to not just Renesco, but I guess other ESCOs. So here we'll be listening to first Pierre and then Nicolas. If you have questions, keep them for the end. Be patient and And yeah, we'll be listening to you. Pierre, so floor is yours for 12 minutes. After 12 minutes, I have a little bip, bip, bip. And you have to conclude.
Thank you very much, Adrian, for this introduction. I'll go pretty rapidly about Ecolair, but we've been in that business for 4 years. First in Canada and then working in Europe, Asia, Latin America, all related to energy efficiency. And the use of energy performance contracting, among other things, related to unlocking this potential. I'm going to talk specially about the case of France, where we've launched an initiative of over 200 million euros. But let me start a little bit at the root of this initiative. So we started it in Canada in 2020 with pretty major banks. So one pension fund, one of the biggest bank in Canada, with the Canadian government as a lender as well, with over $150 million of capital to be able to invest in. So far, we engage over 125 million with corporations that you see here, not very small ones, Airports of Montreal being an example, but we work in commercial, industrial, and institutional sector. And that would lead us to launch in the next few months another round, which is going to be $1 billion. Investors are pretty happy about what we're doing. We're unlocking the market. And it's not a question of capital, it's a question of market, as we talked about. So now with the first 15 contract, we're looking forward to have a major investment. What happened next is that the government of France and an investor called Mirova talked to us, and they said, well, they were very involved in energy efficiency. They wanted to have an innovation as far as the financial model, and they said, why not duplicate this model to France? So we started up in 2024, launched with the support of the French government. Our actual investors are, among others, ADEME, which is the French government, with Mirova, which is a major European fund investor in clean energy, as well as some Canadian money, and supported by 3 banks who are actually, the lenders of our initiative. So we're talking about 200 million euros of funding available. As you see in the model, we start with the funding, we fund the projects later on. It would have been nice to have the project first and the funding afterwards. The problem is when the projects are ready, they want the money. And if we waited to do that, so structuring something like that can take 2 years. And I would say, now we have the money, now we have to find the projects. The structure. Well, structure, we talk about super ESCO. Let me excuse about the term because super would mean better, which is not the case. It's essentially at a different level. So it's super because it sits between the clients and between the ESCOs themselves. So we actually gather the money and we put it in a special purpose vehicle. That special purpose vehicle, SOFIAC, is the one entering into a contract with the end users. We're working on a shared saving agreement, which means that we are investing in the project. We're not lending to the end user. We're investing in a project. And then the end user will pay us back out of a share of the savings over a period of time, in our case, 15 years. We turn around and we subcontract ESCOs. As Adrian was mentioning, ESCOs can be many things. In our case, they have to guarantee us the savings. So they are corporations that look after a project, try to design the best project possible, which in our case means the biggest project, biggest savings, most carbon emission reductions, and actually provide us the guarantee that these savings will happen. We pay the ESCO up front, so we invest in them. They implement the project, and over the 15 years, they will guarantee us the savings. So what's the value proposition? Well, essentially for the client, there's no investment. He pays nothing until the savings start to be generated. It's a turnkey project in the sense that we will implement everything, take all the technical risk of the project. No limitation on technology, energy efficiency, renewable energy, anything that can reduce the bill, anything that can be monetized. Technically and financial risk-free. If there's no savings, you don't pay. And actually 15-year contractual arrangements, well, actually we can go up to 20 years. The fund is structured as a 21-year financial instrument. We have 5 years to deploy and 1 year of grace at the end to essentially finalize everything. That means that the first project can be financed or can be invested in for 20 years. What's in it for the client? What's the benefit they get? Well, the problem we have with energy efficiency, it's a very often long-term investment. The more you want to save, the more you have to invest, the longer the payment will be. End users, decision makers want short-term results. So the more we want to go into the deep renovation, the less it becomes attractive. So what we try to do is transform this long-term investment into short-term benefits. What are the short-term benefits? Well, first of all, we will take care of all subsidies. Subsidies are nice, they're complex, and very often you need someone specialized to get them because they start to be complicated over time. We take care of everything. And the ESCOs are very incentivized to do that because obviously the most subsidies they get, the bigger the project is, the more money they make. We have no impact on corporate financing operations. Well, we won't talk about on-balance sheet, off-balance sheet. It's a complex thing. But at worst case scenario, we are a subordinated debt. It means that for bankers, we don't exist. And that's the key, is for end users, what they want to do is to essentially keep their financial capacity to do other things that are more a priority than energy efficiency. Even though we would love them to put energy efficiency there and anything else down there, the reality is other things are always more important for them than energy efficiency. So they want to keep their financial capacity to do whatever they think is most important. In our case, we essentially do the project, leaving them the capacity to do anything else with their financial capacity because we're not perceived by the banks as being a liability. We transfer all the assets day one, even though they have not paid for it. What does that mean? They can amortize the equipment. Short-term benefits, positive cash flows. And the biggest thing that we found that the clients were interested in were essentially the CapEx reduction. Whatever we do, they don't have to do later on. So if we replace a chiller, a boiler, whatever, we do it first. They don't have to do it. They free CapEx. They can do something else with it. And in a corporation, CapEx is always something very difficult to obtain for our projects. So we help them free that. What is the constraint that we have, or what are the criteria? Well, we have to be based in the French territory. We have to have a budget of over 1 million euro. It's still a little bit of a complex mechanism, so we need size. So it has to be $1 million, or €1 million in our case. And normally the client has to consume 1 million euros per year, not per facility, but per client. So if there's 20 facilities within a client portfolio, and they all consume enough energy so we can invest 1 million in those, that works. And financial solvency, that's probably the biggest thing we found in France that was different in Canada. Our bankers, our investors want to have clients that are relatively solid on the financial sector. France, that we discovered, our clients were not as good rating that we had in Canada, and that became one of the barriers. One of our first projects, Euralis, it's a 20 million euro investment. Technology is related to biomass, solar panels. We invest in that project. The total investment that we will have is over 10 million, meaning that we are able to get grants for about 8 million euros. We bundle all that, but our actual investment is less than 20 because obviously we don't invest in the grants. The grants comes and reduce our need for investment. We're pretty happy to launch it. It's one of the first one that we're doing. It's in the agri-food sector. And as you know, we need experience in the country to demonstrate that it works, even though I tell you about the great things we do in Canada, not enough. You need to do it in France. Specific features of the one in France. How we structured it. It's 20% equity, 80% debt. That's the way we structure our funding. Investors and lenders invest at that respective level of commitments. It means that we have 3 banks who are working with us. They take all their respective shares. We work with an IRR which is less than 10%. It varies per client depending of the capacity of the client, our risk, but it's still pretty small. It's still pretty low. So it means that when we combine that with our debt and everything, our rate of return for the project is very acceptable because our clients usually, when we ask them, well, would you invest in that project? They would say, I would never invest in a 10% return investment project. Never. I will look for 20%, 30, 40, 50%. That's what they're looking for. We're able to use the money of patient funding with a very low IRR to essentially invest in projects that fits our investor needs, but are way lower than actually a client would have. On the client side, what is the IRR? Well, it's infinite because they get a share of the savings, they get the amortization, they get all the other benefits, they pay nothing. So if you pay nothing and you receive something, IRR is infinite. On the ESCO side, we look for them for implementation, and we can work sole source. We're a private sector fund. So ESCOs come to us as a financial mechanism. We do see clients and find an ESCO for them. We can do it through procurement, we can do it through discussion, we can do it sole sourcing. But on the other end, if the ESCOs are finding clients that have nice projects, but they don't have the financial capacity or the will to invest, we essentially can do it on their behalf. And that way we unlock a project, and very often we increase the size of the project because the 3-year payback they were looking for now becomes something way bigger. On the subsidy, we got an Elena fund that helps us on the transaction cost, that helps us reduce our global cost. So that was welcome. And obviously we use the subsidies as much as we can. Well, I think Adrian wanted me to talk about the specific feature of France, because when we tried to transpose the concept from Canada to France, we had a lot of surprises. Well, first of all, the accounting treatment is different in France than in Canada. That it made this a little bit more complicated for our clients. The second thing that we found as well is that the client worthiness was not the same. In Canada, 8 of 10 clients we talk to are creditworthy based on the conditions of our investors. In France, it's 1 out of 10. So it means it's a lot more complicated. So I would love to see clients in better shape. I cannot change that. So the alternative, and we're trying to find a solution, is we have guarantees. So we talked about guarantees. Guarantees here would unlock quite a lot of things. And when I'm talking about guarantees, client-level guarantees. Because if we only apply this approach to a very small number of potential clients, our impact is going to be way lower. If we're able to increase our client base because the creditworthiness would be addressed by a third party, a guarantee, that would help quite a lot. The last thing we found, I have 1 more minute. Okay, so the last thing that we found is the market was quite different. In Canada, we do have ESCOs that takes everything under their umbrella. So if we have a $20 million project, and there's 20 type of different measures that have to be implemented, an ESCO will come in, take care of everything, implement everything, and guarantee everything. When we came to France, we would need 5 ESCOs to do that, because an ESCO is good biomass, but not the other thing. An ESCO specializing in PV, but not in lighting. So that was a very different thing. The other thing we found as well in France, compared to Canada, is that the end user are very often subcontracting their maintenance. And in our case, in Canada, the clients do the maintenance internally. So we transfer the maintenance risk to the client because they own the maintenance staff. So we could not come in and say, I have a great project, but you have to fire all your staff. That would not work. So we transfer that risk. In France, they essentially subcontract it, and the subcontractors don't see us coming in as a great added value because they think we're replacing them, which is not the case at all, because we would work with anyone. So just to let you know that that concept works. We have the money, and actually I talked to you about $1 billion. If we had enough projects, we would have $10 billion. The investors are ready, the banks are ready. They see no risk in our approach at some point because the technical risk is transferred. The client risk we deal with. So they're comfortable with it. As it was said this morning, and again, we'll hear about it, our problem is market. So we come with a concept that technically can be seen as too good to be true, cost nothing, no technical risk, no risk at all, can work with any kind of partners. So if it's too good to be true, it should not be there, so there's something tricky about it. And that's a little bit one of the things we have to deal with is the trust factor. The fact that we have these kind of investors in France, the government of France, we have BNP Paribas, we have Mirova, we're supported by the European Commission, obviously gives credibility. Still the model has to be demonstrated. So these are the things I talked a little bit about, the legal and regulatory framework as well that we had to change because we had to adapt. The culture, I talked about it, and the creditworthiness. These are some of the challenges we faced while we were there. Last thing, one of the things I do as a hobby is essentially I'm supporting the Global ESCO Network, which is a UN initiative to promote the use of energy performance contracting. We're going to be at our third international event. So if you want to hear more about ESCOs, concepts, super ESCOs, financing, and so on, the next symposium is going to be in Europe, so in Madrid. So you're all then welcome, and you can come see me. You have Global ESCO Network. Just type that, you'll find it, and there's a lot of interesting stuff in that initiative. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Pierre, and you're probably one of the reasons why we still talk about ESCOs. Two things to keep in mind. So Sofiac is very much dealing with industrial companies, so corporates. One thing. One other thing which I found interesting is the question of standardization, and this is something that Nicolas is going to talk about a lot. So Nicolas is now going to talk more about the residential market and pioneering energy performance contracts in the residential sector. So, Nicolas, over to you.
Non, je pense pas. Now what do I do? Yes. So, on the front line, everything that Pierre said actually works for what I'm going to be telling you about. It's not a question of market. It's not a question of demand. It's really a question of demand. It's not a question of capital. This is the deep renovation rate in Europe today, 0.2%. It's not a lack of ambition. We're here. We're trying to do things. It's a lack of a product. It's a rational response to what is today the reality if an owner wants to renovate their building. There's no product that will actually help them. In fact, one minister said, but it's going to take 500 years. Deputy of the Ministry of Environment at the time in Germany said to me, everybody's green until it comes to their home. So, you heard that Eric Berman, who had the idea of Renesco to begin with, and I met in 2012 in this kind of a meeting, in fact. And I saw the fact that the business risk was tied to collection risk, and that would be very difficult for them to get more investments. We spoke with EBRD in May 2012. As you see, 2014, we finally got a mandate. We only dispersed in 2018. Why? Because we had to get the credit committee at EBRD to actually accept the idea to fund where the counterparty risk were actual human beings, not a legal entity. Thank God they did, because we were able to put it in place and invest 726,000 euros. But as you see, 2026, 8 years operational, 8 years of audits. These buildings have performed perfectly. Thank you, Eric, since he's the one guaranteeing them. And the people are happy. However, we have not gotten more funding. And here's part of what I'm going to explain today. To do it, to convince EBRD, we actually came up with 3 different innovations. One was the EPC Plus, which was built on the work that had been done by Renesco, an energy performance contract, basically, but very augmented. 2 was the securitization. We actually created a security to take receivables from owners and actually make them an investable class. Finally, the key to it is conditional disbursement. In other words, the funds are only paid out by our investors once the job has been proven. So we've created a product for the owners and a product for the finance community. How does it work? At the very top, you have investors who commit long-term funds but do not pay them out until conditions precedents are met. That only happens once the integrated home renovation service provider actually does the work and then has it proven by an independent measurement verification firm that the work has actually been done after a season or a long enough time for it to be clear. And then the funds, the yellow arrows, are consolidated by the building management company, who, as in the case of Sofiac, is a maintenance company that at first sees this as some sort of danger, but in fact, we give them the information they need to do a better job, be more proactive. They actually save money. They get a guarantee fee. And then from them, we then consolidate and pay back to our investors on a quarterly basis. The investment guidelines, I think, are the one thing that is useful, and you're going to see this in France, they're calling the référentiel, as I look at Françoise. But basically, it's something that automatically allows to figure out whether or not you even want to go into the business. Are you eligible as a company? Are you eligible as a building? Will we be able to accept the restructure? Then, of course, the EPC, EPC plus, EPC plus plus. What are we talking about? Earlier today, in one of the earlier sessions, people were asking, what does deep mean? Deep means long term. Today, we're doing 20-year contracts. I want to do 40-year contracts. There's no reason why not. These buildings are still going to be here in 40 years. And that means that you can pay back the investment. And if it's well cared for, as it would be, all our contracts include a maintenance manual. What that means that the building will actually sustain its investments longer because of the good quality of maintenance. Maintenance is 90% of a good investment. And finally, legal templates. And not just legal templates, but also templates that allow people to understand the financial side, really a technical assistance, not just financial and technical, but the whole works, so that an owner, before he even signs the contract, he has an idea of what he's going to be paying every month. And this is key, on bill. This is not a loan. This is on bill, which means that hundreds of thousands of families that are pensioners who do not qualify for a bank, no matter what the banks say, will be able to actually afford to have their home renovated. So what would happen if we align all the stakeholders on the final beneficiary? Safety, health, and comfort. There's the physical, concrete reality of what we can give them, but that they can actually see, they can actually touch. What happens to the investors? They're safe, very, very low risk. That was already the point that was made earlier by Pierre. They're comfortable. It's a standardized project. We show them the new package, move on. And they're healthy. There is a nice margin, a fair margin for the risk that's being taken. Public institutions, their funds are better leveraged. When we blend, all of these projects with blended funds. The performance is verified independently. They can actually say we have real results. DG Regio, when I explained what we were doing, and I asked why you saw that first little film, why don't you verify that the works have been done right? I mean, Nicolas, we have to close the folders. After 7 years, all the folders have to be closed. We can't monitor. We do that for them. Service provider. They get paid, not upfront exactly, but they get all their money back one season after the contract is over, which means they can go on and do another project. They get a sustainable margin. One of the problems with the grant system is people hide the margin. The fact is, a company needs between 20 and 25% gross margin. You can't pay for your lawyers, for the accounting, if you don't have additional funds. So when you say, oh, well, the projects cost 100, so you can only charge us 100, well, I'm going to hide you 25% so that I can pay for my lawyer, for my accountant. And finally, the building management company. They have a clean collection system. They get a guarantee fee. And again, standardized, proactive management. So the money isn't missing. Earlier today, we heard slightly different numbers from mine. We need 175. There's 73 billion a year, it's my best estimate, of funds that are not invested by the pension fund in the very country where they contributed that contributed the funds. In one country, it's 80% of the money leaves the country. In other words, you're putting a brake, an economic brake, on your own country by taking all the money out. I mean, it's great to invest in Norway, but there are other places. And today, it becomes really about security and competitiveness. We are really, I think, and that was stressed, that point was made earlier at the plenary, this is it. We really have to step up. It's not about climate anymore. It's short term about just survival. Long term, it's about climate. And I think that this is where we really need to step up and come up with supporting a product like ours and like Pierre's. Basically, there are two architectures, one principle. The two architectures, Pierre is working with counterparties that have balance sheets. I'm working with counterparties that don't have a balance sheet. In both cases, we're doing the same thing. We're starting by standardization, which allows replication, which allows scalability, which finally allows investment to be made. And I think that that's what we're about. But first, we really need to work with the citizen, and this is where one-stop shops come in. And as Françoise mentioned earlier, EU peers support us, and thank you. Safety, health, and comfort.
So thanks, Nicolas. You've actually been faster than time.
So we have more time for questions.
Yeah. So, two complex presentations, I find. Who has questions to Pierre Langlois and Nicolas Tenchoff? Yep. Yep. So the gentleman in the back over there.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Really, hi. Thank you. Okay. David Leipziger from the Green Finance Institute. Really interesting presentations, both very exciting. I have a question that is more for Nicolas, because it's more on the residential side, but could apply in either case. How does the model address the, shall we say, temporal disincentive of people who might want to sell their home shorter term, and even though the long-term savings might suggest they should keep it longer? Are there any specific aspects of the models that you're working in that deal with that?
I'm not sure I understand. It doesn't matter. It's on bill. So if you want to sell your house, well, I can tell you what's happening in the buildings that every summer I go to the different buildings and see what's happening. And people don't want to sell. Why would they? But if you want to sell, you're actually going to sell at a premium. The green value of these apartments is between 25 and one, they sold at 31% above market. So if you're short-term thinking, yeah, you want to welcome it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you.
In our case, a little bit different because it's not on bill financing, but we are able to transfer the contract to the other owner. So we're working on commercial, institutional, and industrial facilities. So if they happen to want to sell it to someone and the facility stays intact, then we're able to shift the contract to the other owner.
And in fact, again, there'd been a green value to it. So it's actually a premium for, in both cases. As I said, it's one principle.
We have a question here.
Thank you very much. Melina Lazaropoulou from Track Development, a project development and finance company in Greece. My question is addressed to both of you. First of all, three short questions. First of all, to Mr. Langlois, you mentioned that the energy saving is split between the two parties. I would like to hear more about this. It's 2080, something like that. The second question regards the maintenance costs that you mentioned, Mr. Sansiov. I would like to understand if in your financial model for the EPC, you calculate maintenance costs. Yes, I'm sure. And a last question to both. If you have visualized your models to public buildings, and if you are working on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. So on the first question related to the shared, when we make the presentation, we explain to the client that we're flexible. So the basic model is 15% for them, 85% for us. Our capacity of length, I would love to do the 40 years as well, but so far we're limited to 20, likely 15, depending of the when we sign the contract. So we say between 10 and 15, so we're flexible there as well. What happens, and when we start the conversation with the client, they say 15 is not enough, I want 20, and 15 is too long, so I want 10 years. Beginning of the conversation. End of the conversation. Can you do 25 years, and can you keep all the savings? Because the benefits are not really the savings. The savings are paying back the investment. But because they amortize the equipment, then they can have positive cash flow. But the biggest thing is whatever we do, they don't have to do for themselves. And this maintenance cost will happen at some point. This replacement cost will happen at some point. So as we're replacing it before they would have to do so, they can use that money and do something else with the money that is a lot more beneficial than replacing the equipment. So the basic model is one thing, the reality is the other. You want to answer the other question? Public buildings. So far, out of our $1.5 billion that we'll be managing next year, a portion is public sector. The challenge we have is we cannot work sole source with the public sector because they would have to tender it, and our model is not adapted at all. So we found a loophole, but because I'm in Europe, I can say that, but in Canada, I would not say that. So we found a way to actually work with the municipalities. We work with the Federation of Municipalities in Canada. They're the one who are able to contract sole source with the municipalities. We're financing the whole thing and repaying ourselves back only out of the savings. So a little bit more complex model. We had to do legal changes, 3 years. Regulatory changes to make it off balance sheet for the municipalities out of the regulations in Canada, 2 years. So it took us like 5 years to get to the point, but we essentially transferred the concept to the public sector, and we're the sole source provider of the financing, so private sector financing the public sector, but the procurement and everything is done through a different mechanism than us doing it because we're not allowed to do that.
Picking up on that, that would be the same thing. We are also looking through a project called Leverage, which is actually having its project meeting today, and I'm not there, and it's in Greece, unfortunately. It's the issue of sole source is the key problem. How do you control that you're going to get the quality? In terms of maintenance, really, it transfers, the same thing transfers. In fact, the cost of maintenance under the Renesco contracts is actually lower than it would have cost before, number one. Number two, same thinking comes in. You have a manual of how to maintain the building. That means that the sustainability of those investments is going to last longer. So, absolutely.
And maybe I would add one thing that I did not mention, but it's the measurement and verification. I'm an engineer by training, so measurement and verification of savings is very important in the scheme. And very often when you talk about ESCOs, the bad thing about ESCOs is the measurement and verification where people are not seeing to be fair. If you see in my diagram, we outsource the measurement and verification. Not done by the ESCO, not done by us, not done by the end user, so everybody would have an interest into it, done by a third party. So we're kind of using that third party as a utility where you don't contest the savings. And that was an important part of the whole scheme because trust is fundamental. We pay ourselves out of the savings. What are savings? What is it? Well, it's the absence of something. So it's not measurable as easily as consumption. So we found a way to make it totally independent. So that way there's very little challenges about that.
Eric and then Valérie.
Hi, yeah, my name has been mentioned a few times and I see a full room and I just want to use this opportunity to make a call to maybe some people here who could make a difference. As Renesco, we have gone boom and bust now 4 or 5 times in the last 16, 17 years. At the moment, we are again renovating a few buildings. Capital is not our problem. The banks are financing us. The quality of the buildings are not in question. We could do 30, 40 years renovations. We are managing them fine, not a problem. Not a problem for the portfolio. At this moment, we have today a portfolio of 75 million euros of renovation plans that have been signed by the buildings, which are going nowhere, which we initiated on behalf or at behest of the Latvian government, the European Union, support programs that want us to build pipeline. Pipeline is there, projects are signed, they're lying at the Ministry of Economy. They will not be financed. And this is not the first time. It happens time and time again, and not just to us. I think it happens in many cycles. If you're into solar panels or whatever you're doing, or biomass, doesn't matter. Subsidies are announced. The market takes time to respond, and then it responds. Boom, prices jump up. In our case, we have proof that in Latvia, the average renovation price has gone up by 50% in the last 10 years. The price for renovating buildings which are subsidized for renovation, the price has gone up 160%. All of the subsidy is being absorbed by the market, by people making bigger profits. The moment the subsidies are gone, at that moment, the prices drop again. But hey, there's no market because the customers, the consumers, are waiting for the next subsidy to come. They will not move at all because they're now used to subsidies. So nobody will do anything without a subsidy. It has brought everything to a basic standstill, and we're renovating only a very, very small fraction of what can be done, as Nicholas was saying. An alternative solution, which we've been yelling now for a while, but is not happening, I don't understand why, is if you would instead of providing subsidy and then going to commercial banks and going for 6-7% loans for 15 or 20 years, why not use this money to reduce the loan cost and use it as a subsidy to bring the interest rates down to maybe 2-3%? Then you could renovate, and then you could put the loans to 30 years, 40 years. So you can pay it back over a much longer period of time. You can guarantee the quality of the buildings for a much longer period. The money would be there, we'd have this money, and the only reason it's not happening is because I believe that the funders from Brussels, from Riga, from wherever they are, from The Hague, they are not willing or able to come up with a fund that is not say, oh, we are now going to invest 500 million. Boom, and we're going to do it in 2 years' time, and we can mark it off. No, because if it's a percentage of something over a longer period of time, they can't put the...
Thanks, Eric. I fully agree. I mean, I think this is very much also what the Commission is pushing for in Brussels, but then, you know, there are different conditions, and in the end, it's up to the managing authorities to decide how they use. But I think the point is fairly made here. Other questions? Yeah, I see. Sorry, Valérie.
Thank you. Valérie Plenmaison, Energy Efficiency for Europe, formerly called another name I won't mention, but the same organization. A question rather for you, Pierre, unless it's also of interest for you, especially for industrial projects. Many of our members in France, in Poland, in Italy, many possibly other countries have had big issues with public subsidies not being attributable to ESCO-led projects, because the ESCO is not the so-called beneficiary, it's just part of the project. And of course, we do not put this money in our pocket, it's for the project on behalf of the client. So there are now discussions to revise the European rules, the GBER. We've been discussing that also with the authorities, and hope there is some good hope that they would finally understand something they had never understood. This is not for you and me to have a better benefit. So is it something that you have tried and solved, or have you had other perspectives in France in particular, or is it the same situation we already discussed a few years ago?
Well, that was one of the big surprises we got when we started to work in France. In Canada, we don't have that problem. You know, the subsidies are given if it's an EPC project, not an EPC project, whatever. And the one providing the subsidies were flexible enough that they were able to give us the subsidies directly to us instead of to the client, as long as the project was implemented. When we got to France, and I spoke to that with Adrian a little bit, we got to the point where there's a regulation in France, in Europe, that says that if you want to have a grant, and the grant is provided by the end user, you have to meet at least 2 conditions. There's others, but there's those 2 ones. You have to own the equipment, which in our case, no problem, but many of other funds, it's a problem because they want to keep the asset. Problem. But the second one was very tricky. They have to demonstrate that they've paid it. In our case, they're not paying it. We're paying it. They're paying it over time. So they said in 1 year, if you have not demonstrated that you've paid, you cannot get the grant. So the reflection is the Commission wants to have third-party financing, private sector involvement. Then you want to have projects implemented. Then you have grants to have the project implemented, but the grants prevent to use the private sector money. We found a solution in France because we're lucky enough to have ADEN in our as a shareholder. So ADEME is essentially found a solution for France. I don't know about other countries. But that was an issue. Canada, no issue. France, one issue. We had other regulatory issues. For example, the definition of an ESCO in France, in order to be able to get the grants, because there's an additional grant that is provided, you need to provide a guarantee. I hope you all understood in my model, in our SOFIAC model, we don't guarantee the savings. We just share the savings. If there's no savings, there's no repayment. There's no repayment because you've paid nothing. Makes sense, right? But by a definition in France, if you want to have an ESCO, you want to have an EPC, and you want to have the additional grant of a C3Es related as a grant, you need to provide a guarantee. And we're not providing a guarantee. Well, we have very good lawyers. They found a way. So we're technically providing a guarantee, but we're not. So all these kind of things show that the legal and regulatory system is very not adapted to the kind of innovation the private sector is bringing on the financing side. It takes time. They kind of react to it. They're not proactively looking, well, and they don't know this model. So we come in and we have to find a way to do that. And that's why I said 3 years regulatory changes, 2 years legal changes and all that. You need to fit the legal system to the model and not just wait for the model to fit the legal system because you're going to be stuck. You want to add something?
Just that in our case, we spent well over 150,000 euros on the legal costs. Those lawyers charge a lot. So the fact is that to be able to build this kind of solid documentation that's going to meet, in our case, thanks to Carolina sitting here, and also Pierre when we worked on the Finergodom project, we were able to bring documentation which even Polish lawyers couldn't really argue that much again, even though they still managed to change quite a bit. But in 5 different countries in Europe, all our documentation fits. But it took a lot of time and money. Thank you.
I fully agree. I mean, it's a bit of a conundrum, and if you want to know more about how to use public funds for private ESCO projects, the second session in the afternoon in the same room will also be dealing with that, and we have a great speaker from DG Regio who will be sharing what they can say as of today, and then you'll see it's a complex question, but really also food for thought, and means there's still a lot of things that we can do to improve the framework. And it's not just at the EU level. Many things are also at the national level. And also, I think it's really important to emphasize that, yes, it takes costs and upfront costs, but there are also resources. I mean, this is why we're also presenting here people who have been through this and who can share how they did, because what works in France and Latvia might as well work in the Netherlands. So we had more questions. So here, gentleman here, yeah.
Hello, I'm Alexander. I'm a tech startup founder, and what we do, we are piloting green bonds on a blockchain and do tokenization. We work with PPAs, and from today's talk, from what I see, and from what I want to ask, what is your opinion on tokenization and the future receivables, especially long-term EPC contracts and ESCO projects, and would the issue in securities, digital securities, with the new MiFID II license, would it be applicable in use cases that you have?
Pierre's handing it to me. I've actually wrote a paper on putting it on the chain. I have several fantasies. One would be that every energy agency in Europe would become one node, and that from the moment you first talk as a building that you want to vote for, all the way to the maintenance and measurement and verification, it would all be on the chain. AI changes the picture a little bit, without speaking about quantum, but I think it's a good idea. I think it's much cleaner, but you're talking to somebody who's a convert, and I think a lot of people may feel differently. No, yeah.
I think we still have time for 2 more questions. I think, yeah, Amandine, and just behind the
Hello, everybody. Amandine Gall. I work with Pierre. I just wanted to also answer, I don't remember her name, from Greece, who asked for Super ESCO in the public sector. So we are at Econolair working worldwide on Super ESCO model for the public sector, so with using public and private money to work for public buildings. We are currently working in a model like this for Hungary. And so it's fully possible. It has been done, and it's a model that's not SOFIAC model, but SuperESCO model can be adapted for public, and we will be very welcome to discuss if you want to know more.
Thank you. I'm Andrew, also with Green Finance Institute, so a colleague of David, though we've never met, which is funny. I'm going to cheat a little. I have two short questions. One, Nicolas, is does it make a difference for your model whether or not the owner actually uses the real estate or rents it out to somebody else, or is there an issue between lessor and lessee? And the other question sort of touches both of you, maybe slightly different nuances because of residential versus industrial. How important are the differences in legal setup between countries for you to roll out in terms of land lease regulation, industrial regulation, etc.?
Yeah, maybe Nicolas, you want to explain what do you mean by on bill very concretely, because it might.
So concretely, it's like your electricity bill. Tomorrow, whoever's in the apartment is going to get a bill. In addition to, and somebody asked about the maintenance cost. So they're going to get a bill that basically covers three things: the maintenance, the management, and a portion of the investment. And that's it. So the person moves out, the next person comes in, they get the bill. It's very simple. In terms of legal, this is work, it's been checked in Slovakia, Bulgaria, Romania, Austria, and of course, the great engine of Europe, Poland. Making sure I cover my Polish bases before they bomb me. So yeah, it does work. Yeah, basically it works.
On the legal framework, the question is it's very different from one country to the other. Currently, we have initiatives in Canada, in France, in Morocco. Three different things altogether. Even though the concepts remains the same, the contracts are different, the legal framework is different, the subsidy system is different, everything's different. But we like it enough that we're going to try to set up something in Spain next with the support of LIFE, and we got a little support to get there. So even though it's very challenging, it's very interesting to be able to find a solution to each of the country, but it's very different. And it's a legal framework, but it's also accounting, it's also the financial system. So everything, the concept can be transposed, but cannot be copied. So I think that's really the lesson learned that we have. We work in Saudi Arabia, we work in Dubai on these concepts. You can imagine kingdoms, totally different as well. So it can be duplicated, it cannot be copied at all. You cannot just take one contract and applying somewhere else. That doesn't work.
Yeah, of course, that's correct. The duplicate, it's not just turn on, turn off, which it will be when it's on blockchain, sure.
Thanks, and I fully echo what we're seeing also from the LIFE program, where we're helping a lot of this replication. It's never replication, it's always a lot of adaptation. So if you replicate as such 20%, you're really lucky. But yeah, that's how it is also in Europe. Still, it takes a lot of adaptation. I think we're going to close here. Valérie, okay, you're just one very short question.
Thank you. You mentioned standardized contracts. So what kind of standards do you use? Is it for the contract? Or is it for some tasks, for equipments? And what's the purpose of standardized objects?
Very interesting question. We try to be as flexible as possible in the type of projects. So technology is not in our hands. It's at the end of the ESCO. As long as they can guarantee the results, we don't care. First thing. When we work on standardization, we want to multiply these type of projects. So when we go with clients, we try to use always the same type of contract. And when we work with ESCOs, we want to work with the same type of contract as well. The biggest nightmare of ESCOs is when they work with 20 clients, they have to work with 20 different contracts because everybody wants to have their own. As we're standardizing the financing, we go to our investors, the banks and all that. They say, this is the model, this is the contract we will use. We work out of principles and not necessarily out of the words, because if we were locking the contract on words, it means that every lawyer in the world would hate us. because they would say, no, I need to have my personal touch on it. But we work with standardized concepts. And these concepts have to be there all the time, so the ESCO knows what they want to have, or what they will have with us. The banks knows the concept that we will stand by. And we know internally what we will work on. So if we have 150 projects, they always work with the same principles. So we're not that flexible on this principles. Wording can be changed. They're always changed a little bit. Lawyers love it. But technology, totally transparent.
And I'll emphasize this. And we have the experience of Poland. We had 7 ESCOs interested at the beginning. Then they all said, we want our own contract. Sorry, that is a big problem. We need to be able to use standardized contracts. And I can tell you, having taken apart some of those contracts, they were only to protect the ESCO from not having to satisfy its guarantee. That's not an ESCO. That's not an energy performance contract. Our contract has been carefully evaluated so as to be fair to both sides. And you can hear how strongly I feel about this. And I think that's really one of the reasons why earlier today we spoke about there are no ESCOs. There are only EPC contracts. And there's only one kind of EPC contract, one which is fair to both sides, where the guarantee can be fulfilled. And I can go into a lot of description of how it's not fulfilled.
Thanks a lot. And I think if one key word I would take from this discussion is really standardization. We need standardization to bring down transaction costs, to create standards for the market that you don't need to renegotiate every time you come up with an energy performance contract. The technicalities, the measures will be different, but the bank doesn't look at that. And Sofiac doesn't look at that. And LABIF don't look at how many centimeters of insulation you've put. But we need to have a standardization in the process and in the content and in the ability to finance. Okay, we're going to close here. I'd like to have a last round of applause for our 2 speakers. Thanks a lot for really 2 great presentations. I was really happy to introduce them. Now is lunch break. After the lunch, we're continuing in this room on the same topic. So we'll have a presentation of the DRFM, Design, Renovate, Finance and Maintain scheme that is being set up by the Belgian federal government, which is a really interesting large-scale investment scheme, also using some type of ESCO vehicles. And then the session after that will look at how to use public funding for private investment funds and investment in ESCOs and investment in ESCO projects. And the last session will look more specifically on heating and cooling investments as standalone with leasing and energy efficiency as a service projects. So thanks a lot for your attention, and we'll see you back in an hour.
Check if they got the name. Yeah. Yeah. We're waiting for the if they print it. Okay. Because apparently he registered yesterday. Yes, yes, no problem. It's the first one. Good morning. Thanks a lot for your interest in this session, which will dive into a great initiative, the European City Facility. My name is Michele Sansoni, and I'm a senior project advisor at Cinea. If you want more information about Cinea, we have a stand outside in the networking area. So if you want to know more about our funding programs, and in particular, the recently opened call for the LIFE Clean Energy Transition Program, you can ask our colleagues at the stand. So the EU City Facility and its impressive achievements have been already mentioned today in the plenary session. So the facility has been a very successful accelerator of energy efficiency and renewable energy investments at the local level. So today, we will know more about the facility, its achievements and impacts. And for that, I have the pleasure to introduce you a great lineup of speakers. We have with us Mathieu Dalloz, Policy Officer in the Energy Efficiency Unit of DG Energy at European Commission. Valentina Cabal from GNE Finance, Financing Lead of the European City Facility. Francisco Gonçalves, Energy Cities Coordinator of the European City Facility. And Igor van de Wever, Heat Policy Advisor and EU Project Leader from the city of Mechelen in Belgium. So, I guess we are all looking forward to hearing from them, so without further ado, I would invite Mathieu to take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michele. Yes. So good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning. I will provide you with a short overview of the recent energy policy developments. And I cannot start without referring to the global context. As you know, Europe and the world are facing an unprecedented energy crisis. I won't spend a lot of time on this slide, but I think it's important to have in mind some of those figures and the impact it has on our daily life. It has impact on the energy bills, on the way SMEs operate, since they face a lot of uncertainty. It has also impact on the way cities have to cope with an increasing demand for support, and this always with limited resources. And this is also a call to action. I think it shows the extent to which the clean energy transition is important and is becoming more and more a strategic imperative for Europe. So to move, to accelerate the transition to clean energy and to build Europe's independence, competitiveness and sustainability. So as you know, as a response to the current situation, the Commission has adopted exactly 2 weeks ago the Accelerate EU communication. So this communication provides a set of concrete measures for Member States and the EU to deliver short-term relief actions, so to protect households and the EU industry from price spikes. And at the same time to also highlight some important structural reforms that needs to be accelerated. And this to reduce dependency on fossil fuels, but also, as I already said, to accelerate the clean energy transition. The communication and the measures that are proposed are structured along 5 pillars: stronger coordination, consumer and industry protection, electrification and clean homegrown energy, system upgrades, and investment mobilization. The short-term actions are, let's say, based on the lessons learned of the previous crisis, while the long-term actions are building on recent policy initiatives that were adopted in the past 6 months. Allow me now to highlight 3 of them, which I believe are important for cities and for the demand side of our energy system. The first one, as you can already see from the screen, it is the European Affordable Housing Plan, the first one ever adopted by the Commission. It addresses the challenges that are faced by millions of citizens who are living in inefficient and costly homes and who are at risk of energy poverty. The plan connects social policy with energy policy and recognizes that housing affordability has to be implemented hand in hand with energy efficiency. So as you can see from the slide, well, there are some figures which reflect a survey that was commissioned by the EU. And so the response comes with the housing package, which is a set of complementing initiatives. We'll refer specifically to the simplified state aid rules and to some funding innovative scheme that will be developed under the Pan-European Investment Platform, which is the investment arm of the housing plan. And this to help public authorities and also local authorities in delivering affordable and sustainable housing through energy renovation, which brings together, again, the affordability aspect and the sustainability aspect. I would like also to highlight that to support the reflection along financing and what can be done to accelerate the supply of housing, there will be very soon the launch of a joint working group between the European Energy Financing Coalition and the Pan-European Investment Platform. So this joint working group will start by an open call for experts and will bring expertise from the member states, from financial institutions, from the industry, and also from associations that are working on housing and from local authorities. Then the next policy initiative, the Citizens' Energy Package, which was adopted in March this year and complemented last week by a set of recommendations. The Citizens' Energy Package places people at the center of the transition, and it aims to lower energy bills, to tackle energy poverty, empower consumers, and enable energy communities and self-consumption. So it considers individuals not only as consumers, but as active participants to the energy system. Then the next policy initiative is the Clean Energy Investment Strategy. It was adopted also in March, the same day as the Citizens' Energy Package. And so the purpose of this strategy is obviously to address the financing challenge of the clean energy transition. It includes one section on the energy efficiency financing. And so there are several actions, several measures that are proposed in the strategy. One is about launching a pilot guarantee scheme together with the European Investment Bank, and this to support the deployment at scale of energy efficiency services. So to the benefit of households and enterprises, but as well to the benefit to the public sector to accelerate the deployment of energy solutions, energy efficiency solutions. Then this strategy is supported by the energy efficiency financing support package. I won't enter into the details, but just to let you know that there is, as part of the package, one report to co-legislator which explore or give a mapping of the energy efficiency financing in Europe. It also provides recommendation on two aspects. One is a guidance on unlocking private investment in energy efficiency. And the other one is also a guidance to member states on how to establish one-stop shop and sharing the best practices to support households and enterprises. Those three initiatives, policy initiatives, are obviously supporting the current EU legislation on energy, so the Energy Efficiency Directive, the Renewable Energy Directive, the PPD, so the Energy Performance of Building Directive, which you all know very well. But let me just, on a side note, refer to the national building renovation plans. As it stands, 12 member states have published their draft plan. So as much as it is still a work in progress, I think that's already an interesting source of information for regions and for cities on where the member states are moving towards when it comes to building renovation. So those plans are publicly available, so I can encourage you to have a look and see if your respective member states have already started preparing those plans. Moving a bit too fast. So, I mean, this policy framework gives a direction and also stability to project developers and to investors. But we all know that it's only a starting point. It's not sufficient by itself. So what we need is concrete initiatives, concrete projects, concrete investment that are led by the local authorities and that are taking place in cities that some of you are representing. So the role of cities is crucial, and so are initiatives such as the Covenant of Mayors, the LifeSet Project Development Assistance, the ELENA facility, and of course the EU City Facility as a tool to support cities in developing and preparing investments. After all, yes, cities are the place where policies take shapes, so this is a work that we have to do together, and we can only achieve the clean energy transition by strengthening the actions that are already taking place in cities when it comes to building renovation, but also when it comes to heating systems that are transformed, and of course supporting citizens in their energy travels. So as a conclusion, I would refer to the name of the communication with which I started. So let's work together to accelerate this clean energy transition. So not only to overcome the current crisis, but also to work in a more structural way to ensure a more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable energy system. And so now I can say thank you.
Thank you very much, Mathieu, for this very interesting overview and update on the policy framework, which is helpful for cities to act and to take action. So, Francisco, I would invite you to take the floor and explain us about the European City Facility and its achievements. Thank you.
Thank you, Michele. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, so basically I was asked here just to bring a bit of an overview of the European City Facility, an initiative that has been in place for a couple of years, and we are very excited here to have to showcase some of the results, and also to have a city here that will say in first hand its journey also in the European City Facility. So basically, what is the European City Facility? It's an initiative, a European initiative that really tries to bridge between the climate planning from the SECAP, from the Covenant of Mayors, now heating and cooling planning, for instances, and to bridge between the planning and implementation, finance and implementation. So what we do, we provide financial and technical assistance to municipalities, to cities and groupings of cities, municipalities, to develop what we call the investment concept, that is a kind of a pre-feasibility studies of parts on the investment plan, but we also provide technical support for the development and also for the implementation of this investment concept. So in this investment concept we have from a legal analysis, technical analysis, economical analysis, governance, so it's I would say it's a package of many dimensions that are essential also to study and to bring some maturity to the project. And what happens after this investment concept is developed. So it really can bring the municipality really to capture finance and funding to the implementation of the project. That is, and I forgot to say, energy efficiency, renewables. So we are in the CETIF, so it's in clean energy, but also brings also for more complex projects, and we are here speaking projects that are more like a kind of a portfolio that has, for instance, public lighting, building, renewables, community energy, and also brings and gives the chance and the avenue to go for a more complex project development assistance program. That is the case of the LIFE PDA, and or for instance also for the Elena facility, that is a program, as everyone knows, from the EIB. So, in terms of capacity building, what we do and the technical support, so we have also a learning program for the municipalities that have been participating in the European City Facility. We have advisory services from actually Valentina that will explain a bit later what we are doing. And also we have one of a very, I would say, a very distinguished factor, that is the national support that we have. That we have national hubs, country experts, that, and I have been here today, I've seen some, that give the expertise, technical support in national languages with a full knowledge of the national contexts. So this is more or less the package that we offer. Just to say that the financial support is 60,000 euros. So it's a lump sum that we do. So we are framed by what we call in the EU, I would say, vocabulary, the cascade funding, or financial support to third parties. And this fund is channeled to the cities that apply to this facility. So just in numbers, we've been around since 2019, so before we are now supported by the LIFE program, LIFE City program. In the past, we started with Horizon 2020. We have organized 7 calls for applications, so it's through the calls for applications that the cities and the groupings of cities can apply to get our funding and support, and with the financial support comes also the technical support. We have already attracted more than 1,500 applications. We have at the moment 403 beneficiaries working with, and the beneficiaries can be individual cities or groupings, which represent at the moment more than 500 cities in 26 countries. So we are working with the countries that at the moment are the countries that are eligible for the LIFE program. We have already more than 330 validated investment concepts. So the document is pre-feasibility studies that we are paying the cities and the groupings to develop. So we have used of LIFE and Horizon 2020 together more than 24 million euros that were channeled directly to the municipalities and groups of municipalities. And we have in the pipeline, so what was declared by the beneficiaries in the investment concepts is more than 32 billion euros. So we are speaking about in Matthew 27 billion that, or 24, that were already the different of prices since the rise. So here we can see a bit. So just to say that the demand is increasing. So there is also a demand started very high, decreased, but now is going very high. The demand for the European City Facilities, so a bit of the demand revolution, how we were speaking in these minutes ago. And beneficiaries, we can say that we have some, some countries that are more active than others. Belgium is a very good example here with Igor that we'll explain later, but Poland, Italy, Hungary, Portugal, Spain. So Greece also, Croatia, that are countries that we have a lot of beneficiaries and that we also work together very much in these countries. So we recognize that the national approach is very important. Also here, one of the next steps for the European City Facility is to do a clear link with the Energy Efficiency Finance Coalition. So this is something that it's very important, this work on the national level, and also to leverage also multi-level governance in these countries, that we really want to work with them. Just in numbers, so here we can see the kind of projects that, and this is what is declared in the investment concepts. So just to see that we are tackling very much energy efficiency in buildings. So it's one of the type of projects that is more, I would say, requested, or that cities and the beneficiaries really want to work on. So private buildings, public, residential. We also have district heating and cooling, also sustainable mobility, and of course renewable energy. So the big, I would say, the portfolio of projects that we have in the European City Facility, and these are since the first call until we don't have still 7 calls received, but call 6, I would say, that ones that we are already receiving that are part of these numbers. Yes. So what I want, just to say that we have already from all the calls 403 investment concepts that have been that are being supported. So the beneficiaries, more than 330 investment concepts that have already been submitted. Of course, this number will increase. We are monitoring, so we have a program of 2 years of monitoring of the implementation. So we have already from these 331, 170 more that have been already monitored. And from there, I think it's important to say that 98 are already in an advanced stage of, I would say, implementation, procurement, which is quite encouraging. And that brings some numbers, that is more or less 1.7, 1.8 billion euros of investment secured. So these are from the cities that have already been, that declared that they are in advanced stage of implementation, which brings more or less a leverage effect of almost 75, 1 to 75. In this investment secured, so now we are talking about this 1.77 billion, 1.8 billion. So here again, buildings is also, I would say, the champion, also in mobility, renewables. So just to see more or less what kind of projects that the cities that have been working with us have been working on. It's important, and this is something that I just sent you and show you some graphics here, but I invite you to look into more detail in our impact dashboard. So in our website, you can see the results per country, per city, what are declared in the investment concepts, what is the investment secured. So really you can also have a summary of the projects, what is the investment expected, what are the impacts in terms of energy savings, renewable energy produced. From the call 5, you can also have access to the investment decks. So we have here a lot of information on the impacts and results of the European City Facility. So here is the link also for, you go to our website and it's easy also to find. Yeah, so some conclusions before giving the word to Igor. So we have seen an increasing demand for the European City Facility, which is quite encouraging to continue the work we are doing. I think one of the things that we have seen that, of course, we are mobilizing investment and money, but from our beneficiaries, and this is a big, I would say, still barrier, is we have also to push for human resources, capacity, to raise this capacity. I think it's very important. Our capacity building learning program or our technical assistance mitigates a bit, but of course we are talking about systemic issue in many, many countries where cities, municipalities, public sector do not have a lot of capacity. So in this, of course, we need to build up the skills and expertise. Also that cities are still very much relying on the public funding. So here still we need work to do from both sides, from the side of financing, from the sides of the cities. And of course, one of the things that is very important is that we are not financing anything new, nothing that very innovative. So cities are not going to create individually new solutions. So it's very important this exchange that cities copy from one place to another, because solutions, of course, with the due differences between place A and place B, it's important that we can copy and we can replicate measures from here to there. So these exchanges between cities within the same country, across countries, is super important and super valued by the beneficiaries. And yeah, so basically I close with the good news. So as many of you know, the European City Facility got extended through the call 2025 of LIFE, and there will be a new call in hopefully this year, still in 2026. I invite you to really to go to our website to subscribe to the call alert. Also, you can maybe with this QR code that will be here for the next 10 seconds, you can really take and register to get more news about the European City Facility. And yeah, so thank you. And Igor, I hope you know a very good example.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Igor van der Wever. I work at the climate team in the city of Mechelen. I'm also part of the coordination team of the Building Decarbonization Partnership of the Urban Agenda, which I will tell you a bit more all about later. So I want to thank you, Cinea, and also Energy Cities for this opportunity to share our experience and insights from the ground, so from our local, we call it a city, you might call it a town of Mechelen in Belgium. We were selected as a beneficiary in the second call of the EU City Facility, and our focus, our thematic focus of our application was a building typology that at that time was still a building typology that we really wanted to support better. And what you can see here is a cityscape. So this is our ring road around historic city center, and one of the common building typologies along the ring road are multi-owned family buildings. And our submitted application, we wanted to have a good view on what does it take to renovate or retrofit all multi-owned condominiums in Mechelen, and as deep as possible. And the EU City Facility allowed us to have a really integrated approach on this. So just to give you an idea of how we used the action grant, so EU Facility gives you an action grant of 60,000 euros, and local authorities are the ones that submit the ID, are free to use it tailored to their local needs. So we use it mainly for external expertise. So we had a multidisciplinary team that selected by us, but we also had some internal staff to follow up the study and to make sure that that it was followed up later internally. So our investment concept included three separate activities and a bit an integrated way of approaching it. So on one hand, we did a spatial, technical and financial building stock assessment of multi-owned family buildings in the territory of Mechelen. A second activity was that we zoomed in on building scale. So for three, we did a call for pilot buildings, and for three distinct building typologies, we did a renovation master plan for each of them, financed via the action grant. And then we also kickstarted a focus group meeting series, not only with the building managers and condominium associations involved, but also building sector representatives and other key stakeholders within Mechelen that wanted to work on this typology. Now, just to give a quick idea of the results of this building stock assessment. So we distinguished 4 key building typologies, also really mapped them down where they, in which area are they more common. for each of these typologies, we did a high-level assessment technically and financially. What's the level of investments needed and energy and impact on energy efficiency for these typologies, and that allowed us really to have a more focused approach for our renovation strategy. So just some benefits that it allowed for Mechelen. I have listed a number of them. If I wanted to, let me pick one of them. So for us, this EU city facility was really a key step towards other support and building, let's see, it was also an incentive to really approach this matter on a more financially, with a financial and investment lens. So I think that was a main benefit. We had some local learning, so the submitted investment concept, for instance, was really high level. It was on a building stock for the whole of Mechelen. So we needed to scale down it actually a bit to really have a more bankable investment project. And yeah, so this is the one. I think it's also important to know where our investment concept fits in. It led actually to it allowed us to really develop a one-stop shop service, a home renovation service for this critical building typology, and it was a stepping stone towards other support like the LIFE project Condorino and also the project development assistance project called Refined. So just to give you an idea, this is this approach for our home renovation service we have now. Refined is a project development assistance program. It's a kind of project that scared us beforehand, because here you really need to use the public funds as a leverage to unlock private investment. So we have 4 years' time to have to unlock this investment volume we promised. And this project started in September, and the EUCF concept had a very important contribution to this. And last thing I wanted to highlight was, we had a very nice overview of the EU legislation and the EU policy ambitions, but as pointed out in the keynotes in the plenary session, this need to be translated into local bankable projects, and we need to make what's important here is to also make sure that there is that we are not lost in translation along the way. And Mechelen is also leading this building decarbonization partnership in which cities collaborate with the European Commission to tackle urban challenges. And one of this, and for each urban challenge, partnership is constructed. And we lead the one around building decarbonization. And I wanted to point out that 3 pillars of it are planning, financing, and governance. We have made our action plan, and I would like to invite you to contribute to our public consultation, because there we really want to, we as Mechelen, we use our experience we have from the EUCF and other building decarbonization projects to make sure that we can, other municipalities and cities can support them to unlock building decarbonization projects. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Igor, for this clear presentation of the support received from the UCT facility and how you use that for follow-up. And now Valentina will explain us a bit more about the support that the UCF provides to its applicants. Thank you, Valentina.
Hi, good morning. I'll skip this. Okay, so we were asked to briefly explain you the specific technical support that we provide to the beneficiaries of the European City Facility. As it was explained by Francisco, GNE Finance is the financial expert at the European City Facility, and our role within the facility is to support our beneficiaries with the financial aspects of their investment concepts. So what we are doing within the European City Facility can be described in 3 layers. And it is intentionally, it has been designed in the 3 circles because not all the beneficiaries go through all the supports that we provide. So there is the capacity building that it's mandatory for everyone. So all the beneficiaries are expected to go through it, and within the capacity building, GNE Finance supports them through specific sessions of the capacity building, but also, which is more relevant for them, we've done some specific mentoring sessions to the beneficiaries on specific financing instruments, trying to lead them or explain them alternative financing instruments that can be used rather than grants. And we also, within the European, the city the UCF, we provide them a financial model that should be used by them. And what we've seen is that in the majority of the cases, they lack the capacity skills to develop properly the financial model. So we support them as well. And this is pretty much on demand. So while they're developing their investment concepts, if they find issues, have questions, want to better understand anything that they can send us a question, and our internal experts have one-on-one calls, answers via email. So this is being provided to all the beneficiaries. Then we have a second layer that it's what we call the implementation workshops. And this is because what we've seen based on the experience of the previous 7 calls is that once the investment concepts have been submitted and have been validated by the European City Facility, the majority, well, not in all the cases, but there were a lot of the beneficiaries that they didn't know how to move forward with the investment concept. So what's the usefulness of this document? How should I move forward? What's my next step? So we've been developing these implementation workshops that are thematic based. So we've done some questionnaires to understand where they're finding difficulties, and it's also being designed on a regional base. So we're trying to bring beneficiaries that are in common regions so they can also share their experiences, and we can tailor the workshop. We would love to do it in the local language because it would allow us to break an external barrier there, but we are not in the position to say that we will be able to do it in the 27 languages. So far they are done in English or in a language that we can cover. And the last one, that it's on demand, and really few have requested this, is an individual assessment of their investment concept. So we do an individual assessment of their investment concept, and we provide a specific advice on how it could be improved. And also, in some cases, we even advise them on other funding opportunities or financing instruments that could be used that they haven't thought about. So these are the 3 layers that we currently have within the European City Facility, and this is being supported, I think it was mentioned by Francisco, but by the national roundtables, because what we've seen is that this peer exchange in the national context is critical and really important, because there are some barriers and difficulties that the beneficiaries face that are really local based. And it's really important for them to understand what's the local context and how others have overcome potential barriers. So based on this, just to give you some highlights on some findings or insights that we've learned in the past so far while supporting the beneficiaries in the European City Facilities. As it was already mentioned by Francisco, cities still rely heavily on grants. We are trying to help them look for alternative financing opportunities, but this demand from them different skills and the willingness to take higher risks or go or look for alternative options that they are not used to. So this is not always easy. Critical, and this was mentioned also in the previous panel, it's really important to try to make cities and potential investors try to find a common language. The majority of the cities or the people that work on the cities, they don't speak the same language that potential financiers. So one of the things that we try to do is to bridge them, but this is something that needs to be done in the two ways. It's not only helping the cities to better understand the financiers' language, it's also trying financiers to understand what are the cities' needs and where they are standing. Also, this was mentioned, there is a growing interest of the cities in this type of facilities. It is super relevant for them, this kind of technical assistance facility, and this is crucially especially for the small and medium cities, where they have a higher lack of technical skills and the capacity to develop this kind of investment concepts. The other point is the support of the local political leadership is critical. It's fundamental. If cities do not have this political support, this can become like the key barrier to implement their investment concept. It can be the best investment concept that we can see within our beneficiaries, but if they don't have this support, it's going to be impossible for them to move forward with their project. And last but not least, the peer-to-peer learning works really well. Cities do really want to understand how others have implemented their projects, but they also want to understand what has not worked in the past. So they want to learn from the success, but also from the failures. So this peer-to-peer exchange has been critical for us. And that's it from our side. Thank you.
Well, thanks a lot, Valentina, and thanks a lot to the other speakers. We have some time for questions now. Any questions?
Thank you. I'm Anna Bayomi, working as Energy Poverty Policy Officer at FEANTA, and I have a question regarding the city facilities mentoring work, whether the issue of aligning grants and loans to the financial situation of household is coming up as an issue, because from my work I often see that grants are not really tailored to the needs of households, and they are often too generous for higher income households, thus reducing the willingness to take up loans, and on the other hand are not accessible for those who cannot rely on loans. And it's not only a problem for the poor households, but it's blocking the whole energy efficiency financing and the uptake of private finance. And so my question, if this is a problem in the field when you talk with the cities, and if you try to fix this issue.
Is it? Yeah. So, yeah, well, we've seen, like, speaking with several beneficiaries, we've experienced the same situation. From the European City Facility work, we don't go in that much detail. Like, what we do with the beneficiaries is to support them in the specific design or frame or the investment concept. In the specific case of renovation of private buildings, well, the cities, what they do is they design a plan to incentivize this renovation. But at the end, they can go as far as they can, because at the end, the decision is not on them, it's on the households. There are some cases in which they already have some national schemes that can support, like granting schemes, but it's also true that they need to work locally with the local stakeholders to find these potential financing solutions for the households. Not in all the cases it can be done. There are some cases in which it has been done. There are some success stories, but we don't go in that much detail as the city facility.
Michele?
Yeah.
I can maybe complement from the, let's say, the EU perspective, just to say that the joint working group that I was mentioning, so bringing together the Energy Efficiency Financing Coalition and the housing agenda, so the pan-European housing investment platform, will typically look at those type of questions. So financial instruments for specific target groups, including vulnerable households. And so finding, let's say, topics that are common to the two platforms, the two initiatives, and I think affordability and access to finance will be one for sure. And then maybe also building on the work of the coalition. I know some national hubs, so the coalition brings together the member states, the financial institutions, and the industry. And so it operates at different levels, but one of the levels is at national level. So we have national hubs. There are currently 17 member states who have operational hubs or in the making. And I know some member states are exploring innovative financing scheme also to address the question of accessing financing for let's say, part of the population who have more difficulties to go to the commercial banks. Yes.
Any other questions? Yes.
Kira Iacazzi from the Regional Energy Agency in Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes, France. We are a national contact point for the UCF project. And sometimes questions we receive from our municipalities is that it's okay for the bigger ones. I mean, Lyon, Grenoble, it's easier for them. But the smallest one, sometimes the problems are related to the fact that the capacity building program is in English, so they are not equipped just to learn how to create their investment concept, and that's a problem for them. I mean, I had some municipalities, they couldn't finish the learning program. They weren't able to listen to all the courses. And another problem was about the financial part, which is really technique and specific. And from their side, they were just one person who was in charge of the UCF project and investment concept, and they weren't equipped in their municipality to prepare this kind of concept. They weren't able to do that, and the financial part was a real issue for them. They told me, I don't know how to prepare the budget, how to prepare the financial part. I don't have some colleague who could help in our municipality, so maybe spend some time and keeping attention to this side for smaller municipalities. Something very difficult if they don't have something behind them which can help with the financial aspects. Are just some some feedback from our side on the local. Thank you.
Super, thanks a lot for the feedback. It's very useful. Regarding the first point and the learning program, so the learning program, just to give you a kind of an overview, it was created from the Call 5, so when we started to work under the LIFE framework, because we saw that the beneficiaries of the European City Facility were relying very much on consultants, which is fine, but basically in the end they were delivered with an investment concept that they didn't understand. So basically we were trying to tackle and to overcome a barrier that there was no capacity to develop and to bring projects to a maturity level that would allow them to move a bit forward, but then they didn't understand what they were doing, so they couldn't do much about that. Of course, there are very good examples that, like Mechelen, that was also from the first beneficiaries. So we decided, okay, let's maybe start developing a learning program. So it's a hybrid learning program that is composed by online modules and also in person. That we also combine theoretical modules with exchanges, but then we also have the in-person where we have workshops and really to promote these peer-to-peer and exchanges between beneficiaries and experts. As Valentina said, this learning program is compulsory, so basically we don't for the beneficiaries to complete their assignment, that is to develop the investment concept and submit, they also have to conclude this learning program. So it was a way also to encourage the municipal staff to also to take part of the learning program and to understand if the investment concept is developed by some external entity, so they learn what they are doing and also they can kind of monitor and also have a kind of a control on the document that is part of the city and that it is being developed for the city and that they accept something that it's on the standards and on the willingness of the municipality. Said this, of course, the learning program was developed in English. We are also aware that we are under a life funding program, so there is no infinite funds also for the learning program. We already started and tested subtitles for Polish, so I think it's very good that we can do this for French as well and for other municipalities. I think it will be very helpful, and I think this is something that we were aware, but of course we are. I'm sure that for the next learning programs, this will be tackled. I also invite the French, all of the municipalities that are part of the European City Facility are super welcome to take part on the learning cycles. So if they felt that they didn't learn all and if they are willing and they have the time, they are super welcome to join. We are launching a new cycle with the upcoming call that we don't have yet a date, but is hopefully 99% of probability in 2026. Of course, we are going also to organize the national exchanges, so the national roundtables that will be and France is one of the countries. So this will be great, and also the opportunity also for the cities to exchange at the national level, not just among cities, but also with other organizations at the national level, from the financing institutions, but also from the national, regional level. So we want also to create these multi-level governance platforms that I think are key to leverage also the finance and the implementation. Second question, Valentina, financing model.
Yeah, well, like, I'm not gonna tell you lies, it's difficult. It's difficult, it's a financial model that has like the usual and traditional financial engineering that any financier would expect from a project that they intend to finance. And it's part of what the European City Facility is meant to do, to help the municipalities or the beneficiaries acquire the technical skills to be prepared to prepare those kind of documents, because it's what's going to be requested for them if they want or expect their projects to be financed by potential investors that are not grants. So it's part of it. It's also true that, as Francisco was saying, there is an immense part of the beneficiaries that use consultants to do the investment concepts for them, which is fine, but it's really good if whoever is working in the city takes the time at least to try to fill it in and to understand. And we are, like GNE's team, it's there to support, and like we, for example, currently have the case of the area metropolitana of Barcelona that they involve 30 municipalities, and they were struggling with their financial modeling, and we've been having calls with them and specific meetings to support them to finalize their financial model. So if it's the case, we are here to support them within the process. If they don't speak English, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for us, but it's part of the process. We've tried to simplify it as much as possible. There's nothing else we can do there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, I hear that outside people are already at lunch, let's say, so we have to come to a conclusion of this session. But if you want to know more about the European City Facility, there is a stand just on the left when you go out of this room, so you can grab some food and then you will find the European City Facility Consortium there. And again, if you're interested in CINEA, there is also a stand in the networking area. But having said that,